Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Nick Donahue. I serve as the Secretary of Transportation. I appreciate you coming to today's Fredericksburg meeting of the Commonwealth Transportation Board. I'm going to bring today's meeting to order, and I'd ask that we start with the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everyone. A few logistics before we jump into today's board meeting. So members, we're starting here obviously at 9. We're going to go until about 12:30, at which point we'll be providing you guys with lunches, and we'll be heading back to the hotel around 1. And then we'll start our tour of some of the Fredericksburg area projects around 1:30 sharp. So you have about that 30-minute period of time there to take care of whatever you may need to take care of. And then I think we'll all be leaving on a bus from the hotel for those tours. We're then going to pick back up tomorrow at 9. Wherever we left off. As we did last time, it's going to be my intent to start with the action meeting and keep the workshop meeting suspended if we haven't been completed, so that folks who have come for public comment know what time they can show up and give that public comment, at which point we'll transition back to the workshop meeting as necessary. Today, we have a few folks with us that I'm going to introduce as we kind of move forward and get a little overview of the Fredericksburg district. So I'd like to start by asking Mayor Devine to come up to the podium. The mayor is a native of New York, but has lived in the Fredericksburg area since graduating from the University of Mary Washington. She's a mother of 4 and a current social studies teacher in Stafford County. She was first elected to the Fredericksburg City Council Fredericksburg School Board in 1996, where she served for 8 years, upon which time she was elected to the City Council in Fredericksburg, and she was then elevated to mayor in January of 2024. As a member of the City Council, she serves on the Central Rappahannock Regional Library Board, the Fredericksburg Regional Alliance, and is a liaison to the 300th Anniversary Blue Ribbon Steering Committee. Mayor, welcome.
Thank you so much, and good morning. Good morning, Secretary Donahue, members of the Commonwealth Transportation Board, and distinguished guests. On behalf of the City of Fredericksburg, it's my absolute pleasure to welcome you back to our historic city. We're honored that you've chosen the University of Mary Washington, home of the NCAA D3 men's basketball champions, and the Jepson Center as your home base for these critical deliberations on Virginia's transportation future. As you know, Fredericksburg is a true crossroads. We sit here at the heart of the I-95 corridor, acting as a gateway between our capital in Richmond and the bustle of Northern Virginia. Because of our location, we do feel the weight of transportation challenges acutely, but we also see the immense opportunities of your investments. The work you do over these few days isn't just about maps and line items. It's about the safety of our families, the efficiency of our commerce, and the quality of life for every Virginian who moves through the corridor. The partnership between the city and the Commonwealth has never been more vital, as evidenced by the significant progress we've seen in the last 6 years. We're proud to highlight several transformative projects that have directly benefited our region. The I-95 Rappahannock River Crossing. This critical project has significantly improved traffic flow and safety at one of the state's most notorious bottlenecks. Being from New York, every time I go home, people go, "Oh, I know Fredericksburg. It's where I was stuck in traffic." Chatham Bridge rehabilitation. The extensive improvements to this vital link have not only ensured its structural integrity, but have also enhanced the connection between our city and our neighbors. The I-95 Express Lanes extension. The continued progress of the express lanes provides much-needed relief and options for commuters navigating this corridor. And the VRE station and rail enhancements. Our ongoing investment in the Fredericksburg VRE station and multimodal transit ensures that rail remains a reliable and efficient alternative to our highways. As we look specifically at the draft for the upcoming 6 years, there are pillars of regional stability that we believe are paramount. We must remain committed to the completion and refinement of the river crossing projects to ensure the separation of local and through traffic. The Falmouth Bridge improvements is going to be vital for vehicles and pedestrians. Additionally, the planned improvements to our VRE station, including platform extensions and the broader Transforming Rail in Virginia initiative, are game changers that will help take more cars off the highway. Beyond the steel and the pavement, we must also discuss the human scale of transportation. We're particularly encouraged to see the board's focus on the SMARTSCALE process, which helps us address our most pressing bottlenecks and safety concerns, including enhanced safety for the CSX rail cars. For Fredericksburg, mobility includes everyone. We're prioritizing the Virginia Central Railway the VCR trail, completing trail gaps to provide a vital artery for non-motorized commuting. Safe routes to school, ensuring that our children can navigate our streets safely. EV infrastructure, supporting the Commonwealth's carbon reduction goals through forward-thinking investment. We've also launched a transit study to help FXB Go, which is our bus system, meet the needs of our local residents. So this spring, as you finalize the FY 2027-2032 six-year improvement program, you're making decisions that will help shape Fredericksburg for the next decade and beyond. We're a growing region, and your commitment to a sustainable, data-driven transportation network ensures that we can continue to grow without losing our historic character. Like Caroline Street, recently voted the best main street in the South. That makes us unique. So thank you so much for your service to the Commonwealth, and welcome to Fredericksburg.
Thank you, Mayor Devine. I'd like to ask the Fredericksburg District Administrator, Mr. Hinyon, to come up and say a few remarks before we go into a short video about the region.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary and members of the board. I'm Greg Hennion, and it's my privilege to serve as a Fredericksburg District Engineer. It's also my privilege to work closely with Laura Sellers. She's a strong advocate for the district and for the Fredericksburg region, and her insight and input has been invaluable to me over my first 6 months on the job. When you arrived in the area last night or this morning, I hope your trip was both safe and very uneventful. Today, we are going to follow in the tradition established by Lynchburg last May and continued by Stanton last July, and have prepared a brief video that tells a story of our Fredericksburg district and our people. And the story that it tells was written by and developed by our very talented senior communications specialist, Dara Fry. We hope you enjoy it.
Welcome to VDOT's 14-county Fredericksburg District. Our border begins near I-95 in Stafford County and stretches east along the Northern Neck and Middle Peninsula to the Chesapeake Bay. Our district is urban to suburban and transitions to rural in between. That means transportation needs vary across our territory. We maintain more than 12,000 road miles with a combined population of 550,000 people. We are surrounded by rivers, including the Potomac River, Rappahannock River, and York River. Around 70% of our district's population lives along the I-95 corridor in the Fredericksburg area. Around 150,000 vehicles a day travel I-95 in our district. The interstate is an engine for economic development locally and across the Commonwealth. Many distribution centers are located near our interchanges. Since doubling capacity on I-95 across the Rappahannock River and opening the 10-mile extension of the express lanes in 2023, we're moving more people and products than ever before. With the help of Virginia's Department of Rail and Public Transportation, we have more ride-sharing options near transit and in our commuter lots. OmniRide is now running out of both Route 17 in Stafford and Commonwealth Drive in Spotsylvania. Amtrak and Virginia Railway Express passenger trains pick up riders at stations in the Fredericksburg area, moving more people north and south in the I-95 corridor. When thinking of the Fredericksburg District, I-95, the city, and our rich history come to mind. However, we're more than that. Our boundaries touch the Tidewater area to Tappahannock and go east from Warsaw to Whitestone, now turning into tourist and recreational destinations. We operate 2 ferries in the Northern Neck, the Mary Point Ferry in Lancaster County and the Sunnybank Ferry in Northumberland. These are free rides that save travelers 20 minutes when compared with the available land route. We also maintain 5 fishing and recreational docks, including this one at Crane's Landing in Northumberland. With so much water to cross in coastal areas, we inspect and maintain more than 800 bridges and structures in the district. One of them, a movable bridge that connects Gwynn's Island to mainland Matthews County, opens 3,000 times a year, more than any other structure in the state. Two major bridge projects are in development in our district. Construction will begin in 2028 to replace the Robert O. Norris Jr. Bridge on Route 3 over the Rappahannock River, nearly a decade ahead of schedule. This nearly 2-mile-long special structure is a critical link for thousands of Virginians who rely on it every day. The new bridge will have substantially wider travel lanes, shoulders for emergency pullovers, and a higher rail. In the Fredericksburg area, design is underway to replace the superstructure of the Route 1 bridge over the Rappahannock River, also known as Falmouth Bridge. This bridge connects the city of Fredericksburg and Stafford County, carrying an average of 40,000 vehicles a day on this alternate route to I-95. Construction will include a separated shared use path and sidewalks. 3 military installations are located in the district: Marine Corps Base Quantico in Stafford, the Army's Fort A.P. Hill in Caroline County, and the Naval Surface Warfare Center Dahlgren Division in King George County. This Navy base along the Potomac River employs 4,600 scientists and support personnel. In the fall, we will begin several intersection improvement projects on Route 301 near the base. Funded through SMARTSCALE, these projects will enhance safety and mobility close to this major employer. To protect vulnerable road users, we've installed rectangular rapid flashing beacons with 7 now operational at intersections in Stafford and Spotsylvania to improve safety for all road users on major routes or ones close to schools and subdivisions. On Route 3 in Spotsylvania, new pedestrian crossings were added along the corridor. Statewide, VDOT's Customer Service Center had its busiest year in 2025 since 2018. In the Fredericksburg district alone, our staff contacted more than 16,000 customers. Delivering timely, clear, and excellent service reflects our commitment to maintaining the system Virginians depend on every day. Whether it's a pothole, a drainage issue, or a safety concern near someone's home, the way we respond directly shapes public trust. Our maintenance teams and customer service staff provide critical support to keep our existing transportation network safe and reliable. In the Fredericksburg District, transportation is not just roads, bridges, signs, and signals. It's about safety, time with family, and the trust people place in us to keep them moving. We work for the Commonwealth. That means we work for the common good, committed every day to our mission to keep Virginia moving. Welcome to
So once again, I'd like to thank Dara Fry for her all of her efforts on this video. I think she did a wonderful job. And unfortunately, we do not have time today to get you all out on a ferry ride, but if you ever get the opportunity to do so, I highly, highly recommend it. And again, welcome to Fredericksburg. I hope you have a enjoyable stay and a productive meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Henyon. I'd like to ask Ms. Sellers if she has any remarks she wants to make before we turn it over to the workshop agenda.
I'll keep it short, and like everybody said, welcome to Fredericksburg. Very happy to have you here. You'll hear a couple things about our national champion basketball team. You'll hear about the Falmouth Bridge. And then later today, we'll go and take you down into Spotsylvania County, which has really changed over the last, well, in my lifetime. Spotsylvania and the Massaponax area does not look the same as it did 10, 15 years ago. So we're going to show you some really good projects. A little bit of history to go to the 250th that we're also proud about here is you can't go many places around here without hearing about George Washington. Westmoreland County has some deep roots where he's born. And then when you come into Stafford County, his boyhood home there at Ferry Farm. So you walk around the city and you'll see a lot of history related to our first president and his family. So I hope you get the opportunity to walk around. It's a beautiful city this time of year. Everything's in bloom. And the birds were singing this morning while I was running. So if you do get a chance to go out, please do. And again, welcome.
Thank you so much. The first the first item on our workshop agenda is an update from the Fredericksburg Area MPO.
Hello, everybody. Is there a PowerPoint? Yeah, excellent. Thank you. Hi, my name is Will McIntosh. I'm a member of Fredericksburg City Council, and I'm the current chair of the FAMPO Policy Committee. FAMPO is the Fredericksburg Area Metropolitan Planning Organization. It covers the city of Fredericksburg, Stafford County, and Spotsylvania County. Thank you. Just to give you a quick update on some of the things that we're working on here regionally as part of FAMPO. The first thing that I want to talk about that I'm particularly proud of is the way that we've been working on developing our collaborative culture as a regional planning organization for the Fredericksburg region. This has been a real conscious effort over the last couple of years to develop a sort of a regional approach to these questions, right? To identify transportation challenges that have regional implications, and to focus the efforts of FAMPO on those challenges, regardless of which jurisdiction they're actually in, right? So Goodwill now characterizes the meetings, right, and our relationship with the George Washington Regional Commission. We work very closely with VDOT district staff, leveraging communication and shared knowledge to benefit the region, right? And our focus is really to address those transportation challenges that address the needs of the district, or of the FAMPO region as a whole. We've also been particularly focused on building up our public outreach and public input efforts. There's never been so much opportunity for residents of the FAMPO region to be involved. Our public survey participation rate has been growing thanks to a focused effort on outreach to get input. Our most recent public survey, we had over 1,000 respondents, 1,070 or something like that, which for a district the size of FAMPO's, I think is a very impressive response rate. We've been hosting a wide array of public meetings around the district. We get out into all parts of the district to host public meetings about projects that FAMPO is working on. And our Citizen Transportation Advisory Committee, our CTAC, is very active, has a seat on our board, and brings active input and feedback and ideas to the policy committee on a regular basis. We are identifying regionally significant projects, like I said, to integrate our transportation network across the region. We are working currently on a complete streets plan. It's under development for the urbanized part of our region, and that plan is going to develop a list of projects to enhance the bicycle and pedestrian usage and safety on the streets in the urbanized parts of the FAMPO area. We continue work on, and you're going to hear about this from me a number of times, a multi-year, multi-jurisdiction plan for a bike ped network, integrating the former Virginia Central Railway Trail, linking it to other bike and ped facilities across the region. Thanks to your support in previous rounds of SMARTSCALE, we are building out pieces of this network, and we are eager to make sure that those pieces of the network get increasingly integrated in the future. Similarly, with our roadways, we're identifying missing links in our roadway system that are going to make our highways, our road network function more effectively into the future. As you all probably know, the Fredericksburg region has been the fastest growing region in the Commonwealth of Virginia for something like 25 years. And that the transformation that we see here, the growth means that we have sort of an older road network that dates to our history as a more rural area. And that leaves lots of gaps in the network as we grow in population and in traffic. So we're very focused on taking that older, more characteristically rural road network and building it out into a more urban and suburban road network that will meet our needs as the fastest growing region in Virginia. I want to talk about a couple of example projects of how we're looking to fulfill that vision of interconnection and network completion. Like I said a moment ago, we've done a study to figure out how to get the VCR trail, one of our signature best off-road bike ped trails across I-95 to connect segments of that trail that exist both in the city of Fredericksburg and in Spotsylvania County that are currently disconnected from each other. As I also mentioned a moment ago, we've had a number of funded SMARTSCALE projects that expand the local bike ped network, connecting Spotsylvania County through the city of Fredericksburg along US 1, right? And of course, also across the river between the city of Fredericksburg and Stafford County, first with the Chatham Bridge that, with your support, we reopened back in 2021. And now, again, thanks to your support, with the planned Falmouth Bridge reconstruction that is going to include another important node in that network. FAMPO has recently completed a river crossing and parkway study connecting communities of across the region in the city, in Stafford County, and also in Spotsylvania County to the west of 95. And this is part of a larger regional project to complete a western road network. One of the challenges of this region, of course, is that 95 is the major north-south link connecting our communities. And 95, of course, is congested and at capacity. So we're very focused on finding ways for local folks to move north and south around our region without getting on 95. Of course, east of 95, we have US 1 that does that, but we have no integrated network connection to the west of 95, connecting some of the fastest growing parts of our region. So we have just completed a study about building another river crossing west of 95 to complete this western network. As part of that effort, we are studying a proposed mall court connector to link Central Park in the city of Fredericksburg to the Spotsylvania Mall in Spotsylvania County. It's another critical piece of this, building this western network connector to connect all our jurisdictions together. We're also in the planning process, just in the beginning planning process of thinking about a possible additional crossing over the Rappahannock River to the east of the city of Fredericksburg, connecting the New Post area in Spotsylvania County to the Kings Highway in Stafford County. So we were just very beginning to have those conversations about potentially another eastern connector too. We received a grant from DRPT back in 2021 and 2022 to complete a regional east-west mobility study, right? So much of the infrastructure emphasis in our region is focused on moving folks north and south, in and out of the region, particularly north into DC, but also south into Richmond. So we've done some work thinking about what are the east-west connections we need to build to enhance that focus on our north-south travel routes. We have received a forestry department grant together with the George Washington Regional Commission for a greenways study that's resulting in a greenways plan for both urban and rural bike ped pathways. We've gotten successive Safe Streets for All grant awards, which produced, as I said a moment ago, a comprehensive safety action plan and safety audits on our roadways that have safety challenges. And we've recently submitted a federal build grant to complete the NEPA study for our river crossing and parkway to the west of 95. So we are trying to push that project forward as quickly as we can, including reaching out for federal resources. In terms of SMARTSCALE, this region has had some successes, right? Working together with the George Washington Regional Commission, FAMPO has succeeded in achieving wins in all rounds of SMARTSCALE thus far, with grants totaling approximately $280 million, including the southbound I-95 Rappahannock River Crossing Bridge. And we are again this year submitting for FAMPO and for GWRC projects for your consideration. I think that is particular interest to FAMPO and to this region that we're looking to SMARTSCALE for help with those bike ped projects, and we're interested in conversations about the SMARTSCALE formula and how that we might in future years better be able to use the SMARTSCALE system to serve what is, I think, a really critical need in this community, which is bike ped and other kinds of connections. We're working with DRPT, VRP, PA and the VRE on upgrades of train stations in our region, which includes both regional and local funding contributions as part of this Transforming Rail in Virginia program. This is something that we very much believe in the FAMPO region, and we've shown our interest in in enhancing rail transit in our region by putting local dollars on the table for some of these projects. So if the Fredericksburg station has just completed a major upgrade with longer platforms, new information screens, signage, new access points for commuters. So we're very happy about the spiffy new enhancements to the Fredericksburg station. The Leland Road VRE station upgrade is about to commence with longer platforms, improved parking, and bike ped accessibility improvements. The Potomac Creek third track and bridge replacement project has begun, right, which is a complement to those Leland station upgrades, and the Brook Road station in Stafford County upgrade is in the planning stage. So we're very focused on how we can help and support VRE in enhancing service in our region. We have some remaining challenges, which I'm sure you'll hear about a lot today. Of course, I-95 remains a challenge, which is news, I'm sure, to none of you who joined us here in Fredericksburg from around the Commonwealth today. The northbound and southbound bridges and additional through lanes have very much improved traffic getting across the Rappahannock River. But the merge point, which has moved further south onto the border of the city of Fredericksburg and Spotsylvania County, the merge between around Route 3, exit 130, causes a backup during peak periods, right? So that choke point has moved further south, and we need to work on that. As I said a moment ago, at FAMPO, we're very focused on separating local transportation from 95 and providing alternatives for folks to get around the region without using 95. Freight has become an issue of increasing concern in the region. Freight moving on 95 from north of the Occoquan River to points south of Spotsylvania is significant and has grown by rapid percentages since 2020 and 2021. So this is something that we're paying attention to as a future challenge, which is how do we address the growing volumes of freight traffic on 95, in working with our partners at CSX to see what we can do to get some of that freight traffic off 95 and onto rail. But I think really to achieve that goal, we're going to need to find additional funding to complete the third rail through Stafford County and particularly through the city of Fredericksburg to unlock both additional VRE capacity and I think critically unlock additional freight capacity to help move some of that freight off of 95 and take some of that pressure off the highway. So that's a big challenge that we're looking forward to is how do we identify funding to complete that third track work, and particularly I think in one of the most challenging parts of that project, which is figuring out how to get that third track through the city of Fredericksburg. So we look towards the future, right? The region is like I said, more integrated than before. We're working together better than we have before, and we're looking to take on bigger projects than we have ever before. Connecting road segments, river crossings, new transit commute options, additional commute buses, right? Having OmniRide in our region has been really a game changer for a lot of our folks. Supporting VRE in their work to grow their capacity and to create bi-directional service, evening and weekend service, supporting all the great work that you're doing at the Commonwealth, building up state-supported Amtrak routes, which are a critical lifeline for folks in this community. As the mayor mentioned a moment ago, in the city of Fredericksburg, we're doing a lot of work to think about how we might enhance FXB Go as the local transit option and do the work to integrate it better with VRE, with OmniRide, with the other transit services that exist in our region to turn our transit network into more of a functioning and coherent network together. We're focused again on those small connecting road segments where you get a lot of bang for your buck, right? Where you're linking together existing parts of our network in ways that unlock a lot of capacity relative to the cost and scale of the project. So things like the Mall Court connector between the city and Spotsylvania County, the Enon Road connector in Stafford County connecting Enon Road to Centerport Parkway, unlocking that mobility west of 95. Those bike and ped connections, like the one that you guys have graciously funded across the Falmouth Bridge, but also the VCR trail connecting the city into Spotsylvania County. What this new river crossing, right, is a big project for a region our size to take on, but I think it's one that's really critical to unlocking a lot of network capacity in the Fredericksburg region. So this is a big lift for us in a region our size, but one that we're very committed to and very excited about. A future I-95 interchange at Harrison Road between Route 3 and Route 1, I think would relieve a lot of congestion problems on our local road network. So that's something that's a big challenge to add a new exit on 95, but one that we're willing to take up. And additional collaboration, like we said, with our neighboring counties, our neighboring MPOs and PDCs, right, to contribute to the greater transportation good all up and down the I-95 corridor. And I'd be remiss if I didn't end with one little bit of a brag right here, since we are here at the University of Mary Washington, and what an exciting moment this is for Fredericksburg that we are hosting the National Men's Basketball Championship here. So this is an exciting moment for us all around. Thank you guys for your time and attention. Thanks for taking the time to come to Fredericksburg and learn about our transportation challenges and our transportation opportunities. And I hope you have a great and productive session over the next couple of days. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. McIntosh. Are there any questions from members of the board? Comments? Mr. Mincho?
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. One thing that's great when the board moves around the Commonwealth, we have a chance to talk to local officials such as you and the mayor, and always have a chance to soak in some local input. And I'm curious about the concept of a upstream of Interstate 95 bridge on the Rappahannock. I know that Fredericksburg has a very robust conservation community that cares about that river. And I know there's probably about 1,000 vehicle trips a day who see the red lights if they're northbound on Interstate 95 and they turn west on Route 3 thinking there's got to be a bridge there. And they're sadly mistaken that there isn't one, at least until you get near Culpeper. So I'm curious, how would the greater community think about that bridge upstream, and where do you think the best place for that bridge crossing, either the Rappahannock or the Rapidan, would be the best place to put it? And I'm not going to hold you to it, just
Sure.
as a chance to just pick up with your local insight.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you for that question. I think, west of 95 is where we're seeing the most rapid population growth in our region. And that, so the river is a really big impediment there, that folks moving between Stafford County and then between the city of Fredericksburg and Spotsylvania are having to travel east on our east-west road network and then get on either 95 or US 1 to cross the river and then head west again. And that's creating a lot of congestion, both on 95 and on the local, on US 1, because it's essentially a choke point between the two fastest growing parts of our region, which is Spotsylvania and Stafford west of 95. FAMPO has just completed a study, right, a river crossing study. We have identified a preliminary route connecting Celebrate Virginia Parkway in Stafford County with Carl D. Silver or Gordon W. Shelton in Fredericksburg, in the city of Fredericksburg, in the Central Park region. I think the thought is that it makes sense to keep that bridge closer into the more populated parts of the region rather than pushing it further west, because that's where the most vehicle demand, right, that's where the most travel demand is. When doing the studies, right, it's really folks moving between the populated parts of South Stafford County and destinations like the mall and Central Park and the hospitals and the university south of the river. So that's really where the most demand is relatively close to the city. And I think that is, and we're conscious of not wanting to induce further sprawl to the west, right? So it makes sense to keep the bridge relatively close. So this preliminary study has just begun to think about these routes. And we've applied for this federal build grant for the NEPA study, which is going to address a lot of the issues that you raised in the beginning of your comment, the environmental issues, the historic issues, because you are correct, right? We are very proud here of our conservation easements along the Rappahannock River upstream of the city. And so part of the NEPA process is going to be how can we do this in a way that is most contextually sensitive to those environmental concerns and to also the historic resources concerns in that area, right? There's a lot of archaeological sites and that kind of thing upriver. So we are hopeful of getting this federal build grant, which will allow us to really dig into that question of, if we need this new connection, how can we do it in a way that most carefully respects the region's very deep environmental and historical commitments to the Rappahannock Valley.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Smoot?
Mr. Secretary, thank you. As I think everyone recognizes, the I-95 corridor south to Fredericksburg and the I-66 corridor west to just past Manassas is served by both VRE and Amtrak. Is there a schedule that one can readily go to that shows the train service provided by both of these entities in one place?
I believe the VRE schedule includes Amtrak trains that are within the kind of commuting service window, and there is a step-up ticket, right? They have a relationship with each other where you can step up to an Amtrak train. Part of our station upgrades is an enhanced signage system, enhanced system of screens that has, so if you're at the station, that information is available in real time to folks on the platform, including sort of train delays, on-time information. So that those two, if at our station, part of these upgrades is that it allows us to present both VRE and Amtrak schedules and data in an integrated way.
Yes, and I would imagine another challenge is that some Amtrak trains require reservations.
Mm-hmm.
So one could go to the station without a reservation and watch the Amtrak train go through and you could not get on it, which is a capacity issue rather than a scheduling matter.
Absolutely. We absolutely have a rail capacity issue. I think with this with the Long Bridge project underway in DC, and with the third track work working its way down towards our region, I think that the capacity that it's going to unlock both for more VRE service and for more Amtrak service, residents in this region will absolutely take advantage of that. And I think particularly one thing we've seen since COVID is that the older commuting patterns of folks living in Fredericksburg headed north in the morning, headed south in the evening. There's still lots of folks who are doing that, but that is less and less of the dominant movement pattern within our region. So I think we are very much looking forward to VRE's plans to include bidirectional service. We have folks now living north and commuting down into Fredericksburg, and also weekend service, because there are a lot of people here who are traveling north to take advantage of recreational or cultural opportunities in the DC area, and are sitting in traffic on 95 on the weekends too. So having that weekend service is going to be really transformational here. Yeah.
Yeah, and Mr. Smoot, you raise a fair point. With the Long Bridge construction underway, when it becomes complete, the way rail service functions, particularly in the 95 corridor, is going to change pretty significantly. And so I think you're flagging some issues that I saw Director Zimmerman taking some notes on. So I know we'll be bringing some of these back to the board, because what we really have to do is plan for today so that when that is complete, we can maximize our ability to take advantage of it and not be working on some of those coordination and other types of issues then to make sure that travelers really are able to take advantage of some of those new services. Are there any other questions for Mr. McIntosh? Ms. Sellers?
I have a comment. FAMPO has done a really great job of getting along better. FAMPO's been known over the years, probably throughout the state, of just not getting along. Points in time where member jurisdictions would leave and ruin quorums and shouting matches and very contentious conversations, particularly over the Rappahannock River crossing and different things. And so you guys have done a really good job improving relationships and coming together as a region. FAMPO and GWRC was also one of the MPO and regions that would say, here, this jurisdiction take this applications, and we'll submit them under FAMPO and GWRC, and we are seeing that change. So you guys are doing a really great job, and I hope you continue doing it, and we don't go back to those days of shouting matches. It was not fun to be on FAMPO at that time, or PRTC for that matter. So those two organizations have really done a good job, and I congratulate you on that. So.
I appreciate that, Ms. Sellers. It's been a real focus, and it's all about keeping our eye on the ball, which is projects of regional significance that are going to unlock capacity across the region. It's about keeping our eye on that ball. Yep.
Congratulations, because that river crossing has come up before and really, really did just kill relationships across the region, as you guys know. So, and a great job of navigating that and threading the needle to Mr. Minshew's question, because it's highly contentious of where that bridge goes and what it connects, because of the potential for growth in the areas and the historical and natural resources. So he did a great job threading that needle.
Thank you. Thank you.
At least you don't have Maryland to deal with.
Oh, yes, we do. It's called the Nice Bridge.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. McIntosh.
Thank you, Secretary Donahue and members of the CTB. Thank you.
Board members, I was just taking a look at the agenda here and taking a look at, who's going to be here today and tomorrow. And so I'm going to propose a few minor changes to the workshop agenda with your indulgence. So Ms. Pryor has the pleasure of being with us both today and tomorrow, while some of the other folks who are later in the agenda do not have that same pleasure. And so I'm going to ask that we push her two presentations to Wednesday, which she is learning as I say this now. And then similarly, as we do have I know Deputy Secretary Schul reached out to, I believe, each of you in the interim between last meeting and this meeting, but we do have an action item on a SMARTSCALE change, and so I wanted to make sure that she presented on that today so that you had a chance to kind of reflect upon that before the vote tomorrow. So we'll be moving her slightly up in the agenda. Otherwise, I think we'll be kind of proceeding as it laid out, but I just wanted to note those two tweaks as we kind of move forward today. And so with that, Mr. Short, I'd ask that you come up and do the revenue sharing presentation.
Mr. Secretary, members of the board, I am pleased to share with you the revenue sharing project selections for this year. Today, I'll provide a review of and summary of the application intake process, the board allocation policy, selections, and some next steps, and certainly available to answer your questions. So first, the revenue sharing program is an immensely popular initiative for localities and grant opportunity, in that they generally use this program to support projects that are of local importance, and it's an alternative to the SMARTSCALE funding program. This slide provides some background information. Revenue sharing is a 50-50 state aid program that operates on a biennial application cycle with an allocation in even calendar years and a call for applications in odd years. The fact that it's all state aid and exempt from most federal requirements is partly what makes this program so popular with localities. Allocations are provided this year in program years of year 3 and 4 of the 6-year program. Localities are limited to $5 million in requests per year. So per application cycle, $10 million per application cycle, and no project, single project can get more than $10 million in matching revenue sharing funds. Allocations are distributed in accordance with priorities set by Virginia Code, which is a little bit of a nuance. It's one of the few programs that has a high connectivity to Virginia Code. It's legislated. So those follow in the following order. First, allocations are distributed to projects which already have revenue sharing funds, revenue sharing allocations. Second, allocations are then made to projects that are included in VTrans and identified as a need. We work with our friends at the Office of Intermodal Planning and Investment to make that determination, or a project that accelerates a project within a locality's capital improvement plan. Third, any maintenance project that addresses a significant pavement or bridge rehabilitation. And then lastly, a project which otherwise is eligible but isn't included in either of the first 3 priorities. Just as a refresher, from speaking to predecessors and their predecessors, it's been some time since we've gotten to step 3 or step 4, so just to say that out loud. If funds are depleted prior to completing funding, If funds are depleted prior to completing funding all projects within a priority, any remaining funds may be prorated within that priority or allocated as otherwise directed by this board.
Mr. Short, a quick point of clarification. Are those tiers set out in statute, or are those set out in the policy adopted by this body?
A little bit of both. So the process is laid out in the guidance, but largely associated with code. Thank you. So this application cycle began in April of 2025 and ended in September 25. We had 148 eligible applications submitted from 54 separate localities. 0 were screened out during our evaluation. However, 3 localities withdrew 1 application each because that application had been funded through a different VDOT initiative and program, grant program. Here we provided down the request by allocation priority. We had just had about the same amount of requests for existing projects as we did for new. Again, localities' cumulative requests per application cycle are capped at 10 million, and individual revenue sharing allocations are capped at 10 million with the maximum amount of state matching funds that could be allocated to a single revenue sharing projects. 8 localities requested a maximum of 10 million over the 2 fiscal years, and 11 others requested less than 10 million but more than 8. In terms of actual dollars, we screened in project requests totaling about $262 million. This table breaks down the total application requests by district. Nova localities requested the most funding, followed by Hampton Roads District and Richmond District. There we go. Back here. It's acting wild on me. Okay. Let me go back. That's what I want to be on. This application, we had $239 million to allocate. $39 million of that came from our deallocation process. I would just offer up that I'm really, really proud of our staff and local assistance division. We've, over the last couple of years, really been very proactive about looking for opportunities to reclaim balances and projects that we're not advancing, so advancing super cancellations. And that has really allowed our opportunity to again, bring an additional $39 million in deallocation funds for this round. So we're very proud of that. This slide shows how the funds are planned to be distributed this year. We did not have enough allocation to fully fund all of the priority 2 requests. So according to our proration process, we're providing up to $1 million to the locality, to each locality for their priority 2 projects. And this results in 33 priority 2 applications being fully funded at about $12.6 million. 49 priority 2 applications are being partially funded at that prorated amount of 83%, which totals about $118.2 million. And if localities submitted multiple priority 2 projects, then their applications are funded based on the locality's ranking submitted with their application. So when we take those applications in, we ask the applicant community to share. If they submit 8, which one would you like funded first? And we try to make the math work to the best of our ability. Again, the proration process funds at 100% the first 1 million of each locality request, and then prorates the rest evenly. This allows for smaller projects to be fully funded, while larger requests can get started with prorated allocations and then become eligible for priority 1 allocations in the next cycle. Again, as I mentioned, we had no funding available to allocate and make available for priority 3 or priority 4. Allocations this cycle will be available for in FY 29 and 30. Again, years 3 and 4 of the 6-year program. I did want to call your attention to the 49 prorated projects this round. We're currently reviewing some data regarding this pool of and the historic legacy pool of partially funded projects and their impact to the overall integrity and health of the revenue sharing program. We intend to socialize some policy changes for the board to consider later this year.
And Mr. Short, just to add a little bit on there, The revenue sharing program is a very, very popular program among your jurisdictions. I'm sure some of you have heard about that in the past from localities and others in your districts. I will say it's also a program where we've had a little bit of issues in terms of spend rate. And so, during the COVID pandemic, when revenues were pretty uncertain and we had to do some, I'll call it financial gymnastics to balance the program in the face of those uncertainties in terms of tax revenues, we had, I think it was several years worth of revenue sharing money that was in previous years that was unexpended. So what I mean by that is we had hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue sharing money that was had been allocated for a number of years but remained unspent. We borrowed the money at that time with the idea that we would then make folks whole in the future, which we did do, which is why revenue sharing is now pushed into the middle 2 years, or the years 3 and 4, of the 6-year improvement program. I think what Mr. Short is alluding, and I'm trying to be explicit about, is that we are concerned some of the same things are starting to happen, and we're also concerned that maybe the way the tiers and policies are set up are contributing to that. And so there was some discussion initially about whether or not we should make some changes in this round. I thought that was premature, as we hadn't socialized that with you guys or local governments. And so what we want to do this fall, before any future rounds of applications kind of come in, and as locals plan for how the program might work, is to bring back some data so we can have some discussions with you all about how we want this program to work in the future and whether or not the way it's structured currently is kind of meeting our objectives. I think we're all, for all local governments listening to me, we're all very supportive of this program, and what we want to do is just make sure that we are getting the money in the hands of folks who are then putting it to use in those kind of jurisdictions. Because again, inflation is not our friend, and so we need to be getting these dollars out and into the street for work, so to speak. And so Mr. Short's going to be coming back with some items for your consideration in deliberation this fall, but we do recommend moving forward this round with the policy kind of as it is established, so that, again, that our local stakeholders understand how the rules work for this round.
Mr. Secretary?
Mr. Lawson.
Mr. Short, can you explain how the prorated works? Because I was always taught that when you submit a project, there's got to be connectability, although sometimes we do them in segments and so on. But if I'm at 83%, does that mean I'm not connected? I'm 83% there, or the scale of it gets shrunk down so that it works, and then we'll expand the road later, or what does that mean?
So the 83% of the requested amount is available. And so cycle after cycle, that is not a fixed number. It's indicative of the balance of the portfolio of not yet funded projects under priority 2. So in years past, that prorated amount has been 25%, 30%. So localities that applied for $1 million got $300,000, and those funds. So then they're in priority 2, and they're kind of queued up for the next application round, because now as an existing revenue sharing project, they're all but guaranteed to get funding under priority 1. We have a really inordinate amount of cancellations on partially funded projects, which is one of the aspects that the Secretary was alluding to, that we want to very much have a conversation with you about, because it's because of the staggered nature of the revenue sharing allocations in year 3. It's not uncommon to see partial funded projects receive fundings in year 3. They come back and they apply in year 3, right, for the next application round. Then that funding is available in year 5, and have now eaten into inflation, the value of the dollar, by 5-6 years before the project is even started. And then folks start looking at their local contribution, and they go, well, now it's outpriced. It's cost us out. So then we start getting all these cancellations and encumbered cash. Yeah.
Thank you.
So let's talk in actual numbers here, Mr. Lawson, to your point. So we have 239 million. 108, let's just say, so I don't screw up the math as I talk out loud, goes to priority 1. That means after that, we have basically 111 million left over. We give $1 million to each of the 82 projects in tier priority 2, which then leaves us with 49 million. That allows us to fund the remaining requests up to 83%, which, said differently, those all was 58 million. So that means we're kind of placing these remaining 49 projects in a place where they're going to have to wait an extra year to understand that full funding commitment before they can move forward. over $8 million. And I think a question we want to discuss with you guys in the future is, should we find a way to just fully fund within this second priority and have some people unfunded so that less people are at risk of inflation and some of that uncertainty that this current structure creates? For everyone listening, I'm not saying we know what the answer is now. What I'm saying is we believe it is worth having a discussion at this body and in public prior to the next round to kind of have that discussion, because we think it is unhelpful for a quantum of money, where we're talking about literally $9 million, we're putting a bunch of people, 49 people that is, in a place where they are partially funded and cannot necessarily move forward. And so it's just I think a very valid discussion to have, because a different choice, which we're not making, or we're not recommending you make, excuse me, is we could have, for example, said, we're gonna fully fund of these remaining 49, 40. And 9, we can't wait to see you next round, right? That's very unfortunate for those 9 people, but it's much better for the other 40. And again, that is a policy decision, and you are a policy board, and so we can't wait to have that policy discussion with you this fall. Yes, ma'am.
I think when we're having that discussion, we need to think about how the localities have used revenue sharing over time, and you've heard me say it. This is one of the better, it used to be, currently it's different, but when I was a member of the Board of Supervisors, this was a program that we could receive state funds for a project that came up that we hadn't planned for. And so how does that happen? Well, it typically happens because the developer comes in and says, I've had this project on the books for 25 years, and now we're gonna build it out. And so they have this much money to put towards a project, the county can put so much money towards the project, and then the state we could leverage revenue sharing funding for that. How it's structured today does not allow the locality to do that. And Spotsylvania was very good at this when I was a member of the board, and would talk to all of us in the region and say, make sure you're using your revenue sharing money, because that's how you build some of these projects. And when we get down into the Massaponax area and you see some of these very large neighborhoods that have come up over the years, revenue sharing has helped them build these projects. Revenue sharing in Stafford County, and I represented the Garrisonville district, we used it to build sidewalk projects where we had proffer money. We had a sidewalk project that we needed, and we could go get the revenue sharing. Today, it changes. So I have wondered with Mr. Short before are some of the problems that we're seeing created because of changes in policy, where we changed the revenue sharing to make it this SMARTSCALE, DGP, HPP process-like thing, and now we've created a problem, and could we go back to the revenue sharing program as it was 10 years ago? Because that did work for localities. It did allow them, and me at the time, to leverage revenue sharing and proffer dollars, and whatever else the developer brought to the table. So it really was a great program, and today, I'm not sure if it is. It's just another one of those that come in the 6-year program, and we watch it not be fully funded. But so I'd love to have that conversation of also taking it back to where it was.
Well, thank you, Ms. Sellers. And Mr. Short, I think you just heard part of what your presentation this fall needs to cover, is the history of this program and the changes in it. I want to stress some of those were legislatively driven and some are policy driven. So there's going to be, you are a policy board that operates within the statutory framework of the Assembly. And so, Ms. Sellers, I don't know exactly which of those changes you're referring to. So I just want to acknowledge they may be in policy, which we control, or they may be in statute, which we do not. But we will certainly bring back all of those items for the discussion this fall. Thank you, Mr. Short. Oh, apologies. Any other questions for Mr. Short before he retires from the podium?
I got a couple more slides,
Oh.
just to give you the next steps.
Kind of felt like we had reached that concluding part. My apologies.
Sorry. So this table breaks down the funding by district. Same song, different verse. Nova localities received the most funding. Hampton Roads, followed by Hampton Roads and Richmond. 143 projects receiving funding of the 148 screened in. And again, 5 projects not funded under 3 and 4 steps. I always like this chart because it just really kind of gives you the lay of the land on one, reinforcing the popularity of the program, but also the diversity of the types of projects that we're seeing being applied for across the spectrum. So hopefully that is interesting for you all. Regarding next steps, selected projects will be included in the draft 6-year improvement program and then socialized as part of the upcoming spring meetings, after which projects will be added to the 6-year program for the board's review and approval in June. And lastly, as I mentioned, and we've talked about, we're currently working on some policy enhancements for the program that we intend to bring back to you later this year. So with that, are there any additional questions?
And now that we've actually completed the presentations, are there any additional questions for Mr. Short? Seeing none, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Next, we have Mr. Trogdon, and I want to note here, guys, this is an item that was on the consent agenda. We had a request to present it, so we then brought it into the workshop item. So again, just with our new process, just kind of flagging for you each, as you see that consent agenda items, if there's something on there that you would like to be discussed, all you have to do is email Carol, and this is kind of the process that will happen there, and we'll discuss it. So again, really appreciate everyone working with us as we kind of work through this new structure. Mr. Trogdon.
Good morning. Thanks for the opportunity to be here. I have to continue the Mary Washington Love Fest for a second. Mayor, I spent 4 years here as well, and had a great time. And I must admit, I thought it was the women that probably won the championship, because the best sport when I was here was mothers rugby, and that's not a intercollegiate. So congratulations. I'm here real quickly to talk about something I think is probably the first time we've encountered this, but we were looking to extend some funding from the IOEP program for a route that is high performing. So I'll talk real quickly about that and then cede the floor to someone, to Dr. Schneider. First of all, just a little, this thing is pretty quick. First of all, just for you that all may not know about OmniRide, it is part of the Potomac and Rappahannock Transportation Commission, which I'm going to steal Dr. Schneider's line and tell you neither does our service touch the Potomac nor the Rappahannock, but we are where we are. So, and of the PRTC, there are 6 member jurisdictions you can see there. It's just in this area here. So they have local bus routes in addition to express and commuter bus routes. We are here to talk about some commuter bus routes today. And they run all the way from even a little further south from here all the way up to the core in DC. And it's very apropos that we were talking about that 95 is still experiencing some problems. So this is certainly something that's meant to help alleviate that. And so, okay. Next, a little bit about IOEP. It was, that's in code. But then CTB has also adopted policies to govern the program. And so this particular service we're talking about today is part of the I-95 corridor enhancement program, or corridor improvement program, excuse me, which was adopted in June 2021. And so, I'm sorry, and yeah, the policy was adopted in June 21. The actual corridor improvement program was adopted in September. And so by the time everything came around and demand started to come back up from the pandemic, as well as remote work policies and such, OmniRide was able to use the funding that was programmed in that CIP to start these 3 routes as of December 23. So the policy that was adopted, and you see it in your agenda, is that we only provide 3 years of operating initially, and then that could be extended if the route is high performing. So a little bit about that as well. We do find, our recommendation is that we do find that the IOEP service on the I-95 corridor with PRTC has far exceeded what it was forecasted to at the time, carrying now over 800 passengers per day on the 3 routes that are funded by IOEP funds. And so also there is some money remaining here just to also reinforce. There's no additional funding that's being asked for here, just to extend funding that's already been programmed. And part of that is due to PRTC was able to find some efficiencies in their capital and use some existing buses, although there do need to be here in the near future some buses purchased to continue to run these high-performing routes. So no new funding, just in the remaining funds that are already programmed. I think you have some of that information in your agenda. And so a little bit more, and again, we'll have Dr. Schneider up here in a second, but also just some stats about the IOEP routes. You see they've helped to increase the ridership. There's been, return to work, don't return to work, pandemic stuff. So they've been able to adjust and have been very flexible and, have been very attuned to the needs of the workers, commuters. So in fiscal year 25, came back around to where They were in 2019 with over 2 million riders. So, and this CIP was also put together with data from back around that time. So you can see that luckily we're getting back to some pre-pandemic times. So lastly, just to clearly state, our recommendation is that, given under the policy, this 3 years will expire in December of '26. We think it would be in the best interest of the Commonwealth to extend this, just using the remaining funding to continue to help in that I-95 corridor. And you do have that ability if the board so chooses. With that, Mr. Secretary, if I could ask Bob Snyder to come up, it'd be my pleasure to introduce the Chief Executive, PRTC, Dr. Snyder, to tell you a little bit more about it and see if y'all have any questions. Sir, I guess we can.
Morning, Dr. Schneider. How are you?
Good morning. Very well. Thank you all. Great to see you all. Honored to be here. One of the things that we value is that these are not just what we tend to think of as tax dollars. These are not tax dollars. These are user fees. Because ultimately, so much of this is paid for through the concessionaires agreement, the work we do through the commuter choice program, et cetera. These are people opting in, just like as we collect fares. You take the same business model with this corridor. You take the same approach to utilize, whether it's HOV3 to reduce your traffic congestion, whether people are able to use their out-of-pocket or their Smart Trips money, Smart Benefits money to ride transit, et cetera. This is one of those things that it doesn't have that direct impact on the taxpayer. It's an opt-in service. We are thrilled to do it. We've, again, we have 5 different routes operating in this immediate corridor, but I'd be remiss if I didn't also take the opportunity to thank you for what you do on I-66. We have very similar ridership on I-66, and we have routes that go all the way to Front Royal. We have service out of Warrenton, and we will soon be applying, hint, hint, for Culpeper extension. So the reality is that we want to connect communities to the larger employment access areas while still giving people the opportunity to live where they want. We meet people where they are, we deliver the services, we are in the community. We have a 1,500 square mile service area, and people recognize us when we're in their community. So we're thankful, we appreciate the hard work. Again, we really focus on cheeks and seats. We don't believe in empty buses. We really work hard to fill those, and our capacity is fantastic. So one of the things we're very excited about is to continue this type of service and continue to improve the corridor and be there for DRPT. One of the things that we are also exceptionally proud of, when a new corridor is opened, and the programs that we have with DRPT, we have service on the street within 14 days. And that's really hard to do when you have to organize routes and trips and public hearings and think of all the logistics you must do to have this meeting. Imagine we must do to train drivers, have them on the ready. So it's a long-standing relationship and partnership, and we are thrilled and honored to be able to do it. If there's any questions, I'm more than happy to stand for them, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Dr. Schneider. Do we have any questions? And so is this on the action for tomorrow? So this is currently in the consent agenda for tomorrow. We had this presentation. Are folks comfortable with this item remaining in the consent agenda for the action meeting, or would like to remove it? Silent on my part, and so we're going to leave it there. Are there any questions for Mr. Schneider, Dr. Schneider, Mr. Minshew?
One, Dr. Snyder, Mr. Secretary, we don't have a biennial budget yet. I'm just curious, is this funding dependent upon a new biennial budget that'll kick in hopefully on July the 1st being approved, or is funding already there?
Mr. Minshew, what I'm hearing is I believe this funding is actually previously allocated in years of the Interstate Operations Enhancement Program. I do want to stress the 6-year program that we're talking about, the draft one, is fully contingent on future appropriations. While I'm not going to predict when we have a budget, I will say that we have never not had a budget in the Commonwealth, and I don't think that's going to be changing this fiscal year, but these dollars are from previous fiscal years. And so again, this should be putting money that's already been appropriated in the bank to use.
Thank you.
I'll make a comment on this. I rode not one of these 3, but a sister route 942 from Stafford up to the Pentagon for almost 5 years. This did not exist 10 years ago. This is a relatively new program and continues to grow. In our region, the way you commuted to get north was through slugging, and you literally put your life in your own hands or really in somebody else's. And I tell the story that I started to take the bus because I was tracking how fast we were going in a car that I didn't know the driver's name, and it was 101 miles an hour. And I thought, this person's going to kill me, and I don't even know who they are. And so I started taking the bus. And so excellent service. Some of the newer buses even have Wi-Fi, so you can start your workday on the bus. Door-to-door service from VDOT commuter lots, really right to the Pentagon if that's where you're going. So these are excellent services here, and thank you for all that you guys are doing.
And just one thing to notice, because we've talked a lot about the 95 corridor today, like with the Fredericksburg extension of the express lanes, with this IOEP funding, as well as with the commuter choice funds from the toll revenues there, we have now created new ways of moving people in this part of the region further up into Northern Virginia that didn't exist 10 years ago, as Ms. Sellers said. I hate to hear about your experience slugging. I will say we still have lots of people successfully slugging in this corridor. And just kind of one thing that we'll be talking about later this fall as we start to get into the IOP, the express lanes of the 95 corridor, there's 3 of those lanes. During rush hour, those 3 lanes move more people, almost twice as many people, as the 4 general purpose lanes. And the reason they do that is service like this, van pools and carpooling. And so these types of services are what really help us maximize the person throughput of those express lane corridors to help us move more people and continue to grow kind of within the footprint that we have available to use. So these are really, really important services that are out there. And again, leveraging some of the assets that we've all collectively worked to put in place over the last decade. Thank you, Mr. Stroggen. Thank you, Dr. Schneider. So folks, next we're going to move to presentation 7 by Mr. Cole. We're then going to go to Ms. Brubaker, followed by Ms. Schul, and then we're going to go back to the 6-year improvement program presentation from the Department of Rail and Public Transportation. Mr. Cole, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Secretary, members of the board. I'm Mark Cole with VDOT's Traffic Operations Division. Glad to be with you today to talk about our highway safety investment plan and to provide a status update. So the purpose of the presentation is to give you an update on the Virginia Highway Safety Improvement Program and the plan that we've put in place to support it. And this will provide a foundation for future updates to the board about our investment strategy that will eventually be adopted by the CTB. So we're going to cover the Virginia Highway Safety Improvement Program. We're going to talk about project types, funding, and implementation progress so far. We're going to also highlight a few completed project benefits and then touch on next steps. So the Virginia Highway Safety Improvement Program was established in 2020 by the Transportation Bill. And basically, it provides state and federal funds for highway safety across the Commonwealth. It also stipulates that at least 54% of the funds go to infrastructure safety projects that address hazardous features. 29% go to strategies to address behavioral causes of crashes. And then the remaining funds can be applied to projects that are in the investment strategy approved by the board. So the last time the investment strategy was updated, it was September of 2022. And at that time, the CTB directed that the funds be split between locally maintained roads and VDOT roads based on the portion of fatalities that occur on locality roads versus VDOT roads. The CTB also directed that we should first prioritize low-cost systemic safety treatments across the network because we know that those projects have a very high return on investment. We were also directed that we could complete some high-benefit spot and corridor projects once the systemic safety projects were fully funded and on schedule. And also, we were directed to come back to the board on occasion to report on progress and performance. And that's why I'm here with you today. So as part of the Virginia Highway Safety Improvement Program, I mentioned that we have both federal and state funds, but they're administered through one program. The federal funds associated with the program have a number of requirements. One big one there at the top is that VDOT is required to develop a 5-year strategic highway safety plan. This is the year that we're working to update that plan, so there will be more information coming about how we shape the future 5-year strategic highway safety plan for Virginia. Also, the projects have to be data-driven. There are certain categories that are eligible, and in Virginia, the average federal funding per year that's part of the VHSIP is about $82 million a year since 2020. We also do an annual report to Federal Highway that summarizes how we're spending the money and how projects are performing. In addition, the federal program has several special rules. So each year we evaluate our crash data, and if we trigger any of these special rules, we have to either set aside funds or do some additional work to address the issue that the special rule is intended to address. So the first one is high-risk rural roads, and that one is if the rural road fatality rate rises over the past 2 years, we have to set aside a portion of the funds to address those roads. We did trigger that in fiscal year 25, and the set-aside amount is $4.8 or $4.6 million. The second one is for vulnerable road users. If pedestrian and bicycle fatalities exceed 15% of the total traffic deaths in a year, you trigger this special rule. We did trigger this. We have trended around 15 to 17% of our deaths have been vulnerable road users. So we obligated 16% of our safety funds for vulnerable road users for fiscal year 25. The last of the special rules is for older drivers and pedestrians. So if fatalities and serious injuries per capita for 65 and older increase over the previous 2 years, you trigger this one. We did not exceed those thresholds in fiscal year 25. If we had exceeded those thresholds, we would have to ensure that our strategic plan has actions in there to address older drivers and pedestrians.
And so, guys, the reason we're just highlighting this is because 80% of the money in the program comes from this federal program, and so as we work on the investment strategy to make sure that we're not getting kind of whipsawed in the future, you're going to see considerations for some of these items, particularly since we have triggered this a number of times. And I think it's probably better to plan for things that we suspect we may trigger rather than to have to go back and perform open heart surgery on the investment strategy in real time because something happened that was predictable might have happened. And so as we come back over the coming months and talk about the investment strategy, you're going to see some things in there specifically related to those high-risk rural roads and vulnerable roadway users because it's just we don't expect those federal rules to change, and we expect we're at continued risk of triggering them. And so we're just I think we need to think about how we bake that in and build that in to the investment strategy for stability purposes. Mr. Coleman.
Thank you. A question I would have is that with this update, are you looking at changes that have occurred with regard to motorized bicycles and scooters and those kind of I should use that because they sometimes exceed the speed limit of the road, the capability without regard to signages or obeying the law. So I didn't know if you were looking back and upgrading because I didn't see that on that previous slide.
Mr. Secretary, Mr. Coleman, we will be considering that, especially as we update the strategic highway safety plan to look at the data and to include some strategies and efforts to address those issues if we see any trends.
Mr. Coleman, I should note there's also some discussion during the General Assembly this past session about whether there should be state laws kind of capping speeds of some of these e-bikes and other types of scooters. That legislation ultimately did not move forward because I think folks thought they needed a little bit more time to discuss and understand that. But I suspect we're going to see some similarly worded provisions show up next year in a few pieces of legislation there. So this is an ongoing topic both that we'll have here and I expect the General Assembly will continue to have.
I also wanted to mention the Federal Highway Rail Grade Crossing Program. While not part of the Virginia HSIP, this is a related federal program that we administer as well. It provides just under $5 million a year to help us address railroad highway crossings, at-grade crossings throughout the Commonwealth. Typically, we install warning devices, pavement markings, gates, those types of treatments. And these are lower cost projects, all geared to making sure that those crossings are safe for the traveling public. This slide shows the fatality trends between 2021 and 2025 in the state, with 4 of our main infrastructure emphasis areas highlighted: road departures, pedestrians, intersections, and bicyclists. The blue represents rural areas, the orange represents urban and suburban areas, and it shows you the fatality breakdown by type of road and where it occurred. And over the 5-year period and historically, about 20% of our traffic deaths in Virginia occur on locality owned roads and the remainder on VDOT maintained roads. And so that factors into our funding formula that we use to distribute the money. Last month, you may recall, we talked about the strategic plan and the emphasis areas. You saw this slide then. What I'm about to talk to you about for the rest of the presentation is really centered on infrastructure improvements that VDOT has made, which correspond to the orange emphasis areas that are in the strategic plan. So here I show the different kinds of safety projects that we deploy. On the left, we promote projects that are systemic in nature. And really what this means is it's a lower cost safety treatment that because it's lower cost, it can be deployed across the network. These are treatments that also, through rigorous research and study, have been shown to have crash reduction benefits. So these are things like high visibility traffic signal backplates or rumble strips or crosswalk markings that have a good crash reduction but don't cost a lot to deploy. The center type of project is a hybrid project. This typically combines a low-cost systemic treatment like a rumble strip with something that costs a little bit more but still has a great crash reduction and return on investment. So in the picture you see in the middle there, we've added a rumble strip with the addition of a paved shoulder. So these cost a little bit more to implement, but also have a great return on investment. On the right side of the screen, we have what we call spot projects. And these are more full reconstruction projects like reconstructing an intersection, installing a roundabout, widening the roadway. These projects put a lot of money in one location and have some crash benefits, but due to the cost, you don't get the same reduction in crashes or return on investment here that you do or can achieve with systemic or hybrid.
And so folks on the board, Mark's getting ready to talk through some of the things we invested in last time that are in that investment strategy. I also think it's really important to note that we worked with the Assembly during 2019 as we developed some of these concepts, and they then codified some of these provisions, asking us to look at what are the expected reductions in fatalities and injuries on a kind of cost basis here. So again, in the past, prior to those changes in 2020, we did a lot of spot improvements. Those are easy to see, they're easy to understand. There was a story in the newspaper, someone got hurt at one location, we spent $5 million to go fix it. And those have safety and benefits there. But what the Assembly asked us to do based on information we presented to them was to say, what are kind of, systemic types of improvements that you can make based on dangerous roadway features that are really low cost, where you can get more benefits for that dollar you have available to expend. It doesn't say we can't do these other types of projects, but it says they want us to first look at some of these systemic projects. And so I want to give Mr. Cole, Mr. Reed, the commissioner, and others, because they were all here at that time and did this work that then caused the Assembly to change the law. We've really pivoted towards some of these systemic types of improvements. And again, we're getting ready to go through some of the results, but I just want to note, this was a pretty dramatic shift in practice that happened in 2020 and then was reflected in that 2022 investment strategy. So, Mr. Cole?
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. And back in 2021, we actually studied completed safety and SMARTSCALE projects to calculate the benefits of these different project types. And what we found is it cost around $13 million to reduce a fatality or serious injury crash with a systemic improvement, as compared to over $800 million cost per reduction of a fatal or serious injury crash. So in other words, systemic projects are up to 64 times more cost effective than spot projects, which explains our shift to install systemic projects in the safety program. Here we show the first two phases of our infrastructure funding strategy. The top part of this table includes projects that were in our first systemic plan, phase one. We installed 8 systemic countermeasures. 4 of these initiatives have been completed, and others are well on their way to completion. Included in those 8 are shoulder wedge, centerline rumbles, and edgeline rumbles, which are actually being installed with our resurfacing program over a 15-year cycle. So those will take a bit longer to complete, but are making good progress. The lower part of the table is what was added in phase 2 of the infrastructure funding strategy. This includes some additional systemic projects, not just on the VDOT system, but on locality-owned roadways. It also includes a couple of projects. One is a hybrid shoulder widening and rumble project, and then some spot projects, because we were making progress with the systemic efforts. As the board policy allows, we did move some spot projects forward as well. So here is the phase 1 project status. You'll notice on the top of the screen, we've completed 4 initiatives to date: the high visibility traffic signal backplates, flashing yellow arrows at signals, the curve sign initiative, and our unsignalized intersection initiative. Those are all completed. On the bottom half of this screen, we're very close to completing the first pedestrian crossing project. And our 3 paving-related projects, the rumble strips and safety wedge, are well on their way in that 15-year cycle. The phase 2 projects, we are 89% with the second round of flashing yellow arrows. We will complete that this year. We're also almost 60% complete with the second phase of pedestrian crossing projects. And our 2-lane rural road initiative is rapidly headed to construction. We're about 25% complete, and we have a lot of those projects going to construction beginning this year. So for the remainder of the presentation, I want to share some preliminary before and after crash reduction information with you. This slide shows our rumble strip initial crash reductions. And we have studied 894 miles of centerline rumbles and 824 miles of edgeline rumbles that have been in to date at least for 3 years of after crash data. So we want these projects to be in long enough so we can get a good scientific before and after comparison of the crashes. And if you'll notice on the right-hand side of the screen, so far we've seen some good annual approximate number of crash savings. So we've seen 42 less fatal and injury crashes at these locations per year, 12 less head-on crashes, 49 less road departure crashes, and 25 less road departure fatal and injury crashes. So back in 2020, 2021, when we came to the board, we predicted an original benefit cost ratio, which is a return on investment calculation of 30 to 40. And our actual benefit cost ratio to date has exceeded that, and it's at 52. So some good news to report. The left side of the screen shows some percentage reductions of the various different kinds of crashes, but we're seeing great results so far with our rumble strip installations.
Mr. Lawson?
I'm just curious, are we able to track, go back to that slide, the effects of the new driving systems, what is it, the lane departure systems and all that? Does that fold into this? I get that you feel the rumble and it pulls you back over, but are we able to find out if those systems are helping reduce these numbers as well?
Mr. Secretary, Mr. Lawson, this is simply a comparison of the crash data, which doesn't know necessarily what systems the vehicle has in it, but we could certainly look at some of those studies to see how that might impact road departure crashes as well.
And I suppose you'll find out if there was a crash and they had that system, then it's not working, but I was just curious.
Yeah, Mr. Secretary, Mr. Lawson, it's not a data point that's in the FR 300 form that the officers fill out today, but with some additional work, we could probably look at that further. Yeah.
And Mr. Lawson, I think to Mr. Cole's point, we can't isolate that effect. I think it probably is embedded in some of this, but what I'd also say, Mr. Cole, if you go to the next slide, when they install these, we're also putting in wider and brighter markings as well, which then also help facilitate some of those types of systems, right? And so there's new retroreflectivity standards and other things for some of these new pavement markings. And so when we're doing these types of treatments, you can just see it on this one mountain road, wherever it's in Richmond, where you can kind of see once they did that, it's also, I'm guessing the markings on the right here work better with those lane control systems and the one on the left would have, but we're not able, unfortunately, to isolate that impact. I also suspect, it's the hands-free driving rule probably also having some effect on whether or not people are running off the road or doing. I suspect there's a number of kind of things going in here. So perhaps these treatments can't take kind of full credit for it, but I think they do deserve a lot of the probably credit for it.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Here is an example of a project in Richmond District on Mountain Road where we installed both centerline and edgeline rumble strips. Before we did that installation, there were 9 crashes a year on this stretch, and after there have been 0 crashes per year. This slide shows similar results for flashing yellow arrow and high visibility backplates at our traffic signals. So far we have evaluated 1,320 locations with high visibility backplates and 689 locations where we've added a flashing yellow arrow. And based on those locations and 3 years of after data, we're seeing a number of great results with crash reductions. So the fatal and injury crashes have reduced by almost 500 per year. We've seen over 700 fewer rear-end crashes at these locations. We originally predicted a benefit cost ratio in the range of 9 to 13, but we've actually seen a benefit cost ratio of 179 to date. And I'll note that as we continue to evaluate projects that have been placed for 3 years, we expect these results will increase.
Mr. Cole, I have to ask, and at the risk of asking a question I don't know the answer to, do you have any kind of thinking as to why we're seeing results that are so much greater than what we anticipated here? The last one, it was kind of slightly above, and maybe some of the lane control or other things that Mr. Lawson mentioned could contribute to that. But this one, we're this is 10, 15 times kind of greater. So that's a great thing. Let me be clear. So I'm not upset at all. I'm just kind of curious as to, we have any ideas as to why maybe we're seeing such a quantum of benefits greater than we anticipated?
Mr. Secretary, that's a great question. I think it may have to do with the available research that was available to us when we picked these countermeasures. It was pretty specific to either the back plates or the flashing yellow arrow. But I think in this case, we've seen some added benefits by deploying these together at the same time. And we've also deployed these across VDOT's entire signal system. So every traffic signal where it made sense to do the flashing yellow arrow, we've put it in. And all the traffic signals where we could do so, we put in the back plate. So I think it just magnified the number of locations and spread those benefits kind of across the network. Here's an example of a flashing yellow arrow and high-vis backplate location. This is at West Ox Road and Fair Lakes Parkway in Northern Virginia. We had 9 crashes a year before the flashing yellow arrow and backplates were installed, and we've seen 2 crashes per year after. The next project to highlight is our unsignalized intersection project. We have completed a number of projects and evaluated over 1,100 that have been completed at least 2 years. So a difference with this example and the next one I'll give is these projects have only been completed for 2 years, but we wanted to go ahead and give some early results. So far, we've seen a total annual crash reduction of 50. And we've seen 12 fewer fatal and serious injury crashes per year with this effort. We had originally predicted a benefit cost of 1.3, but our actual benefit cost to date is 3.4. And we anticipate those numbers are going to continue to increase as we have more after data to evaluate. Here is an example in the Salem district at Blue Water Drive and Scruggs Road. We had 2 crashes a year before, 0 after. And the change here is we installed an all-way stop signs with stop sign ahead signage. We also installed some advanced rumble strips to notify the motorists that a stop was ahead. And the last example for today is our curve delineation project. So to date, we've evaluated 576 curves where we've installed signage or markings. Approximately 38 fatal and injury crashes have been reduced per year, 8 fewer fatal and serious injury crashes per year. We predicted a benefit cost ratio of 1.7. And to date, we've seen a benefit cost ratio of 11.5. And here's an example in the Salem district on State Route 122. There was 1 chevron in the curve before. We've installed additional chevrons per the new standard through the curve, and we've moved from 4 crashes a year before the project to 0 crashes a year after the project. And I just want to take a moment to thank the central office team and our district teams and locality partners because without their help, these projects and their completion wouldn't be possible. So for next steps, we are working to identify countermeasures that we haven't tried yet or that we need to do more of, that we can use to update the Highway Safety Investment Plan. And then once we do that, we will work within VDOT and DMV to create new projects based on that plan. And we'll also invite urban localities to submit complementary projects so we can continue this important work. Beginning next month and beyond, we still have several topics we look forward to covering with you in regards to highway safety. In May and June, we'll be talking about the 2027 federal safety targets that we'll need to adopt. This summer, we'll be doing some root cause analysis discussions for various parts of our crash data, such as for vulnerable road users. Also this summer and fall, we hope to have the new updated Highway Safety Investment Plan ready for your input and adoption. And then by the end of the year, we'll be updating the Strategic Highway Safety Plan after an extensive public input process to get to a new set of strategies to help us drive down crashes, fatalities, and injuries across the Commonwealth. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Cole. So members, as you see here, kind of this timeline and arc through the fall, I'd say if there's, this is an opportunity, if there's things, and again, you'll have more opportunities, that based on what you've seen here, that you want Mr. Cole and his team to be thinking about as they start to bring back these other presentations, please ask any questions or give any kind of feedback. I think, Mr. Lawson, you brought up a pretty interesting point, which is as we're thinking about future systemic projects, we probably want to give some consideration, Mr. Cole, to what is the technology that's starting to become more, pervasive in the vehicle, and are there maybe systemic things that in the past, absent the vehicle technology, wouldn't have been useful, but now might be because of some of the new things we're seeing, like in vehicles. And so, if board members, if you have any other thoughts or things you want to make sure Mr. Cole and his team start thinking about, this is a first but not last opportunity to start providing, some of that input. And clearly, if you have any questions on his presentation, obviously this is an appropriate time. Mr. Coleman.
Thank you, Secretary. I just want to, my comment is a complimentary one, that it's been rather frustrating at times that we set out goals, but we don't measure them. So this benefit cost analysis, cost benefit analysis I use, is very, very nice to see that the money being spent is getting a return on that investment. So I just want to compliment you and your team and VDOT as a whole for doing this sort of work, because it's not easy, but you got to measure what you set out to do, so it's giving the results in order to tweak or make adjustments as appropriate, because we all want better safety on our highways. So thank you.
Sure. Mr. Gribbin.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. And Mr. Cole, I want to echo Mr. Coleman's comments of congratulations on going and really rigorously studying the benefit cost analysis of these safety interventions. The question I had is, all of it looked like all of the BCAs were above what we anticipated. Were any below? Or in every intervention we studied, we actually outperformed what we anticipated?
Yeah, Mr. Secretary, Mr. Gribbin, so far we haven't seen any that are below. They've all actually been a little bit, or in the case of the flashing yellows and the high-vis backplates, way above what we had estimated. It is possible that we'll see one later on that could be below. We do try to take all the research into account, and we try to underpromise and overdeliver. And so far, that has given us some good results. But we'll see in the future with systemic safety. We're always trying to base that in science and data that's available. But in the real world, it's never exactly what you plan for it to be. But so far, we're achieving what we thought and a little bit more.
Yes, if I could just take a quick follow-up question, which is, so how are we, I imagine you'll get to somebody, how are we taking this and incorporating it into future spending allocations to try to do this? And then as we do that, how do we factor in diminishing returns? Because assuming the first time we do this, we're looking at the most dangerous, where we'll get the highest return. As we expand it across the Commonwealth, it's likely that those returns will go down.
Yeah, Mr. Secretary, Mr. Gribbin, that's a great question. We continue to analyze the data and the available countermeasures that are out there for us to use. In some cases, this effort that we've completed or are completing has accomplished what is possible. The traffic signal backplates and flashing yellow arrow is a good example. We've pretty much done what we can do there, so we're going to move on to other things. In other cases, there's still some opportunity. Pedestrian crossings is one of those areas. We still have a number of signals on the VDOT and locality system where that may be a good countermeasure depending on the data. Also with the two-lane rural road project, we have a very large two-lane road system, and those are our highest crash rates in the Commonwealth. So I think that's an area where we can do even more. And we'll continue to look at the crash trends and adjust and add countermeasures based on the research and science with the goal of optimizing what we can gain from it and the safety improvements we can find.
And Mr. Griffin, I just want to add to your point. We may see one where we don't meet the BCA, and that's going to, I would ask you all to say that that is okay as long as we talk about it, right? So like the really important thing is that we bring that back. And so my challenge to you, Mr. Cole, is if we ever do find one, I want to talk about it here because we shouldn't just celebrate the good. If we're doing before and after, sometimes after isn't what we expected, and that's okay as long as we talk about it and learn from that kind of experience, which is I think the point you were getting at there. So I just want to say that out loud, like to the staff and everyone, that is okay. Like that is a part of this system and it's a part of what we're learning here. And I think tomorrow we're going to do some SMARTSCALE before and after kind of project analysis. And I think there's a few of those where we didn't get exactly to where we thought we were going to be. And again, that's okay, as long as we learn from that and over time start to understand why, that may be happening. In terms of kind of why we're also seeing some of these results, Ms. Brubaker is also going to be talking soon about some of the behavioral investment strategies. Those things are also being targeted in some of the areas and are targeting some of the same things that some of these infrastructure investments are getting at. And so again, to the point of the in-vehicle technology Mr. Lawson brought up, it may also be some of the investments that DMV is making on the behavioral side that are, complementary to some of these infrastructure investments that are kind of driving, some of these outcomes that we're seeing where we've made these investments. But the kind of final point I want to make on this particular aspect of what we're talking about is we still have more work to do because we're still not in the place I think we need to try to be. And so this is really, really good work, and I'm glad we did this because I don't think we'd be at 825 in terms of fatalities if we weren't. No, we are, moving in the right direction on serious injuries, though, and fatalities are not quite, in the right directional trend yet. So, clearly it's very good that we did this, but we have to keep trying new things, and some of those new things aren't going to work. And again, as long as we talk about it, that is okay, because we have to keep trying more and different things to be getting in the directional trend that we need to be, because on fatalities, we just simply aren't in that place. Are there any other questions or comments for Mr. Cole or his team?
Mr. Secretary,
Mr. Laird?
have we considered, and this applies probably to rural areas versus urban, but that's the animal encounters, specifically deer. Is there anything we can think about, consider, or do to help with that situation?
Mr. Cole?
Mr. Secretary, Mr. Laird, we do think about those things. There's actually a study, I believe it was mentioned last month as a follow-up item for us. Our research council has studied animal crossings and created a risk-based model where we can see where the highest potential for animal crossings is across the network. And the intention is to use that information as we plan projects or do other countermeasures to try to help that situation. That hasn't been something that has risen to the top in safety because overall the number of fatalities or serious injuries related to animal crashes is pretty low. But it's certainly something that we experience and want to use our project resources when we can to help minimize the conflicts.
Mr. Minshew?
Secretary, would you by chance have any data that, getting to the Secretary's point about the dramatic reduction we've seen, attributing that to smarter cars, a car that will brake for itself when it senses you're approaching a car in front of you that stopped? We may not know, there's such a wide variety of smart cars and dumb cars out there, but I'm just curious how much of this dramatic reduction you think may be due to cars that will think for the driver and take actions to reduce collisions?
Mr. Secretary, Mr. Minshew, I think that's an excellent question. I don't have those answers for you today, but I know that we're very curious and looking into some of the trends that, or the reasons why last year we saw the reduction. And across the country, they saw, I believe, around a 7% reduction. In Virginia, we had a 10% reduction. So there'll be a lot of work to try to figure out all the factors that contributed to that decrease. And as far as the vehicle technology, that's something we'll be looking at, and if we see any good information there, we can potentially bring that back in the future.
All right, thank you, Mr. Cole. Ms. Brubaker?
Good Good morning, Mr. Secretary and members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I want to start with something simple. Every crash stat you see today represents a decision someone made behind the wheel, to speed, to drive impaired, to not wear a seatbelt, and sometimes from the lack of a crash, the choice to do the right thing. Our job at the Highway Safety Office at DMV is to influence those decisions before a crash ever happens, because once the crash happens, we've already lost ground. I'm here today to talk about the behavioral work the Highway Safety Office and our partners do every day and how we use state and federal funds to support that important work. I'll show you where we've invested those funds over the past 4 years and share examples of the interventions that we and our partners have deployed with that funding and update you on how we measure impact. I'm also happy to answer your questions. Before I show you the next slide, I want to take a step back from the dollars and the cents for just a moment, because it's one thing to talk about millions of dollars, but it's another thing to see what that investment actually looks like out in the wild. So what you're about to see is a snapshot of our marketing work over the past several years. These are campaigns that put our safety messages out in front of millions of Virginians, on gas pumps, on their phones, during ball games, on highways, and in their communities. And that's intentional, because behavior change doesn't happen in a conference room. It happens everyday moments, when someone is deciding whether to speed, whether to buckle up, or whether to drive after drinking. So we meet them there. So what you'll notice is that this isn't just one message or one audience. It's a portfolio. Some of it is emotional, and some of it's designed to make people feel something. Some of it's direct, enforcement-driven, high-visibility campaigns, and some of it is designed to break through in a way that people don't expect, like our Speed Has an Impact ladder. But all of it is grounded in the same goal: reaching the right people with the right message at the right moment to influence a decision that could save a life. What you just saw in that video, that's one very visible side of our work. That slide gives you a snapshot of the many things we've worked on over the past 4 years, because none of those campaigns, partnerships, or enforcement efforts happen in isolation. They're part of a broader system that we've been intentionally building. And this is a look at that. First, we implemented a strategic safety framework. That may sound pretty simple, but it's one of the most important shifts that we've made. We've moved away from one-off projects toward a more coordinated approach that focuses on our high-risk areas: rural roads, pedestrian and motorcycle safety, speeding, seatbelt safety, impaired driving, and distraction. It gives us direction, it gives us consistency, and it ensures that every dollar is working toward the same outcome. Second, we've scaled our reach. Over the past 4 years, we've delivered more than 1 billion marketing impressions. And that's just not about volume for the sake of volume. It's about sustained statewide effort and making sure that our safety messages aren't just seen once, but seen enough times to really move the needle. Third, we've partnered with our law enforcement to strengthen traffic enforcement across the Commonwealth, because messaging alone doesn't change behavior. There has to be accountability. We've invested in selective enforcement overtime, supporting high-visibility policing efforts that reinforce these messages on the road. Because when someone hears drive sober, or get pulled over, we want them to also see it. And fourth, we've modernized how we manage our grants. We've launched a new e-grant system and began moving toward performance-based KPIs. That means we're not just funding activity anymore, we're funding outcomes. We're asking better questions about what success looks like and holding ourselves accountable to it. And we've also launched TREDS 2.0. This is a major upgrade to Virginia's crash data system, and it's foundational to everything we do because better data means better decisions. It's improving accuracy, usability, and our ability to analyze trends, which allows us to target our efforts more precisely and respond faster. So when you put all of this together, strategy, reach, enforcement, accountability, and data, what you're really looking at is a system designed to drive results. And that brings us back to the question of investment, how we're funding that system, and how those dollars are being allocated. Over the past 4 years, we've invested $116.8 million in that mission, using both federal and state funding. This isn't just a budget story, it's a strategy story. It's about how we take limited resources and apply them where we can to make the most impact and save the most lives. Before I walk through how we've spent our funding, I want to quickly level set on where that funding actually comes from, because the structure matters and it shapes what we do and, in some cases, what we must do. At a high level, our funding falls into 2 buckets, state and federal. Some of the funding gives us flexibility to respond to emerging risks, and some of it comes with very specific requirements on how it can be used. You can see on the chart how the 4-year spending was spread out across those funding buckets, with the largest bucket being the Highway Safety Grant Program, or 402 funding, followed by the Open Container and the National Priority Safety Program. So as we move into how we've invested those funds, keep in mind, those decisions aren't just strategic, they're also shaped by the parameters of each of the funding areas. This slide looks at collectively which programs those dollars supported. 3 priorities rise to the top, and you'll see them listed there: impaired driving prevention, seatbelt use, and enforcement, especially around speed. The data is clear here. 1 in 3 fatalities involve alcohol. Virginia has one of the lowest seatbelt use rates in the nation. 1 in 2 of our fatalities in vehicles equipped with seatbelts, those folks are unrestrained. And we're focusing where the risk is the highest and where behavior change can make the biggest difference. So how do we know if it worked? Here's where I'll be candid. Behavioral highway safety is one of the hardest areas to measure. We are trying to change human behavior at scale, often in moments that last just seconds. There's no single dashboard here that tells you this campaign saved this many lives. Even at the national level, tools like NHTSA's countermeasures that work don't assign lives saved, they assign confidence levels. So what do? Well, we measure what we can. For marketing campaigns, as an example, we look at reach and impressions, unique people who see your message and the number of times they see it. We look at campaign awareness, whether they remember your message and your brand. And we look at self-reported behavior change in surveys that we do post-campaign after folks saw your messaging. You'll see some of the survey results from 2 of our recent campaigns. They're in the Behavior Change Scorecard. And from one of our partners, Washington Regional Alcohol Program. All 3 campaigns showed marked improvement in behavior change after drivers saw the ads. We're also increasingly interested to learn more. That's why we're investing in something new, bringing in a data expert to design a true experiment. Not just did people see it, but did it actually change outcomes? Because if we're going to be spending these dollars, we owe it to you and the public to make sure it's actually working. So let's dig into some of our top investments a little bit more. Impaired driving prevention, that's our single largest investment, $48.6 million over 4 years, largely federal dollars. And some of this is by design. Federal open container funding can only be used here, but even beyond that, the need is clear. So what did we do? We combined 3 things: high visibility enforcement, mass media campaigns, and partnerships that meet people where they are, including sports marketing. While we can't take full credit, of course, as much as I'd like to, I will note that alcohol-related fatalities and serious injuries decreased last year. That's not just a number, though. That's hundreds of families who didn't get that call. And I'll give you a real-world example of how this comes together. During Virginia's Drive Sober or Get Pulled Over campaign, over those 4 years, there were more than 1,800 DUI arrests, almost 40,000 total arrests, warnings, and citations, and we had almost 200 million advertising impressions, or the times that people viewed our message. That's enforcement and marketing working hand in hand. I have to pause here to give a shout out to our partner, Washington Regional Alcohol Program, who leads Virginia's Drive Sober or Get Pulled Over campaign. They recently launched the associated What's the Damage marketing campaign that you may have seen on TV or at the gas pumps or many other places. 5 out of 7 young men surveyed who sometimes drive after drinking said seeing the What's the Damage ad changed their behavior, and now they drink and drive less often before. So we're making some progress there. I also want to thank Virginia State Police for their work with our advanced law enforcement training programs to give officers the training they need to detect impaired driving on the roadside. Next up, let's talk about seatbelts. This one seems simple, but it's surprisingly hard. Wearing a seatbelt is this simple, just a quick click. And it's the single most important thing you can do when you get behind the wheel to protect yourself in the event of a crash. But still, almost half of our fatalities involve someone unrestrained in vehicles equipped with seatbelts. So we approached it differently. We spent $17.6 million in federal and state funding over 4 years, not just for enforcement, but that's very important, but also to change culture. We leaned into social norming, campaigns like Impact that don't tell people what to do, but they show them why it matters. This campaign delivered almost 200 million impressions. And after seeing the Impact ad, 75% of viewers said they are more likely to wear their seatbelt than before. That's behavior change. That's exactly what we're trying to do. We're also about to gear up for our semi-annual Click It or Ticket high visibility enforcement campaign. None of this would be possible without the participation, dedication of law enforcement officers all across the Commonwealth who take time to remind drivers why it's so important to buckle up every trip, every time. Over the past 4 years, they've issued more than 8,000 occupant protection citations during Click It or Ticket. Now, I can't tell you how many tragedies that's prevented, but I know it's made a big difference. So let's talk about enforcement more broadly. Because the truth is, none of this works without our law enforcement partners. They're the ones out there every day on the roadside, in traffic, making real-time decisions that keep Virginians safe. Over the past few years, we made a strategic shift, combining speed and seatbelt enforcement into what we now call police traffic services grants. And we awarded $11.1 million in grant funding there, federal highway safety grant program funding. What we saw was really encouraging. Agencies didn't just participate, they leaned in. They worked more of these hours than even alcohol enforcement in recent years, which tells you how critical these issues are on the ground. By combining these grants, we've made it easier for them to manage, reducing administrative burden, and giving agencies more time to focus on what matters: enforcement and visibility in their communities. And we've strengthened that partnership even further by adding 3 new law enforcement liaisons to support the agencies, problem solve with them, and work side by side with our program managers in the field. Because at the end of the day, this is a partnership. And the success we're seeing is a direct reflection of the commitment, professionalism, and leadership of our law enforcement community across Virginia. And finally, speed. We've spent $8.3 million in federal and state funding here. And if it's one area we've pushed the envelope, this is it. This is where you talk about taking chances with some things. Speeding is different. Everybody thinks they're the safest driver, even when they're going 15 miles an hour over the speed limit. So we tried to break through that mindset. And that's where the speed has an impact ladder comes in. This shows you the impact of being hit by a car at 45 miles an hour. It's the same as falling 54 feet from a ladder. And when people see it, when they really see it, it clicks. It's visceral. And we hope that they feel that when they come out to see us at Squirrels Game or at the State Fair, or the locations we'll be hitting up this year. This campaign alone reached 131 million people from here in Virginia all the way across the pond to Europe. We don't know why it was so popular in Europe, but it was. And more importantly, it got people talking, thinking, and reconsidering how fast they drive. We also saw success with our You Speed, You Lose gamer theme campaign, which outlines everything you have to lose by driving over the speed limit. Half of the viewers surveyed after they saw the ad said it made them less likely to speed. At the same time, enforcement ramped up. More projects, more patrols, more citations. And there was a 16% drop in speed-related fatalities and serious injuries from 2021 to 2025. So when you step back and look at all of this together, impaired driving, seatbelts, speed, enforcement, you start to see a pattern. This isn't just one program, it's a system designed to influence behavior at every point, before someone gets in a car, while they're driving, and when they're making split-second decisions. So now I want to shift us from where we've been to where we're going, because everything I've walked through so far has informed how we're planning for FY26 and beyond. What you see on this slide are some of our major state and federal projects for the coming year. And while they vary in scope, they all share a common thread. They're designed to take what we've built and make it smarter, more targeted, and more effective. And of course, we'll continue to invest in our core areas, impaired driving, seatbelt, speed, and enforcement. But you'll also see us pushing forward in a few key ways. And those are some of them. We're piloting a gamified version of the driver's manual to engage teen drivers and help them learn the material rather than just memorizing it. As another example, we're overhauling the state crash report to facilitate better reporting on modern transportation elements like e-bikes and electric vehicles. We're working in Southwest Virginia on a grassroots campaign to improve historically low seatbelt use rates. And we're working on that experiment to quantify the results of programs like these I've just mentioned. And importantly, you'll see state funding playing a strategic role in supporting these efforts, giving us the flexibility to fill gaps and invest where federal funding can't alone. So as we move forward, this isn't about doing more for the sake of doing more. It's about being more intentional, more data-driven, and more aligned in how we use every dollar to save lives. I'll close where I started. We talked a lot today about decisions. And while we can't control every decision a driver makes, we can influence them. We can make the safe choice, the easy choice, the expected choice. And when we do that, consistently, strategically, and at scale, we don't just reduce crashes, we save lives. At the beginning of this presentation, I said behavior change doesn't happen in a conference room, but it starts here. It starts with the decisions that we make about where we invest, what we prioritize, and how seriously we take this work. So I want to thank you for your time, your attention, and your commitment to saving lives on Virginia's roadways. And with that, I'll take any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Brubaker. Mr. Coleman?
Secretary, back when I was a young kid, we didn't have seatbelts, but they had seatbelts. Now, people that have them in the cars don't use them, and we come up with audible sound to encourage people to use it. I've also known people that got DUI that had a unit attached to their car to where they had to breathe into a unit in order to start the car. Is some of this technology, I mean, even speeding, which since COVID is getting really out of hand, is somebody who gets a speeding ticket driving 20 or 30 miles over the speed limit, could you put a governor? Has anybody thought of doing that on an automobile to keep it below a certain speed so that, you know, they aren't tempted to speed? The other thing that non-related to behavioral, maybe is behavioral. It's hard to drive in Eastern Virginia and stopping at a stop sign in the summer with people with windows down that you don't smell marijuana. With our loosening marijuana laws in this state, it seems like we're moving that direction. I don't know that you can answer this, but I'll just throw it out there. Is there any studies going on? How are we going to measure that? That's got to be impaired. I mean, I came through the 60s, so I've seen people impaired on marijuana. So I just want to see what can be done, because I think the strength of marijuana these days and these kind of recreational drugs is much stronger than it was in my generation.
Thank you.
Mr. Coleman, I'll handle that so Ms. Brubaker doesn't have to. So I think a number of the items you raised there fall into the realm of, just the General Assembly type of work. And so, Virginia has taken some steps in recent years on kind of the legal front there. I think we still, compared to a number of other states, are more lenient, I'll call it, in terms of some of our laws there. And so, we adopted a hands-free driving restriction in 2020. We are one of, I think, 10 states, I'm looking at Ms. Brubaker to correct me if I'm wildly off, that don't have a primary seatbelt law, which said differently, you cannot be pulled over for not wearing your seatbelt. It can only be a secondary offense that you can receive a ticket for if you're pulled over for something else. Like, studies have shown over and over that has a proven reduction in fatalities and severe injuries, because when people know it's against the law and they can be pulled over, they're just more likely to wear their seatbelt. One of the other areas where Virginia is more lenient is we have I'm going to say it in a way that you guys are going to look at me kind of weird, but this is the way it's described, a non-federally compliant open container law. What that means in English is it is legal in Virginia to have an open bottle of beer, wine, or liquor in the passenger area of a car. That is atypical. In fact, we have federal funds that are otherwise much more flexible, that are very restrictive in terms of their use, that we give. I think it's almost $20 million a year that we otherwise could spend more broadly on safety things, that we have to spend specifically on encouraging people to not drink beer while driving, because we do not have a law that makes that illegal. That law almost passed in 2020. It almost passed this year. It did not pass either of those years. That's why I'm still saying this. But again, we're a bit more lenient in a number of areas than I think other states are. It's not something that we can do administratively. It does require action of the Assembly. And so I would encourage us, as we think through let's think through what we can control, and we can quantify and demonstrate to the Assembly how far we can get with the tools they've given us in terms of both money and policy. And if they find that outcome to be not where they want to be, then they have choices in front of them where they can give us additional resources to do additional infrastructure, behavioral outreach, or they can change laws to take some of our more lenient behavioral positions and make them stricter, or both. But I think ultimately what we need to do to help them consider the options before them is show that we are trying to do the best of what we can do with the tools they have given us. And at the end of the day, if they don't like that outcome, then they have choices in front of them to kind of consider. And I don't think we've put it that way to them in the past. And again, I want to be clear, guys, they may look at it and say, that looks great. Thank you so much. And if they do that, that's also okay, right? Because we have done everything we can kind of do. But I think that is part of what we're hoping to do over the course of this year, is to show that we, through the tools we have, are doing everything that we can do and are being as creative as we can be to, again, drive the injuries and fatalities in the right kind of trend line direction. Ms. Sellers.
I have a couple questions. One, with this experiment, how are you guys going to design that in a way to get it through a review panel? Because it involves people, and I don't know if you know that answer, but I'm very curious how you're going to get that through the institutional review boards, because they often look at this as, why are you using real people?
So we're going to take a look at work that we've done and work that we're doing to see if we can quantify how it is, changing crash statistics. So we're hoping that we can make some sort of correlation to show that this work moved the needle for this long in this area.
And then the next one is, are you working with the school divisions? Because the school divisions are the ones who do driver's education. Then there's this follow-on question of, what about the people who don't go to the driver's education and just wait till they're 18 and get a license? Are we monitoring what crash rates look different for each group?
Yes, we are working through our partners. We have many different partners that work both through the Department of Education, but also in the schools, such as Youth of Virginia Speak Out, which is run by the state police, that they have peer-led traffic safety programs within the schools. And we also work with older groups of students as well, so that we're trying to reach folks at different age groups, so that we're not just getting, the school-aged kids, but getting kids as they move on throughout their years.
And kind of my final one with drinking and driving, I hear, I read, okay, people are self-reporting. Well, let me put on my social worker hat and tell you people lie. They lie to me every day, and I have to take in their labs and say, okay, you told me this, and your blood work tells me otherwise. So, that concerns me a little bit that we would say self-reported data, because people do lie. But the thing that I've seen over my career is that does concern me and tells me we're doing something that's not helpful, is that we will see people with 3, 4, 5, and on and on and on DUIs. Or drunken publics, or, just lots and lots of charges. And I'm sure Mr. Byers now, but can speak to this too, is are we sitting down with these folks who have these high numbers of DUIs, because they do exist, and asking them, why are you still doing this? And learning from them of, you'll get a DUI. Most of the time, they're not going to pay their court costs. They certainly aren't paying their emergency room visits. And talking to them and saying, what is going on here? Is this that you have an addiction problem and we need to get you some help, particularly if it's in some parts of Virginia where we just have no access. Southwest Virginia is one of them where we have very challenging times getting people resources. Or is it, yeah, I did it, but I have no other way to get to work. There's no bus system. I can't ride a bike to work. Are we talking to folks and saying, you know what this will cost you and you know what could potentially happen. Why are you doing it still? And it's a little bit of a different way to view it, but we're always thinking about, let's talk to them about the impact, assuming they don't know the impact. When a lot of folks that I've talked to over my career who engage in this risky behavior or this undesirable behavior, they do care and they do know, but they also have to feed their family. They also have to go to work. They also have to take their kids to doctor's appointments, and there is no bus. There is no way to get them there. And so what do? They drive. And so that would be just something to think about too, is engaging this population. I'm sure the state police can give you records, or just go in the court system and we can see them. But we do see people with high rates of interaction with law enforcement, and assume they don't care, but I think they do care. So,
thank you very much. We'll take that into consideration.
And Ms. Sellers, I think to that point, really where you're going there is we need to maybe have some discussions with the Department of Health as well, and see how kind of leveraging other agencies can help us go after this issue.
Department of Health, but specifically DBHDS, the Department of Behavioral and Developmental Services, because we talk about VA-SAP, who does the monitors and when you breathe into. But here in the Commonwealth, it is DBHDS that does addiction programs. It is DBHDS who will have those statistics of people who have told us, and I know we don't like to think about it, but who have sat and told mental health professionals that they have intention of ending their life and they plan to do it behind the wheel of a car. And we hear this. And so DBHDS is going to be the one who tells us, who has those statistics, not Virginia Department of Health, and certainly not VA-SAP. VA-SAP is a very, very small program here in the Commonwealth that I'm biased. I work in mental health, so I don't see it as a very useful program. But DBHDS is the one, that does a lot of it, especially with the introduction of mental health and addiction courts throughout the Commonwealth. So, yes.
Thank you for that.
Secretary, it's interesting, the General Assembly has not made it easy on law enforcement when it comes to the open container law. I often think of the role of a policeman or policewoman if they pull over someone and they see an open beer in the front area. There is the driver can't drink, and there's a rebuttable presumption that if it's in the wingspan of the driver, he's presumed to be drinking it. But you can rebut that evidence by the passenger saying, it was all me. And then the policeman could cite the passenger for drinking in a public place, because a public road is a public place. It really makes it tough on law enforcement, and it'd be wonderful if some clarity could be added to that open container law. I know it's been debated over, but it's not easy for law enforcement when they come up on a scene. They can tell someone's been drinking in the front seat, but the beer can is spilled on the floor.
No, look, as someone who advocated for that particular change in law in 2020 before committee, unsuccessfully ultimately on the floor of the Senate when I can't testify on the floor of the Senate, clearly because you're not a senator. I think we understand the position there. This year, I think the bill was on a path where it was moving forward, and I think what actually held it up at that stage, back to Mr. Coleman's point, was someone said, well, I don't know how to describe this accurately. What about open marijuana for whatever that might be? Open joint. I don't know. And so they were having a discussion about, like, how can we resolve that? And I think that they realized is where they were in the stage of session, they weren't going to resolve that. Now, again, there's two paths there. One is still pass open container and figure out open joint, I guess, later. They didn't pick that one. They went the other way and said we should figure these out together. And so I do assume they'll be having some discussions kind of in the interim with law enforcement and other folks, and hopefully we'll see something come back next session. But again, as a former member of the Assembly, you know how those discussions can go, and they're very complicated, and we go through lots of what-ifs to make sure that we kind of get the right policy. And so, I think we'll see what happens next session. But it has been something that has been advanced many times in the Assembly, but never successfully. Other questions or comments for Ms. Brubaker? Thank you very much. So next we have Deputy Secretary Schul, and then after that we'll be moving to the DRPT 6-year improvement program presentation. And just as a reminder for folks, we have about 70 minutes before we're going to break for lunch, and then obviously go back to the hotel. You have 30 minutes, and then we'll go on the tours. Morning.
Good morning. I'm going to run through a series of updates on SMARTSCALE, and we will tell you why we're giving you the update and any action we need from you as we go through each one. All right, first, 2 sessions ago in February, we talked about HPP eligibility, and we are refreshing that presentation now because this is the one we're going to ask you to vote on tomorrow. So right now, to be HPP eligible, a project must be on a corridor of statewide significance or a regionally important network and contain one of the following eligible features, and then there's a long list. The action we're asking you to do is to add the term innovative intersections to the list of eligible features of what can qualify a project as HPP eligible. Innovative intersections is a specific term with a well-defined approach to describing what it includes. You can't just be like, oh no, I think this is innovative and call it an innovative intersection and get in. So it's a formal thing. VDOT has a formal process and a formal definition. We're going to hold that vote during the action meeting tomorrow. Also in the future, because in conversations, people were curious about this VDOT program around innovative intersections and innovative interchanges, in the future we'll hold a more informational meeting to tell you more about those things and how they've evolved. Any questions, comments on that?
Secretary, I had one, and you mentioned to me you were going to look into the guidelines for the implementation of innovative. Is that what you're talking about? We're going to do that in the future?
Yes, so we will sort of give you a whole review of them and then talk about and hear comments from you on the program as well.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Great. All right, next update. In the last board meeting, we had a lot of conversation about the order of funding of SmartScale. So as a reminder, we have two buckets within SmartScale: high priority projects, HPP, and district grant program, DGP. There are some projects, about 20% in the last round, that are eligible for both. Because of those 20% of projects, whichever fund comes first can matter in terms of the ultimate outcome of the funding round, right? Because 20% of those projects can flex either way. There was a discussion in the last meeting about, well, we usually fund DGP first, maybe we should be funding HPP first because it can affect the outcomes. We looked at that choice over the last several rounds, and what we found is that there's not really a consistent pattern, and it really varies heavily based on the cohort of projects. So what we recommend is not voting on this right now. We recommend waiting until we present the base case to this group in January. At that time, we will present two base cases, one which shows the outcome if we follow the approach of funding DGP first, and the other with HPP first. They might be incredibly similar, only one or two projects different. They might be quite different. It really depends on the cohort. But that means the board can vote then on which to take forward to public comment. We won't be predicting an outcome and then being upset when we get an outcome we didn't predict. We'll be voting exactly on what we want the outcome to be. So no action is needed at this time, but of course we welcome discussion or comment if anyone has any.
Oh, question. Thank you. And I'm fine with what you're recommending, so it's not about that. To tell me whether I'm understanding this right or not, if a project which meets both criteria comes up and it is funded from district grant funds, what that in essence does is penalizes the district on other projects because it's using part of its district allocation to fund a project that could have been funded out of the statewide pot.
So I will add one nuance. In the case that something, if district grant is first and something gets funded in district grant, and it was so high up in the overall state list that it would have gotten funded in HPP. So in that circumstance, yes, then that district may overall get less funding.
Right. Well, and Dr. Smoot, I feel obligated to note, as we're discussing theoreticals, right? So let's just note that as well, that it also depends on what projects are below their district grant money. And so if when you spend the district grant money, you funded things that would have been eligible for high priority, they still may receive high priority at the end for a project that's lower on the list there. And so whether you're quote unquote penalized depends on the variety of kind of things there. And so you can still receive high priority at the end. It may be though that a district would have only gotten it if high priority was awarded first. So like, let's be very clear. Last round, if we had done high priority first, there would have been a project in Fredericksburg that would have been funded. There would have been a project in Nova that would have been funded. And in those instances, those districts were penalized. Let's go to the district that wouldn't have really been penalized in the same way, which was the Richmond district, where when they got the high priority money first, the cohort of projects they had at the bottom of their list when they ran out of kind of, when you would have otherwise run out of money, still were high enough up that they got funded with district grant. And so what you did is you changed in the Richmond district often what program was funding a project, but not as much whether or not a project got funded. And so it's a different outcome for different districts, if that makes sense. So again, it's where your top project is, and it's also where your next 5 or 6 projects scoring. Because if all your projects are in a cluster, the order probably doesn't matter. If you have a big spread in their scores, then the order probably does matter in terms of how you're doing it. And I'm sorry, that is probably hard to
Basically, I
describe
think to
verbally.
summarize, it's not predictable because it really depends on the cohort. And so we know what happened in round 6, and that got a lot of discussion, but in round 5, if the rules had been flipped, different districts would have come out ahead and the same and behind. So it's truly unpredictable. So that's why we don't want to hypothesize, we just want to look at the outcomes, and the CTP can vote on which one it feels is most in line with its goals.
Mr. Secretary, thank you. I'm going to follow up on Dr. Smoot's comment. I also am all in favor of waiting until we have data before making a decision. Intuitively, I understand kind of the game theory dynamic of if I have a project and put it in a statewide pot, that's a win for me as opposed to funding through my district pot. I don't understand the benefit of doing district first, then high priority. Why
did that ever happen is kind of what you're asking?
Yeah, so I mean, in other words, if I understand, like, hey, it's rarely going to matter to do district then high priority as opposed to high priority then district. What is the benefit of doing district and then high priority?
I think the rationale is the way I'll choose to describe it, Mr. Gribben, as to why district was done first and high priority was done second originally, is we did not at the time, because the assembly kind of said, play within the parameters we've given you, add any additional rules around what was eligible for HPP. And so if you funded HPP first without some of these additional add-ons that were added in round 6, you put a bunch of high priority money on what people said were smaller types of projects. And so by doing district grant first, you funded a lot of those smaller projects with district grant, and then you funded larger projects is what tended to happen with high priority. Now with the additional eligibility rules that have been put in place in high priority, that may not happen now without regard to kind of which way you go, but that was the rationale at that time. As I best can relate it, because at this point now it was 12 years ago. But that was kind of the intent there, because when we first did it, we added no additional restrictions except what was in law in terms of what was eligible under the high priority program or the district grant program.
Okay, and that sort of makes sense, except for the fact that, yeah, this all been changed around. And I think, as Ms. Schul pointed out last meeting before, we're now targeting like a $30 million, 30 optimal size project. So HPP is all going to be relatively, not tiny, but smallish. So I'm still a little bit, to be honest with you, I understand instinctively the do DGP versus HPP, but it's still not, I understand why in the past we did that, but is there a rationale other than that we just want to wait till we have data for not flipping it now?
The rationale, to be very direct at this time, Mr. Gribben, is just like, let's do the optionality once, and if everybody comes out really strongly, no, we really think it should be HPP, we'll vote in January on HPP, and then we can talk about changing that permanently, I think, for the following kind of round there. So the thought process was just, it's been done this way, we added in these additional restrictions. Some people have said they want it, other people have kind of said, I'm not sure. And so we thought the best way to proceed was preserve the optionality for the board, present both. We are going to ask you to vote, like in January, on which one to move forward with public, for public comment on. And then I think we can consider, do we want to make a permanent change in the future if at that time everybody becomes more comfortable with high priority. So I don't think there's any reservation on the part of the folks running the process about switching that. It was more just at this time, I haven't heard a clear, everyone, yes, let's do it. And when we look back in the past, we didn't see a predictable outcome, as Ms. Schul kind of indicated. And so we just thought the better part of valor was just to wait in January and show you both. But I understand the point you're raising.
It's HPP first, so my data set may be different than yours. So.
I just appreciate this being discussed because there wasn't much discussion on this, but this was obviously something I was passionate about in round 6 because of the impacts to the Fredericksburg district, but just to kind of give people perspective and why I would support HPP going first and both being categorized as HPP initially is because in last round in the top 10 projects, 4 of them would have qualified for both, would have qualified for HPP funding, but only one of them in the adopted scenario received HPP funding. And it was project number 8. So there were 2 projects that scored higher in the SMARTSCALE process that should have qualified and did not receive HPP funding because of this nuance. And that's where, and yes, for those interested, this does include Fredericksburg. That's what got my attention. So I'll support this because I think this is better. But I would agree that HPP first. And again, defining both as qualifying for HPP first, not as DGP first, it would be the way to go. But thank you for having this discussion and doing the work.
And I want to be clear, folks, if in January everyone says it's HPP and let's do HPP, like we are 100% on board, this is a decision of this body. I will just say, in the past, different things happen in different rounds. And so let me say the thing that would have been different in round one in this district. The southbound Rappahannock River crossing would not have been funded. So the sword is sharp on both sides, is all I will say in terms of that. I understand last time it cut one way. I will just say it could have cut other ways at other times. And that doesn't mean it will in the future, right? I want to be very clear, but the southbound Rappahannock River crossing would not have been funded with high priority dollars or at all in round one of SMARTSCALE if we had done HPP first.
Well, we really appreciate you doing that because
And again, the rules have changed slightly since that time, right? So I don't know how round one would have turned out if we had had different HPP eligibilities. So I should say that part, right, to be very transparent about it's not fully apples to apples, but I'm not sure it changed enough as to where that would have been funded.
I'm just, yeah.
You're good?
So I'm sorry, the project in round one received HPP funding, but if it had gone first,
Yeah.
it would not have received HPP funding. I'm assuming because there were other projects from other districts that would have scored higher on HPP that used DGP funds instead.
Yeah.
Yes.
But that seems, but then we didn't fund the best projects with HPP.
I am not saying it is a bad outcome. I am just saying it is an outcome.
Okay. Yeah, and I mean, I represent the Northern Virginia District. To be honest with you, I care about the Northern Virginia District. I care more about having HPP funding the best projects in the Commonwealth. So I'm scratching my head a little bit about how that's an argument for not doing HPP first. If in round one we would have had a better result because better projects, sorry, Fredericksburg, would have advanced. That said, I'll wait till January.
My broader point is just it all can turn out in different ways at different times. And so we think just showing you both and asking you to vote is the best way to proceed. The question I want to ask is, you're going to basically get this on the first day of the meeting. We're going to give it to you, and then we're going to ask you to pick one the next day. Are you comfortable with that? The results will be very clear. So you'll get the results, again, like in January. You'll see exactly what will get funded in one scenario versus another. But we do need to then tell the public which way we're going. And so my ask of you is going to be within 24 hours, can we commit to either HPP first or DGP first? And I'm just looking around for someone to say, I have real heartburn, or if you don't say anything, I'm assuming that means you're okay.
I can vote now.
Okay, I think that's my answer. Just going to get one more quick scan. All right, Michelle.
All right, thank you for that.
Good sidebar.
All right, so our next three items, again, don't have action needed, but we welcome questions and conversations. So the first, I'm going to take us to an area of SMARTSCALE that, at least in the last few meetings, we haven't talked about much, which is the economic development score. So the economic development measure is based on proximity to properties in the Virginia Economic Development Partnership Virginia Scan database. And this was an algorithm, an equation, an approach to scoring that was developed by VEDP, not one of your agencies here, in partnership with the transportation agencies in prior years. So in this database, it is a properties database. That is the word that refers to everything. There is a subset of properties called sites. Sites tend to be large acreage, greenfield development areas. They tend to be, because they are large and greenfield, outside of the urban cores or the suburban cores of cities. So as you can see on the maps, they are a little small in this projection, I apologize, for 4 of our areas. The green dots are sites, and the orange dots are properties that are not sites. Everybody following with me? In round 6, only the sites were used in scoring. So if your project was proximate to a site, you got some economic development points. If your project was proximate to properties that were not sites, it did not get any economic development points. In round 7, per policy, because policy says properties, we've talked to VEDP and they are going to include both properties and sites in the scoring approach. What this does is it creates the ability for areas that are approximate to properties, which tend to be more urban and suburban as opposed to rural and peri-urban, the opportunity to score more economic development points. Properties that are not sites include facilities such as an office park that maybe has a couple empty floors, an industrial park that maybe has one empty building, a warehouse that is present but currently unoccupied, things like that. So, next slide. Now,
Secretary, I have a question on that, because my memory was we were looking at a definition where economic development only counted if it was something in the future. It was that green field. And we changed it to recognize that most of our economic development comes from expanding existing facilities. And so we wanted to encourage that and not penalize it if I'm doubling the size of a hospital or an industrial facility. Under the old way, that didn't count as economic development, even though I think we all agreed it was significant economic development. I'm hoping we're still following that, but when you say properties and it's in quotes, are only sites that are recognized by or on some website of EDP allowed? Or what if you're not on it, but you are a significant facility and you want to double the size? I would want that to be in play as well.
So, Mr. Lawson, great question. I'm going to sort of break it into two parts. Yes, in your discussion, you did emphasize that you wanted to use a more expansive definition of economic development, not just greenfield. So we are just making sure that that happens using this approach in this round. I don't know if it's a complete resolution to what you and many other board members brought up in terms of the definition of economic development, but it certainly ensures that we move in the direction that you have brought up. And it's what policy already said, so pretty straightforward. And your question on getting in the database is a great transition to this slide. So right now, yes, you do need to be approximate to a property that is in this database, but conveniently, we've worked with VEDP, and it's very easy to add such a property to the database. So between now and July 20th, for all of our submitters out there listening, if you believe that your project is near a place that should be on the list for economic development, a hospital that's preparing to double its size, an industrial park where you want to attract a new business, all you have to do is contact the VEDP Real Estate Solutions team. There's a contact on the website. You can also contact me if you have a hard time finding it. Give the address in a few sentences. They will quickly confirm that it makes sense, and they will add it. So now, during this preliminary phase of SMARTSCALE, also a SMART submitter would think about this and think about which properties in conversation with their locality they might want to add.
No foreshadowing at all.
No. But I would do it if I were submitting a project.
But, Mr. Wolf, if you go back to the previous slide, so guys, I just want to be clear, we are trying to make sure, Mr. Lawson, exactly to your point, that we are taking a broad view of this. And so if you, again, apologies, it is hard to see here, but the green dots are big, and you can kind of see the other things. So let's just talk about Northern Virginia, and I apologize for the two counties I'm going to talk about, but I have to talk about somebody. So if you're Prince William, the way we did it last round, you have lots of sites. If you're Loudoun, you have 0. With this broader definition, both have a lot. And I think it's probably fair to say both have a lot of economic development properties where there are opportunities. So I would kind of consider this taking that broader aperture and kind of meeting, from our perspective, the intent of what was discussed last time better. Because right now there is, as we look at it, there's discretion, and the way it was used, it does kind of result in some things that, again, I would have trouble explaining if pressed in front of a committee. Mr. Minshew.
Secretary, Ms. Shule, I've often wondered about the scoring under this economic development criterion, because there are some projects that need road support, some that don't. For example, a 300-acre solar array or a 200-acre data center doesn't need supportive roads. So I wonder, do we characterize the economic development project based on whether or not, because of its inherent nature, it needs road support?
Mr. Minshew, Mr. Secretary, that's a good question. I'm going to, again, explain the rationale at the time, and when we go back to revisions in the future, y'all are welcome to say that you don't agree with that rationale. But the rationale at the time is, so to answer your question, no, it does not consider a need for road infrastructure. It also doesn't consider if it does need road infrastructure, is the road infrastructure there already or not, right? The reason for that is before these changes were made, it was very subjective and labor intensive to try to describe and make a case for why the road infrastructure would actually benefit a particular economic development goal. And that ended up in a lot of projects sort of not filling in this part because it was just really complicated and confusing and subjective. So the decision that was made was using this automated approach, VEDP could show that using the simple sort of tiered rule of proximity in general, the trend is that more road infrastructure benefits economic development in the vicinity of the project. So that's why it was done. And now every project can have economic development scored in a comparable manner in a more objective approach. So that's why the decision was made to not look at it in that level of specificity.
I would say there's maybe a data center today, but it's probably zoned in some sort of industrial zoning category. And so in the future, it could be a distribution center. In the future, it could be many things in the future. So I think this is probably a better approach to not just look at what it's being used as today and to see what is this being zoned for, because we do know, like storage facilities is a great example. You can put a storage facility on a commercially zoned property and start generating some income while you're figuring out how to market it a little bit differently. And so we do see that use change over time. So I think this is great. I actually think that this change now pulls back in land use in a more meaningful way than how land use used to be, which was if you're in the general proximity of something, you got land use score. But this actually looks at some of those higher use sites like commercial, like industrial, and begins to make sense of it. So I think this is a really great approach.
Great, thank you.
The other change, Ms. Shule, I just feel like we also need to hit on in the way we used to land use in addition, economic development, in addition to it being labor intensive, is it also captured a bunch of things like gas stations and fast food stores and other things. And I think there was a discussion at the time of like, let's focus on value additive types of properties there. And so we're also trying to kind of move back to like, what is the base industry bringing value to the community rather than like services that are just kind of, consuming it there. And so that's another kind of significant change from the old methodology that was used.
Mr. Secretary, I appreciate Deputy Shule's work on this. This is a concern that has appeared in a number of places. I have been contacted within the Salem district by several local governments who are concerned about this, and they cited an 850 job project of Wells Fargo Bank that scored 0 in economic development because it was not on a greenfield site. So we I think have some legitimate concern around the Commonwealth on this, and I think you have taken a responsive approach to try to deal with it prior to round 7. So thank you.
Thank you. So to conclude, July 20th, audience, reach out to VEDP. All right, another thing that we are transparently telling you, no action is needed. So back to the topic of what makes something HPP eligible. It has to be on a corridor of statewide significance, regionally important network, and contain an eligible feature, or it has to be selected as the preferred alternative of a pipeline, stars, or similar caliber study. So when we implemented that in the guidance documents, it required it to be the complete preferred alternative from the pipeline or stars study. The rationale for that was we didn't want people sort of touching the edge of a pipeline study area and saying, now I'm eligible because I'm part of this pipeline study, right? So we were correcting for that potential gamification. In fact, what happened is a few projects said, hey, I know the pipeline study was completed. 7/8 of this, except for this one last intersection, are ready to go, but for some reason, one small piece of it is not ready to go. And it was felt that they should be eligible too. So we've added some clarification to the technical guidelines that it has to be substantially all of the preferred selection. Now, what does substantially mean? This is a very sort of rare situation that comes up, so we didn't want to try to like define every single permutation of what substantially could be. So what it means is you have to write an email to either VDOT and OIPI or DRPT and OIPI, depending on your project type, and explain why this is substantially all of it and why one piece was not included, and then that team will say, yes, we agree with you, or no, we don't. So for example, dropping an intersection from a long corridor is probably substantially all of the same thing. If there was a preferred alternative that was a big mix of pedestrian infrastructure and road infrastructure, and then it gets rid of all the pedestrian parts, that's probably not substantially the same as the preferred alternative. So please do, listeners, reach out to the state agencies if you feel like this applies to your SMARTSCALE project. Great. And go into the technical guidelines updates. So lastly, last meeting, I committed that we'd be working on developing new SMARTSCALE educational materials for different audiences. So we are starting this by developing 4 target audiences or personas: a practitioner, a CTB member, a senior leader or elected official at an agency, and a citizen or advocate. So for each persona, we're going to develop a set of questions that we think they need to know the answers to in consultation with representative individuals, and then we will adjust the materials to address those questions, and then do another round of iterative feedback with representatives of that category. So we will contact some of you to weigh in as our representative CTB members, and some folks have already raised their hand, which is great. And if any agencies want to be included as a representative, sort of senior elected agency representative, they are welcome to get in touch as well. Otherwise, we'll just sort of choose a sprinkling from throughout the Commonwealth, and we will proceed with developing those materials. Any questions? Concerns?
Sure. Are you at the end of your presentation?
Yes.
Because I was going to go back to economic development
Okay,
real
sure.
briefly. So first of all, thank you very much for the time and effort you've put into making this clear. I think we are so much better informed than we were just a few months ago, so appreciate that. One thing that would help is understanding what the net impact to a score might be for a type of change. I'm not asking you right now for this, but if you have it, that'd be fantastic. But if we make this change, is that a 1%? Is it 10%? Is it 30%? Like, what impact is this change likely to have on scores in the future? And just as we talk about each change, I think just knowing an order of magnitude would be incredibly helpful.
So noted.
And so I'll just give you a very high level thing, and we'll have Ms. Schul do something much better for our future meeting. But it looks like Prince William, you were going to get points in economic development under the old way, and Loudon, you weren't. And with this change, both will get points. I understand you're saying within the realm there, can you give me a greater sense of that? So
Is that 3 points out of 100? Is it 12 points out of 100? Like how many points am I getting out of how many total?
So it's not exactly how you're asking it, but I think when we analyzed this, we didn't analyze it in that way, but a project that had some economic development points was 50% more likely to get funded than a project that had no development points. So I didn't do it as on a fill of just a yes or no. Did you have 0 or did you have something?
I think it'd be helpful just to have, this is X, up to X number of points out of a total of Y points. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from Ms. Schul? Thank you. All right, I think Director Zimmerman, you are up.
All righty, and I know members of the DRPT staff are going to come up to present on our 6-year SIP program, and so we're really excited to share that draft set of proposed investments to be making across the Commonwealth through the DRPT funds. I just want to sort of provide a little context too in thinking about this. I think what we've seen here in Virginia in recent years is that the state investment in transit and rail is yielding results. I know that the CTB has spent a lot of time over the last few years looking at what's been happening, for instance, in the transit space, a sector that was heavily impacted by COVID and the loss of ridership that happened across pretty much every system, not just in Virginia, but the entire country. Virginia has really excelled when compared with some of our peers nationally in terms of being able to recover ridership from COVID, and we've talked a little bit about that, but we hit a ridership low in 2020 of approximately 68 million trips on transit. We've grown that 126%, where we saw over 154 million transit trips taken statewide last year, which was a 9% year-over-year growth from the year before. So it's not the same for all transit systems, of course, across the state. We have some. We heard about OmniRide earlier today. That's really been seeing tremendous ridership growth. A lot that is true for many of our larger systems, but we've also seen the growth in a number of rural systems. Those serve different needs. They're not necessarily commuter trips that they might be providing. They're providing really essential transit service that can get particularly older folks, folks who might have disabilities, people who are on very low incomes to get to doctor appointments, to get to dialysis, to get to jobs, to get to critical needs. So we see different needs across the state, but overall that investment we think is yielding results. It's very similar on the rail side, where I know we've talked and heard from folks at VPRA, where the investments the state's been making in passenger rail. Again, we're exceeding some of our state peers in terms of the level of ridership growth that we're seeing happening on the state-supported routes. Putting this also in just sort of a broader context, because I know not everyone, shockingly, takes transit or may take advantage of rail, but there are additional benefits to the Commonwealth. Our investments, for instance, in our freight rail program, which you'll hear about, is relatively small in the grand scheme of state investments, but through that we've diverted roughly 11 million trucks from Virginia highways just in the last fiscal year. Rail avoids 1.5 billion miles of truck travel in Virginia, leading to $85 million in annual pavement maintenance savings. And as we know, thinking about traffic safety, the incident of having large semi-trucks does create traffic problems. We need them to move the economy, but those that we can divert and get moving on rail both provides congestion benefits, safety benefits, and air quality benefits as well. And so the funds that we'll be talking about today are both some of our investments in freight rail, in Virginia passenger rail, but also in some of the state rail planning efforts that really creates a framework going forward. On the transit side, transit services mitigate congestion and save users $681 million a year in time savings. So that's not too bad for a $740 million state investment in public transportation. And transit investment has been estimated to generate $3.4 billion in economic value for the Commonwealth. Bringing that down to the personal level, households that rely more on using transit, it costs about $800 a year in transportation costs. Those who are using their personal automobile, it's about $12,000 in household costs each year. So for those who can make a choice, that is a tremendous savings. But we also know a lot of transit riders, again, are low-income households, folks who might be on fixed income. And so being able to see that household cost savings is really important to helping them stretch their dollars, get to jobs, get to opportunities, help move our economy, and help people connect to opportunity. Transit, I would be remiss without saying, is also the safest mode. According to the National Transit Database, we had 5 fatalities since 2019, but we are committed to working with VDOT and really looking at ways we can improve that, because we know there's also pedestrian and bicycle-related incidents and car incidences, sometimes with that interaction between transit. And so we're also looking in this coming 6-year proposal of how we can continue to make sure that our transit and rail investments are really going to provide the safest, most reliable, affordable options to move people and move our economy. So with that, I will turn to Deanna Orwar, who is our CFO at DRPT.
Thank you, Maria. Good morning, everyone. I'm just going to go over briefly the timeline for our 2732 SIP cycle. And again, today we're just presenting our draft SIP, and we will return in June for the CTB to have a final vote on this 6-year program. But we started our process in November, conducting transit and rail application workshops for our grantees. And then between December of last year and February 1st of this year, our team scored and evaluated and reviewed all of the applications that we received from our grantees, which brings us to the April meeting this morning, where we are presenting our draft SIP. We will then have public hearings, including a virtual public hearing that will focus on DRPT projects in May, and then we will be back in June before the board to present the final SIP for DRPT. I just have a few slides to go over and to summarize our revenue estimates for the 6-year program, and then talk about allocations very briefly. And so for this year's SIP compared to last year's SIP, we had revenue growth in most areas. The Commonwealth Mass Transit Fund revenue grew over the 6-year time frame, grew by more than $200 million, and our rail fund revenues increased by about $800,000. Included in the draft SIP, we have federal revenues that include the full apportionment numbers. And then I just wanted to comment very briefly on what could change between today and when we come back to the board in June. We do have some projects that we work with our MPOs and TPOs that are federal highway projects related to CMAQ and RSTP. And so if there are changes made at the MPO level on any of those projects, that will alter the numbers that we have presented in the draft today. Additionally, there could be some legislative changes at the state or federal level. So if there are any changes in the budget bill that Virginia will pass between now and June, that could be reflected in our SIP as well in June. And then we might have some individual project adjustments for our transit and rail projects that are included today. If a grantee, for example, comes back and says, hey, we're not ready to proceed just yet, could you remove this project? We will have an adjustment in that way as well. And so for fiscal 27, our revenue by source is depicted on the pie chart. It's over $1.17 billion of revenue that we have estimated in the SIP. The next 3 slides just show a comparison of the revenue estimates over the 6 years compared to the previous SIP and the growth that has occurred. And so again, Commonwealth Mass Transit grew by more than $200 million. This next slide shows the other public transit revenues and our federal revenues for transit. You'll notice that there is one decline in the revenue estimate for the WMATA dedicated capital. I will note that that does not impact or should not impact the commitment that Virginia has to provide $154.5 million to WMATA. But there was a downward revision with the revenue forecast that came out from the Department of Taxation related to a decline in the grantor's tax and the motor vehicle rental tax. And this is just a grand total of what happened with our rail fund revenue estimates. There's growth as well there. This is the Commonwealth Rail Fund as well as our Rail Preservation Fund. And again, in total, for the 6 years, our revenue grew by more than $289 million. And then just really quickly to summarize our allocations for fiscal 27, compared that to 26. Again, in most cases, there is growth across the board. There are 2 areas that declined, however, that I'll just point out. The WMATA allocations are smaller this year compared to last fiscal year, and that's really due to the general fund money that was appropriated in 26, and there is nothing from the general fund appropriated this year in the draft SIP for WMATA, so that's why that area has declined. And then the Transforming Rail in Virginia, the money that we pass through to VPRA, this is more of really just a timing change. In the previous SIP, there were some funds dedicated for the VPRA I-66 inside the Beltway facility, and they thought that the securing of the debt and the project spending would happen in 27. They've pushed that out into 28, and so it's a timing thing more than a reduction in funds. In total, though, we have slightly below 11% reduction in allocations, but again, the main reasons are the no general fund and the timing issue associated with VPRA. And I'm going to turn it over to Zach, who's going to talk about the transportation projects.
17 slides, that's what 18 including this one. Sent me here with, so I'm going to fly through some of them. Feel free to tell me to move along. So first of all, quickly about our operating program, which is one that is very important to our operators. And so we have this year $138.8 million to allocate among our 39 transit service operators. And we provide up to a max. This is a program. It's not reimbursement based. It's an allocation out for any eligible operating expenses to our operators, so that we allow up to 30% of the operating expenses. And this year, the average across our agencies are going to receive from DRPT about 23.2% of operating expenses on average. So, a great program. Thank you to the support. This is very much appreciated by our operators. Next is our capital assistance program, our other major program out of Merit, and you can see that we had $166 million this year. We are recommending $101 million be funded out of our capital assistance pot. We also have some that were applied for out of this pot, but we're able to fund them instead out of our TRIP program, and so I'll talk about that in a minute. But when we were talking with the Secretary preparing for this meeting, I will mention that we have funded basically all eligible projects as far as our state of good repair and the minor enhancements. So we've been fortunate to be able to do that. And then the major expansion we'll talk about also in a minute. And so we've also recommended funding some over multiple years because, as Mr. Short was kind of alluding to in their program, these projects might take a little longer time horizon, and we don't have it in 1 year to fund those all, but trying to work with them to stretch that out as needed to get the project done still. So that's our capital assistance program and and this is just another look at it a little bit deeper. You can see the important thing here is our program focus is state of good repair. And so we are still meeting that. As you can see on the side there, over 65% of our state of good repair is going towards revenue vehicle replacement, and then the other 15% is going towards state of good repair of things like maintenance equipment, facilities, technology, things of that nature. And then the rest, it would be called, like, maybe for expansion is what we call it. So that's the remaining pot of funds, and that's for somebody to, again, not maintain something, but to expand, construct new, buy new, things like that. So, that may be electrical chargers, surveillance equipment, things like that, technology. So that's the other capital assistance. Now, our third program is our major expansion. So we had one project that we are recommending for funding this year, and that is the western extension of the Pulse. And so GRTC Pulse. So this is a 4-mile project that will leave from where it currently terminates at Willow Lawn and go westward on West Broad Street to around Parham Road. CVT, so we're saying it's a $23.1 million approximately total project cost for this. We are recommending actually to spread that out over 4 years from the 27 to 30. We'll tell you it's been a big project regionally. Even the CVTA that Mr. Davis serves on has pledged some support to it, over $20 million, $15 million for stations, $7 million for other construction. So, and this is construction money that we're recommending here. So that's our major capital project recommendation this year. Just one thus far. And other programs, our TRIP program I just mentioned, and so that's for helping to spur new service, regional connections. So that's where a lot of the money is going. You see our regional routes. And so also, again, these can sometimes be expensive. BRT project, for instance, can have, be very expensive, as we know. So we're also looking at recommending some multi-year awards there. And so you can see those on there. And so there's examples on the next slide that, again, since in the interest of time, won't go into too much. And so again, anything that weren't funded, really we funded all eligible projects. We were fortunate to have the funding for that, and some just didn't meet the eligibility criteria. Maybe they'd come in already for that project, and we couldn't fund that again. So that's the TRIP program this year. And again, some projects came over from Merit Capital, so we were able to preserve some capital funding and instead pay for it out of TRIP, funded out of the TRIP program. There are some project highlights. If you, I think those are in your packet as well to see a few examples of what may be funded in TRIP. So then our special program, special is a fund, and it funds 5 different types of projects. And so you can see there, the demonstration program is the largest of those, and again, that's for maybe experimental service, new service, things like that, to demonstrate whether a service will work or there's demand for it. And then technical assistance, we help with studies. Workforce development is like internships and even taking more of a workforce slant for trying to get drivers and mechanics and things like that, because that's been a real need in the transit industry. And then we fund our commuter assistance program out of this. A lot of money. So again, just some highlights of what demonstration projects are, and so a lot of people coming in for that. It's been a lot of demand this year, and then the other types of projects as well. What may come out of the other categories. And then the Secretary had also mentioned some efforts in our more urban areas about ride sharing and things of that nature. So we do manage the commuter assistance program, which is funded out of our special fund. And so you can see the projects here, over 35 projects, close to $6.6 million in awards. So these fund car pools, van pools, staffing at the local level for some of these services. So. Talked about and Director Zimmerman mentioned our rural communities. So these last few slides are really just to actually talk about a couple of special circumstances at DRPT from almost one extreme to the other. We have a lot of demand in our rural communities. It's a great story that they're growing and the demand is there for services for people that otherwise may not be able to get around for a variety of reasons. I mean, Ms. Green knows. But certainly that's a challenge also. We get certain money from the federal government. It's called the 5311 program. And that is becoming, expenses are going up. These revenues aren't necessarily growing as fast. So we've gotten to the point where the programs will fund both operating and capital. At VDOT, construction and maintenance, for that dichotomy, and transit, it's operating and capital are your two sort of things that are the main focus. And so it's becoming where the money that we get from the federal government is really just enough to cover operating costs for agencies, which they've told us, is very important, because the most important, I mean, they can stretch another vehicle for a year potentially, but they need to have those, people driving and being out there. So it is becoming where we're really spending most of our money on operating, and so that falls back on our capital program, our larger capital program, to pick up more slack. And so we've been doing that balance, and just something we're keeping our eye on, and just wanted to sort of remind you we're looking at very strongly and trying to balance those needs and funding. And so here's a way with our capital that we are sort of helping. We get two capital sources from the federal government also, again, that we leverage. Some of them are our small urban areas like the Charlottesvilles and the Winchesters and things like that. And then some go to our rural areas. So just kind of let you know, we leverage that money as best we can. We try to be very flexible. We will have some money in the 5311 program capital this year, because we were successful in getting a discretionary grant within the last year that is allowing us to save about $8 million of state money and use federal money instead. So that's a great story, and something that, again, buys us some time. And we'll keep hustling as we can. And then our other one that really helps some of the more vulnerable among us, we leverage also this program from 5310. And that helps the disabled, the seniors, individuals with disabilities. And so, again, you see there that we get a lot of requests. The funding's not all there for everything. I mean, every project is not necessarily great and worth funding anyhow. So we certainly stretch our dollars as much as we can. But there's a lot of needs out there as well, I think, is the story there. So, and then the other extreme, you might say, is certainly our Northern Virginia area. And just want to tell you about a couple programs there that we manage. Dr. Schneider talked a little bit about I-66, and we certainly were talking about there's other programs in the I-95 corridor as well to try to help ease congestion. And so these, the money's come to us, and we could take in projects from our jurisdictions up there, eligible recipients, and pass it on. And so this year, this is what's looking to be funded. There's some operating, some capital there. And so these are examples and what we're looking at funding there. And then the other ones where we just basically, they get what you could term a carve out. It comes off the top from the CMTF, and so that's VRE and WMATA. So VRE first, the allocation recommended this year is 19.7. That's 3.5% of the CMTF. Again, that goes towards operating and capital. VRE can't otherwise come in and apply for anything from DRPT because they get this money, but it's been a source for them to have some stability and know what they can get from us. And then, of course,
Well, Mr. Strong, really quick. So folks, there's kind of two reasons these changes were made. One, as Mr. Strong noted, was stability, but the other is also flexibility. So stability both for VRE and WMATA because they get fixed amounts each year. But that also means for our smaller agencies, they are not competing in a capital pot where WMATA or VRE might show up one year and be Pac-Man and just come in and gobble up a lot of those funds. And so again, both it's for both the people who are receiving it and those who are no longer competing with them for funding, that it kind of creates some stability there. And then secondarily this also provides more flexibility to the local funding partners at both WMATA and VRE. So in the past, again, they could get certain amounts for operating, and then they could apply for discretionary capital funds, and those dollars were unfungible, right? $1 was green, one was red. Now we're just giving them green dollars, and we're telling them, apply this to operating or capital as it best meets your needs in a given year, understanding you're seeking federal funds, you have local funds, and it's all coming with kind of different colors. We took a posture of being more flexible to those kind of funding partners so that they could better manage their budgets as part of the kind of locking in a fixed amount, which can give them stability, but also is both a floor and a ceiling, right? And so with that ceiling, we thought flexibility was important. And so that's another just kind of, reason why we have them being treated differently there. And it does impact and benefit both these agencies as well as all the other agencies throughout the state.
thank you. And so VRE, as we said, has 3.5%, and of course, WMATA for years now has gotten 46.5%. And again, so that's that'll be 258 million projected this year, a little more. And so again, on both of those extremes, our rural program we're working with, and of course with WMATA in Northern Virginia, there's discussions going on certainly about how to do some more sustainable potentially funding there. But so with all that, that's about probably out of the $1 billion Deanna talked about, that's about $600 million of the program, to give you an idea of where some of that's going. And out of that will probably come about 400 projects. So we're staying very busy as well. So with that, from public transportation, I'm happy to turn it over to freight rail to
Mr. Secretary.
Sure.
A question around, we have talked in the past about allocating funds to these operations based on their operating expenses. But we have not, I don't see anywhere in the performance measures or the sizing metrics that we look at revenue or hold them accountable for trying to raise revenues where they can. How is that addressed, or is it?
Yeah, no, that we don't take, you might call it, we have actually talked about that recently, about, like you call it fare box revenue, you call it locally derived revenue, income, something like that, but that is not part of our performance scoring system. Ideally, we provide up to 30% of it. That means they have to somehow come up with 70% or more of it, but that has not been a measure we've used. We are reviewing our merit operating program right now. That is still not part of the discussions, but it hasn't been something we've used as a performance measure in the past. Yeah. So.
If I could just, thank you, Mr. Secretary. So we are looking right now at that operating formula for allocating the merit funds, and one of the discussions that is live, and thank you, Dr. Smoot, who's been part of the TISDAC discussions going on since the CTB passed a resolution to give us a little more time to work through that, is we are supposed to be looking at performance as part of that. And so how do we define performance, and looking that in ways that are looking at growing revenues, increasing ridership, improving customer experience, and always a commitment to safety. And so that actually is an ongoing discussion that's happening right now. And we are seeking comments from the publics and the operators and others. So I think, we may not get fully there, but I think we can keep looking at how we can better address performance in a full way of viewing that and thinking about that. And I will note, it does vary a lot across the state. We do have some systems that are charging fares, and we have some systems that are fare-free, and so it gets a little complicated with that. But we are also aware that there are parts of the Commonwealth where there are additional regional funds that can go in, where there's more local commitment, and where there is greater fare box recovery. And so sort of figuring out how do we address that as a Commonwealth given the variation that's there, but looking at ways to really define performance needs to kind of include the bucket of things that we just talked about.
Mr. Secretary, following on that, is the plan then to report back on when I think of the term merit, the mission is not just running these machines around, but filling them up or using them to their maximum load capacity, or in some cases getting a smaller vehicle because, you know, it's the proverbial big bus and one person in it. But are you all going to report back on that? And I understand there's different payment formulas and all that, but at its core, ideally, we're running at 80% or whatever the capacity is of each unit. How do we get there?
Yeah, I'm happy to take a cut, and I don't know, Dr. Smoot, if you're getting close to your microphone to also chime in.
Well, the group has been meeting monthly, and I believe the plan is to come back to CTB about September or so at the workshop and present that.
Yep, so we will be coming back in September, providing a briefing on what the recommendations are, and then it will be CTB action in October to approve that policy. Also would flag, Mr. Togden talked about the TRIP program. The General Assembly has passed legislation, HB 200, that also requires TISDAC, the same advisory group that Dr. Smoot sits on, to come back to the CTB with policies for allocating those funds. So both those things we are planning to come back and be able to talk with you and have a conversation.
Secretary, is there any discussion on reviewing the VRE's operating transfer, especially as we're adding capacity, adding those rail miles?
We are not doing that at DRPT. Are you talking about the compact and kind of how funding happens locally and such with VRE?
Nope,
Being at 3.5%.
This one is more of, are we talking to, because what's not funded through that is going to ultimately fall on local governments, the local governments that, well, NVTC and PRTC governments who own and operate the VRE. And so is the state discussing that as we're adding rail miles, could we also add more money in that transfer process? Because the operating expenses, it's very expensive to run a railroad, and these local governments are taking it on. So have we had that discussion with the state to see if we can increase that transfer a little bit to help localities, especially as they prepare in the next, 5 to 10 years to take on what could be doubling of their VRE allocations?
So I want to say back to you what I think you're saying, just to make sure we're answering or addressing the comment. Are you talking about the fixed percentage of the CMTF that they receive from the state?
Yes,
Okay.
increasing that so that it helps localities as they prepare to take on this additional.
So I think that's a fair thing to raise. I would say there was not a discussion during this year's General Assembly, though VRE funding needs were, and increasing funding for them was a part of that discussion. I expect that will be a continued kind of discussion there. I will say like the 3.5 was sized based on kind of around what they were going to get based on the service they were running at that time. And so I assume that if they come back to the state and show how they're going to be running more service, that they can have that discussion. I will say a number of transit agencies were before the Assembly this year indicating a need for additional funding. And so I suspect it will be a live discussion that may involve more than just VRE. And we still also have some of the WMATA funding needs that still have yet to be fully addressed by the Assembly that are out there. But it would be fair to say the 3.5% when it was put in place, that I think 3 years ago, was related to the amount of funding they were getting from the capital and operating program and just kind of locking that percentage in at that time. And so I think they would have a fair case to make if they, say, doubled service or did some things like they might be planning to do in the future, that they would come back and have different ask of the General Assembly. I want to stress, can't do that.
Right.
The Assembly would have to do that. So I think we could have discussions here, and Dr. Zimmerman, I know, is working, and I always mispronounce her last name, but with the new VRE director to have some of those discussions about what their service plans are in the future. But that would require a law change in the, Title 33.2.
Right, and I hope that that happens sooner rather than later, because these localities, especially along the Fredericksburg line, as we call it, if it starts expanding south of Spotsylvania County, now you're getting into jurisdictions that are not paying into the VRE, that do not own it. And, I mean, it's great, we want ridership, right? But the people who's gonna maintain that railroad? Who's gonna maintain it? And is VRE gonna be expected to maintain it while other localities take advantage of it? Which again, if that's what we want, then that's okay, I guess. But the localities probably need to know that today, so they can be sitting down with their delegates and saying, hey, this is now an unfunded mandate, and we are now supporting these additional localities that are getting a free service. So it's just kind of that discussion of making sure that we're understanding how the expansion of rail and the expansion of VRE services impacts the localities in the NVTC and PRTC groups, because those are the ones who own VRE. It's not the Commonwealth's railroad, it is NVTC and PRTC's railroad.
No, that's very fair, and I will say, in the past, whenever the VRE service territory has expanded, the obligation and requirement to pay has been a requirement of that expansion. And so, as I understand the current legal framework, VRE will not extend south of Spotsylvania and into Caroline unless Caroline County commits to contributing to there, which is similar to what was done with Spotsylvania when it extended from Fredericksburg to Spotsylvania about 10 or 12 years ago, after Spotsylvania funded that station in partnership with the state, kind of moving forward.
Well, it doesn't go over very well, so we should be talking about that beforehand. Another reason PRTC was not always a collegial environment, right, is because, they come to these, you get sent to these meetings to have these discussions, and then you realize, oh my gosh, you've just given me hi Commonwealth, you just gave us a bill that we can't fund, let alone we can't fund our schools, we can't fund our jails, all these other things. So, we should keep in mind that as it's looking right now, in the next 5 to 10 years, we will be hearing localities say, what you did with transforming rail created an unfunded mandate, and this is the bill. And so it's just part of that discussion that I think we need to be helping right now and planning for it, instead of, in 10 years trying to figure it out.
Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Secretary, members of the board. I'm Emily Stock, Chief of Rail Transportation at DRPT. So I'll be talking about the rail portion of the 6-year improvement program. And this slide shows the FY27 slice of the rail section of the SIP. It provides an indication of how the SIP is organized for rail projects. It includes the Commonwealth Rail Fund, which funds the freight program and rail planning. That's the top and bottom bars. Rail preservation is the middle bar. It gets $4 million a year through the biennial budget, and a maximum of 50% of the Commonwealth Rail Fund annually as needed. And that's the purple chunk that you see in the middle there. And rail preservation is a very well subscribed to grant program, and we need all we can get from the other source. So are appreciative of that transfer that's allowed. On the right side of the screen are descriptions of the types of projects that are funded through each program. So, and the total that we are recommending for this FY27 slice is $19.7 million. And the programs that are included there are the freight program. We're recommending $6.8 million for that program, and that is focused on network capacity expansion projects. A benefit cost analysis is required for all applications for this program, and so is 30% design, so that we know we have a good pool of projects to help fund. The rail preservation program, as I mentioned, is very popular, $11.7 million that we're recommending for FY27. These are state of good repair projects for short line railroads, and short line railroads, we have 9 of them in the state, and they provide last mile services for industries throughout Virginia, and they have connections to Class 1 railroads, and they're really important to us. So this is the State of Good Repair program. We require 30% match from the railroads for their projects. The next section is rail planning. We're recommending $1.2 million for FY27, and that includes funding for the statewide rail plan, which is underway right now. And I hope that you're keeping track of that and that you are making comments. We did have a survey that closed just last month, and we will have more. And we also offer technical assistance and federal grant match to our partners through our rail planning program. And then the program allocations beyond FY27, we do look to the future. Many of these projects that we're recommending are multi-year projects. And so beyond FY27, we're recommending almost $10 million for the freight program, $24.5 million for rail preservation, and rail planning tops out at $8.6 million. So that if you do take a look at the SIP at the entire 6 years, we're including those funds as well. And I do want to note that that we do have federal funding that's included in the SIP, but not in this bar chart right here. So we have $5.7 million in anticipated federal grant funds coming to DRPT through the Corridor Identification and Development Program with FRA. And that's a rail planning program. So these are the grant-funded projects that are new to the SIP for FY27. It's over $18 million that we're recommending, and these projects go over multiple fiscal years. Both the freight program and the rail preservation program are represented here. So Hub Scrap Metals is one of the projects. I'll just start over on the left-hand side of the screen. That is a project to expand an industry on-site rail yard in Frederick County that is served by the Winchester and Western Railroad. The Shenandoah Valley Railroad has a project that we're recommending. It's a 6-year programmatic track and railroad roadbed upgrade project in Augusta and Rockingham counties. We also are recommending funding for the Norfolk-Portsmouth Beltline for a programmatic bridge, rail, and tie upgrade project in Norfolk and Portsmouth. On the right side of the screen, Buckingham Branch has 3 crossover projects that we're recommending in Goshen, Charlottesville, and Doswell. And then the Richmond and Allegheny Bridge Improvements and Upgrades project for the Buckingham Branch Railroad is also recommended. And that's a multi-bridge upgrade project to maintain weight capacity between Richmond and Allegheny County. And this shows the location of the projects. And that is the end of my presentation. I'm going to turn things back over to Deanna to talk about, to wrap us up and talk about the budget.
Just really quickly, for our FY27 agency budget, we are expecting to have $1.17 billion of state, federal, and local funds that we plan on investing in state, federal, and in transportation and rail projects across the Commonwealth. Our budgeted expenses are for projects that we have anticipating programming in this SIP 2732, and it could also include expenditures that we've programmed in previous SIPs that will come through as an expenditure in the fiscal 27 fiscal year, the state fiscal year. So really for us, our next steps are to participate in public hearings for the SIP, including the one that I mentioned earlier, which is on May 27th. There's a QR code on the screen for you to register for that one. We'll focus on our DRPT projects at that virtual hearing. We plan on taking feedback that we receive from the public hearings and incorporating anything that we receive that we want to include in the draft SIP and into the final version of the SIP that will be again presented in June. And then we will also be finalizing our 5-year capital budget projects. Those are not funded in the current SIP. Again, finally, we'll present in June. I believe the meeting is on the 17th of June. So that concludes our presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Hearing none.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, folks, I'm suspending the workshop meeting. There are lunches out in the hallway there. Please grab one. Do you want them to, are we supposed to eat here, Carol, or we have, go back to the hotel?
Whichever one you
Okay.
prefer to do.
So you have an hour to yourselves. We are hoping to see you at 1:30 downstairs in the hotel lobby where we'll have transportation for the district tour. As a reminder, when we come back tomorrow, we are going to keep the workshop meeting in suspense to start the action meeting and take public comment. Anyone who is listening who wants to provide public comment, we will do that at 9 a.m. tomorrow. We will then unsuspend the workshop meeting, suspend the action meeting, finish with 3 presentations we have left, and then move to the action meeting there, and then at which point we'll conclude tomorrow's meeting. So again, thank you very much, and I will see you in an hour. Good morning, everyone. We're going to get started here. As a quick reminder, our workshop meeting is suspended at the moment, but I'd like to bring to order today's action meeting of the Commonwealth Transportation Board. The first item on our agenda is public comment, and we do have an individual who's signed up. I'd like to ask Mr. Trenton Clark.
Good morning. Good morning, Secretary Donahue, members of the CTB, Commissioner Britch, Director Zimmerman, of course, the lady who does it all behind the scenes, Ms. Mathis. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Trenton Clark, and I'm president of the Virginia Asphalt Association. And I've got the honor this morning to announce that VDOT won a perpetual payment award from the asphalt industry. So the Perpetual Payment Award was created by the Asphalt Alliance over 25 years ago. And it was done because pavement engineers noticed that asphalt pavements built with the right materials at the right thickness didn't need structural improvements over their life. In essence, they were perpetual. So we were able to just renew the surface on a periodic cycle, but not reconstruct the road. The initial award that the Asphalt Pavement Alliance created was known as Perpetual Pavement by Performance. Simply put, the pavement lasted a long time. Since then, 2 more awards have been created by conversion and by design. And since the inception of this award more than 25 years ago, VDOT has won 7 awards. 4 of those were by performance, 2 by design, which was the I-66 outside the Beltway job a few years ago, and the I-64 widening down in the Williamsburg area. And then we also won 1 by conversion, which basically meant we took an existing road and made it perpetual, and that was the eastbound lanes of the Appomattox bypass, where we rubberized the pavement and overlaid it about 7-8 years ago now. And I'm very confident once that next project completes this summer, VDOT will win another by conversion award. But this morning I'm here to let you know that late in March, VDOT was notified that it won another by performance award. This is the 4th one. It's on I-81. It's southbound I-81 in Montgomery County. Salem District has won 3 of these awards over the last few years, and 1 was won by the Stanton District 20 years ago to this year. As we know, 81's going through a lot of widening, construction, reconstruction. Of the 325 miles of I-81, about 310 miles of it is full depth asphalt. That other 10 miles, if you're from the Roanoke area, you remember we overlaid it starting in 1996. So the full 325 miles now has an asphalt surface on it. So what does by performance mean? It's 35 years old. We haven't had to do structural improvements. And the surface, we've only had to resurface it every 13 or more years. So we're staying by the mantra, get in, get out, stay out. So this year's award is from milepost 121.4 to 123.4 in the southbound lanes. It carries almost 27,000 vehicles a day. 24% of that is truck traffic. It was built in 1972. When I worked for VDOT, I was over the payment program. In the 70s and 80s, we designed roads to last 20 years. 54 years ago is when that section was designed, built, and it still performs. It's had what we call 65 million easels. Don't worry what an easel is. It's just nerd talk for a lot of trucks. So if you've been down 81, you know that there's a lot of trucks on this road. Why has it lasted so long? Why has it lasted 34 years longer than was actually designed? Because back then in the late 60s and 70s when the interstate system was being built, they used the right materials, they had high quality construction, they did it timely maintenance over that 54-year cycle, and we used high performance materials on the surface. Because again, we didn't want to disrupt traffic. So I would like to ask Ken King. Ken has been the Salem District Salem District Engineer for many years. He's gotten 3 of these awards. But as he's coming up here, I'd like to express my gratitude to he and his staff. They took the time to complete the award process, submit it to the Asphalt Pavement Alliance. Asphalt Pavement Alliance had the National Center for Asphalt Technology investigate this section of road and deemed it worthy for this major award. So I want to thank he and his team. In the coming weeks, we'll have plaques. And when the plaques arrive, I'll make sure the Salem District, as well as the central office, gets their plaques to be able to display. And in this October, we have a meeting with the commissioner and his senior staff and team, and we'll have a large obelisk, which will be presented. And again, there's 6 of those now in VDOT, and we'll soon be adding a 7th. And I think when we're done with the westbound lanes, Appomattox bypass, we'll have 8. So, Ken, congratulations.
Thank you, sir. I'm Ken King. It's my pleasure to be the Salem District Engineer. Certainly, this is an industry award, as you know, from the time it was constructed throughout the time that we did preventative maintenance of overlays. It took quality aggregate from our aggregate producers, quality asphalt from the asphalt producers, and then contractors putting it down and doing it in the right manner to achieve that performance. So certainly, Salem District and the team that I lead is certainly proud to be a part of this, but certainly it's an industry recognition that Virginia should be proud of. So thank you.
Well, thank you. Before we conclude today's public comment period, I want to see if there were any others in the crowd who wanted to address the board. Okay. Well, that concludes public comment. With that, I'm going to suspend the action meeting, and I'll bring the workshop meeting back into order. We have 4 presentations in addition to the updates from Director Zimmerman and Commissioner Britch, and we're going to start with Ms. Pryor on the Commonwealth Transportation Fund and budget. Ms. Pryor.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, members of the board. Good morning. Today, I'm going to be speaking to you about the draft fiscal year 2027 to 2032 Commonwealth Transportation Fund 6-year financial plan and recommended VDOT budget. We'll review the revenues and allocations for the draft 6-year financial plan, as well as the draft fiscal year 27 budget for the CTF and for VDOT. As a reminder, from my presentation to you back in February, the 6-year financial plan identifies planned funding for allocation to highways, rail, transit, ports, aviation, DMV, and spaceflight. The preliminary 6-year financial plan allocates $59.6 billion. That includes the use of $1.5 billion in Route 58 corridor bonds, I-81 financing, Garvey bonds, and special structures debt. It also includes $6.6 billion in transfers to the 3 regional entities, as well as $1.1 billion in dedicated revenues for the WMATA Capital Fund. Also included is $607 million of dedicated fuel tax revenues for the I-81 corridor, $18.6 billion dedicated for maintenance and operations, and $17 billion for construction. Of that, about $2.6 billion is from local and regional funding on projects. I will point out, as I did back in February, the Highway Maintenance and Operating Fund has an expected deficit of $633.7 million, which will be filled with approximately $287 million of federal funds, as well as the crossover of $346.6 million of state funds from the construction fund. This chart just shows the key revenue sources. Again, repeat from my presentation to you in February. Across the 6-year window, you can see that the CTF revenues total $34.6 billion. This chart shows the revenues from the CTF there, the state revenues at the top, as well as the addition of federal revenues to the tune of about $9.6 billion. Again, the debt programs there shown towards the middle, another $1.5 billion, as well as the regional funds for a total of $59.6 billion. This slide shows the breakdown of how some of those allocations are provided. Again, you can see the commitment of funds for debt service of about $2.8 billion. Maintenance and operations, as I said before, $18.6 billion. Then you can see the breakout for the other modes towards the center of the chart. And the funding for construction at $17 billion. And in addition, there's the funding for from the regional entities for a total of $59.6 billion. So the total CTF revenues are about $10 billion, which is an increase of about 4.3% over the 2026 CTF budget. As I mentioned before, you can see in the chart to the left the CTF of $5.5 billion, the regional revenues, the funding from regional fuels tax for I-81 and the supplemental construction district grant program, as well as the regional funding. Highway maintenance, including funding for VDOT and locality maintained assets, represents 29.1% of the budget. Highway construction, including regional and local funding, represents 34.5% of the budget, and the funding for rail and public transportation is 9.8%. The breakout pie chart to the right shows the commitment of funds to the other modal agencies as well. This chart shows the recommended VDOT allocations for the budget. You can see the various programs outlined there, including just under $3 billion for construction, $2.4 billion for maintenance, as well as the total program value of about $8.6 billion. You can see there the commitment of funds to other state agencies of $61 million and support to VIPRA and DRPT, which is provided from CMAQ, RST, carbon allocations from MPOs for DRPT and VIPRA administered projects, for a total operating budget of $7.8 billion. In terms of next steps, we will continue to monitor actions of the General Assembly as they contemplate finalization of a budget. We also continue to monitor developments at the federal level. Tuesday night, we had our first of 9 spring public meetings. We'll continue the tour around the state to complete those public meetings, and we will be bringing back to you a final recommended budget, 6-year financial plan, and 6-year improvement program in June. With that, I'd be happy to entertain any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Pryor. And before we go to questions, just a few things I want to note. We do have some uncertainty related to the state budget, as Ms. Pryor noted. I want to stress that we have made certain assumptions in kind of the budget you have before you about things that we saw in both budgets and we assume will be in any final thing. So there's pay raises and other types of items like that that have been assumed in here. Obviously, if the General Assembly does not include those in the final budget, that will change some of the funding here, but we don't believe we're going to be in a posture where something coming out of the budget is going to require us lowering kind of any of these numbers that you're otherwise seeing, because we've made some conservative assumptions about their actions as we kind of move forward here. So I want to note that. And I do expect that by our May meeting, we will have a greater sense of where things stand on the budget. My understanding is the conferees have started to meet, and I'm hopeful that we will see a budget, come out here in the coming weeks. We will not see a resolution, as I understand it, this week at the planned special session, but I'm cautiously optimistic that by our May meeting, we'll be able to give you kind of full clarity. But I did want to note that there are potential impacts in that budget, in both versions, the House and Senate, and we have assumed those for purposes of what we have brought before you in this draft budget. Mr. Stant?
Yeah, just quick question. That $3 billion for highway construction does not include HR TAC money for HRBT and
Mr. Stan, I do actually believe that the construction figure you saw of $3.4 billion for this budget does include the HRBT. And so if any of you guys were looking closely at the lines on slide 7, if you go back there, Ms. Pryor, what you'll see is the construction figure actually goes up and down a fair amount. So we're at $3.4 billion this year. We drop to $2.5 billion next year, and then we go back up to $3 billion. That lumpiness you're seeing there is in fact some of these larger regional projects where we have funds from HR TAC or NVTA or CVTA kind of incorporated. And so that big push you see right here in 27 is in fact about the Hampton Roads Bridge Tunnel construction and the regional funding we have from HR TAC. And so it can be confusing at times where you see both the pass-throughs down at the bottom. Sometimes those pass-throughs come back to us for construction, and so that's why you kind of see it again shown there. And that's also why in this year, the construction program is greater than the maintenance and operations program, while over the 6 years, maintenance operations is actually larger. And so over time, those things will change as the regional bodies allocate their funds. And when those projects are overseen by VDOT, they then are reflected back in the construction budget. They just don't always allocate as far out as we do. And so we see some variability there in our construction line because of that.
I would also offer that some of that lumpiness you referred to is due to the Garvey allocations of $100 million in FY 27, 29, and 31, as well as the assumed, the planned use of debt on I-81, and when we time the use of the TIFIA loan. So that creates some lumpiness as well.
Sellers.
10, what's accounting for this $546 million increase in construction?
Again, that is, in general, it's due to the shift of the 6-year window and the TIFIA and the Garveys that have been added to the program. There's $300 million of Garveys, as well as the planned debt, and just growth in the federal program over the 6-year window.
And then with the system, the maintenance one, it's going down even though...
Thank you for bringing that up. I should have pointed that out. In the FY 26 to 31 window, FY 26 had additional funding of $283 million for maintenance. The board approved that back in December of 2024, additional funding for paving and routine maintenance. That's now outside of the 6-year window, and that additional funding for maintenance drops down to $100 million a year. So that is the net of growth in the maintenance program as well as the dropping out of that additional funding in 26.
Ms. Pryor, I would say back what you said slightly differently. Last year, the board approved one-time funding for pavements and bridges due to considerations that were discussed at that time. Yes. And so that $200 million drops out, and then you have the 3% growth of the program that comes back in. And so we look like we're going down 100, but we're from the baseline going up. We just don't have any additional one-time monies this year. And there were one-time monies you all approved last year for the maintenance program.
So is there going to come a time where you're going to have to come back to the board and ask for one-time money to fill a gap again?
We're going to, can we hold that till the commissioners' presentation later on the comprehensive pavement and bridge review? But I did just want to further note, as Ms. Pryor noted on the construction side, Ms. Sellers, there's $330 million in interstate 81 financing in FY27. They didn't have that similar amount in FY26. There's also the $100 million in Garveys in FY27. There was zero in FY26, and then you still have the HRBT work down in Hampton Roads, and so that's why you see kind of that increase there in 27 relative to 26. A lot of it is just bond financing that is in a particular year in terms of timing.
When does the bridge tunnel open? It's got to be getting close, right?
It's currently scheduled for 2027.
Got to be getting close.
It is it's the biggest construction project in Virginia's history, and so we all look forward to seeing its completion. Are there, Ms. Pryor, before she goes to her next presentation, because she's not leaving us yet. Ms. Pryor?
While that's being pulled up, my next presentation to you is on the draft FY 27 to 32 6-year improvement program. No action is required on this today. This is a presentation of the draft. Again, We began our tour of the state Tuesday night. We'll continue that, going out to each district, concluding our spring meetings in May, and we'll be bringing back to you a final recommended six-year improvement program in June for your adoption. As a reminder from our Funding 101 presentation last month, I believe, this shows the flow of the major funding sources into the program. Where we are right now, it's kind of in that middle section where the orange boxes show the 5 formula programs and the green boxes show the federal funding. So we're talking about those funds that go into the six-year improvement program and the processes that identify those projects. The draft FY27 to 32 six-year improvement program is valued at $28 billion. That's an increase of $1.3 billion over the 26 program. The highway construction program is $20.6 billion of that. It includes $716 million in debt service. It provides funding for more than 4,200 projects and includes funding provided by others, localities, and regional entities of $2.6 billion. This program reflects new revenue sharing and transportation alternative projects. Mr. Short spoke to you about some of those selections yesterday. It also reflects several new projects from the Innovation and Technology Transportation Fund, which remains at $25 million annually, which is the maximum permitted in the code. The Unpaved Roads program also is set at $25 million annually, which is the max permitted in the code. We've also included new state-of-good repair bridges and pavement projects. This slide shows the available funding for the various core programs in the six-year improvement program. The State of Good Repair program is at $2.6 billion. The Highway Safety Improvement Program, which you heard some about yesterday, is $862 million over the six-year window. The Special Structures Program, excluding the planned debt, is $513 million. Unpaved Roads and ITTF are both $150. Regional Surface Transportation Program and Congestion Mitigation Air Quality or funds program by our regional entities in the metropolitan planning areas. RSTP is just under $895 million, and CMAQ is at $503 million. Continuing on with our core programs, the Construction District Grant Program, including the supplemental DGP, is $2.4 billion in the six-year window. High priority projects, excluding the ITTF carve-out, is $1.6 billion. And the Interstate Operations and Enhancement Program, including the regional fuels tax, but excluding the debt, is $2.1 billion. Our revenue sharing is set at $648.6 million. I will remind you from my presentation in February, normally revenue sharing is set at $100 million per year. In terms of the state match. We exceed that this year because of a special little nuance in the code. We do not expect that to continue as we work towards the final six-year program. So we are not allocating those amounts now. If something changes and that increase above the $600 million does stick, we will come to you and discuss how to use that funding at that time. So I'll run through some of the core programs where we've added new projects. For the State of Good Repair program, we had about $495 million available for VDOT bridges and about $153 million for local bridges. This chart just shows the count and the value of those new projects that have been added to the program. We've been able to add 43 structures valued at $507 million.
Prior, we should assume that where the allocation is less than the available funds, those available funds are sitting in balance entries for programs in future years as we add state of good repair projects on an annual basis.
Yes, and they remain dedicated to the district that they are allocated to and can't be used anywhere else. I'll point out there were several localities you'll notice in the center column where we have no new local bridges added. That, in some cases, is because we got no requests for local funding for bridges. In some cases, we didn't have sufficient funding available to fund the next highest ranked bridge. And so next year, we would anticipate having accrued enough money to add bridges in those areas.
Ms. Pryor, before you move on, the other thing I would just note, folks, is the available funding is not all like FY27 money. And so when you see money being unallocated, we are not keeping money in FY27 unallocated. This is money in later years in the 6-year program. So I know we talked yesterday about inflation, some of those other impacts. We're not going to have any of those issues with the funds we're not allocating here because those are not in that first year for the unallocated funds. The other thing that I just wanted to hit on before we leave the slide is Ms. Pryor referenced the next highest ranked bridge. I don't think we've had a discussion at this body in a long time about the State of Good Repair program and the priority ranking system. That is something, again, we'll be bringing back in the upcoming months so that you guys can kind of see the inside of that program and how it works. There's a number of requirements in the code for VDOT about how they distribute these monies and developing this priority ranking system. And so we want to bring that back to you guys so you can kind of understand what is happening there and kind of, be able to articulate that to your stakeholders back in your districts. This is a pretty unique program that we have. And so, the Construction District Grant Program has a very, very specific formula, I think with 28 factors that are to determine how those funds are distributed. The State of Good Repair Program actually has a floating formula that says every district must receive at least 5.5%, and no district can receive more than 17.5%. And what they receive is to be determined based on kind of analysis that VDOT does in terms of reconstructing deficient pavements and replacing structurally deficient bridges. And so we'll bring all of that back to you guys so you can kind of see that math and just, get some insights into that, as well as the priority ranking system that we use to identify which bridges are next in line for replacement and work there.
Continuing on with the SGR program, we've added some new SGR pavements. Again, the chart shows the number and the value of the pavement projects that we've added for a total of 74 new pavement projects valued at $78.5 million. I will point out, this happened last year as well in the Hampton Roads District. The funding that by formula gets allocated for local paving is often undersubscribed, mostly because there's a cap on the amount per locality for paving projects. So we will most likely entertain a supplemental local paving round again in Hampton Roads. That worked well for us last year, so we'll be looking at moving ahead with that again this year. Revenue sharing allocations, Mr. Short spoke to you about this yesterday. There was about $239 million available for new allocations, including $39 million from previously deallocated funds. The chart here just shows by district the 143 recommended projects valued at just under $240 million. New TAP projects, we had about $88 million available for new allocations. There were 57 projects selected across the state for a total of $85.8 million. New safety projects. As you recall, yesterday you received a presentation on the safety program and our ongoing discussion with you about updating the board's investment strategy related to safety. So we opted to defer adding new safety projects at this time until you conclude that discussion. And so later this calendar year, we'll likely be coming back to you with some opportunities to add safety projects to the program. And then we've identified 4 ITTF projects across the state for a total of $11.1 million. So we'll be adding these to the program and advancing them.
Ms. Pryor, go back to that slide just really quickly. I want to note for folks, the automated truck-mounted attenuator system is something that has just recently been allowed. So the General Assembly, as we mentioned at our last meeting, passed legislation, I believe the governor has now signed, that allows VDOT on a pilot basis to use automated truck-mounted attenuator systems. So again, today, we have people who have to sit in these trucks that we park in work zones there, which again have the kind of this crash absorption on the back. And so we now have a pilot system where we can test this with automated trucks. And so this is the department taking advantage of that newly enacted legislation so that which again is on a pilot basis, so we can kind of demonstrate to the public and the legislators how that works and whether or not the benefits we hope to realize will be realized kind of in the field. But I just wanted to kind of highlight that, particularly as we're in National Work Zone Awareness Week, that we are taking a number of steps and working to find innovations to try and improve safety in those work zones, and also taking advantage of new legislation that was just enacted.
So again, in terms of next steps, we will conclude our spring public meetings. Those materials are available online. We have a website set up for those meetings. We will bring back to you a proposal or recommended final FY27 budget and 6-year program in June. In the meantime, I will remind you that I'll be coming back to you next month to look backwards at a revision to the FY26 budget based on our emergency response, and I briefed you on that already. So we have a lot of budgets in play. I apologize for the confusion, but we'll get through it. By June, we'll all be straight. This chart shows the location and the dates of all of the upcoming spring meetings, and I'd be happy to answer any other questions you might have.
Thank you, Ms. Pryor. Are there any questions? Thank you. Commissioner?
Morning, everyone. I've got a fairly lengthy slide deck that I'm going to be prepared to walk you through today. Should be done right around lunchtime, so just in time for the, so in all seriousness, let me see if I can't move this a little bit further along. I want to, for today, I want to go through, back in 2019, VDOT undertook a very large comprehensive review of our maintenance and operations program. Back then, in 2018, 2019 timeframe, we recognized that we were making decisions based upon short-term improvements. But we all recognize that infrastructure lasts a very long time. And so let me give you an example. Our pavements, we were making decisions on how much we were investing in our pavements in a 2 to 3 year length of time. Pavements last, as you heard from Mr. Clark a little while ago, anywhere between 10 and 15 years. And so making investments in 2 to 3 year timeframes, the size of those investments, was not a sustainable way of doing business. Not sustainable to the department on our performance measures, and not sustainable to industry to be able to determine how much money we were going to put on into our pavements in any given year. Another example is for our structures program. We were making decisions based upon 5 years of information and making decisions on where to move that money to address structural improvements. We recognize that our structures have been designed previously for 50-year useful life, now being designed with materials that last upwards of 75 years. So as you can see here, we wanted to bring back a very business-focused approach to how we approach our infrastructure and our investments. We started with the comprehensive review to be able to take a look at our pavements in a 20-year useful life. That gives us enough time frame to be able to look at maybe a mill and overlay or 2 cycles of pavements on our interstate system to be able to make determination of whether we need deeper reconstruction activities or some preventative maintenance activities. We wanted to take a look at our 50-year or our structures in 50 years just to be able to make sure that we're making our improvements appropriately. Let me give you another example. Our special structures, these are very unique. Our tunnels, movable bridges, and complex structures like the Verina and Enon Cable Stay Bridge, the Smart Road Bridge, and other large structures, the Norris Bridge in this case as well. We were making decisions in our maintenance program when things broke. And so when I came on board, we were touring the Hampton Roads District, and at that time, the district engineer said, you know, we have some issues with our maintenance program. We need to be thinking about things before they break, and we need a mechanism to be able to address it. For example, the Berkeley Bridge, downtown Norfolk, carries about 100,000 vehicles a day. It's a span bridge. The concern that we had at that time was if we couldn't change a drive gear, which takes about a year to manufacture, and we wait for it to break, we're going to have a tough decision to make. And that decision is either we're going to fail it in the down position and affect maritime traffic, or fail it in the up position and affect 100,000 people a day. We needed a business-focused approach to be able to address our critical infrastructure needs. So this is one of the reasons why we undertook this study or this comprehensive review, to be able to make sure that we're making the right decisions at the right time, but also understanding the investments that are needed to be able to drive those decisions. So part of this was needing to get back to basics. In early 2000, about 2007, 2010, the agency went through something called Blueprint, where we downsized the organization quite significantly, and our maintenance activities changed from something that was a proactive approach to our ditching operations, our daylighting of trees and our roadways, to something that's much more called out. In other words, a customer complains, we'll go out and fix the problem, rather than taking a proactive approach to doing our routine maintenance program. So we undertook this study. We've identified how much money it would take to be able to invest back into our pavements, bridges, our routine maintenance activities, as well as our special structures. Now, part of this was looking at two forms of investments. One, our dedicated Highway Maintenance and Operations Fund, the HMOF that Ms. Pryor just spoke of, as well as the State of Good Repair Program. Now, while a State of Good Repair Program is considered out of the construction monies that are dedicated, this program is focused on rehabilitation and reconstruction activities, both for pavements and bridges. And I'll talk a little bit more about that. But both of those address our maintenance needs for our critical infrastructure. Now that we have 6 years of history behind us, really of active form, now's the time to take another look at how are we performing, and the need to re-baseline our performance measures for pavements, bridges, routine maintenance, and probably our emergency fund as well. I think this drives Ms. Seller's question about, do we need additional monies for our maintenance program to be able to maintain the standards that we have set to date? So part of today's discussion is really to talk to you about what we did in 2019 as we start the next 7 months of presentations to you on re-baselining our maintenance and operations program. With that being said, let me give you a quick overview as a reminder of what our maintenance and operations budget is for fiscal year 26. Now, you can see at the top line that we have about $3 billion annually for our program. The $600 million goes to localities for their maintenance activities on their local roads. So that leaves VDOT with about $2.4 million. Now you can see one of the biggest assets that we have is pavements, $770 million that goes into it. And again, this is just the Highway Maintenance and Operations Fund. I'll talk to you a little bit on the next slide on the State of Good Repair monies that are there. I think it's important to note that when you take $770 million, divide that by 9 districts, and then divide that further by 3 systems, our interstate primary and secondary system, it's not a lot of money that goes to our pavements. You can do the same math on our bridges, our routine maintenance activities that are there. $2.4 billion is a large sum of money, don't get me wrong, but when we divide it by each of our systems and 9 districts, we're doing a very good job on using that money. State of Good Repair, as I said before, is a supplement to the M&O budget. For bridges, it's being used for reconstruction and rehabilitation. And then for our pavements, it too is being used for reconstruction and rehabilitation, and that's used on our interstate and primary systems. And then for localities, we do allow the pavement program for primary extensions as per the code. What you see here is 9 buckets, or 36 buckets, if you will. 4 buckets that go to the VDOT pavement, VDOT bridges, local pavement, and local bridges for each of our 9 districts. As what was explained in the previous presentation to you, each district, there's a minimum that a district will receive, 5.5%, and a maximum of 17.5%. Secretary, I did note that we will be back in front of this group to be able to highlight how we allocate monies in the prioritization process, so that is duly noted. So for today's conversation, I'm only going to highlight the pavements and structures component of the maintenance and operations program. We will be back next month to have a discussion on our routine maintenance activities that we identified in 2019, as well as our emergencies, and an idea on our investment strategies to date and the tensions that we have felt since 2019. In other words, the inflation that we have experienced and the cost of materials and commodities from where we started this process. Let me give you just the bottom line upfront reminder. In 2019, the board, the Commonwealth Transportation Board, adopted these targets for pavements and bridges. Pavements focused on a 20-year useful life or 20-year analysis time period, bridges 50 years, and we changed the approach from a worst first to a preservation approach. And worst first meant that we were only using our monies for state of good repair to those bridges that were considered poor and needed to be reconstructed. And I'll get into that a little bit later. At that point in time, for pavements, we identified that we would need about $463 million for the first 6 years of investment, and then increased to almost $500 million a year thereafter. Now, I want to highlight again, everything that you're going to see in this slide deck has the monies in 2019. They have not been inflated to today's numbers. We will be back and having a conversation at a further point on what those numbers would look like. We also, for the bridges, we took on an approach that incorporated our general condition rating for the first time. I'll also speak to that. But these are the targets and these are the performance measures that the board adopted. The Chief of Maintenance and Operations gives an overview on how we perform each year, right in the September-October timeframe. So I'm sure that many of these slides you have seen before. Before I go into what the comprehensive review is, I think it's worthwhile taking a trip back into history a little bit about where the maintenance and operations program has been and how it has evolved since early 2016, 15, 16 timeframe to today. Off to the left-hand side, we started the State of Good Repair program in 2016, where the code was updated. At that point in time, the focus was on very deficient assets, looking at pavements in a 2-year useful life cycle and our bridge in a 5-year life cycle. As I noted, the comprehensive review in 2019 took a different approach at that point, 20 and 50 years, respectively, to pavements and bridges. And then in 2020 and 21, we experienced the pandemic that impacted our supply chain, inflation, oil price increases, and fluctuation occurred. In 2021, JLARC produced a report that did take a look at looked at our maintenance and operations program and recommended at that time that we add something called cusp bridges. These bridges are on the cusp of turning poor. They're one inspection away from identifying that they are degraded to the point where we have to take some level of action. We also, at that point in time, JLARC recommended the elimination of the max and min that I spoke about, the 5.5% and the 17.5%. This way that we can dedicate those funds directly to where they're most needed, rather than an artificial lowering of having a floor and having a ceiling. In 2021, we recognized that the IIJA was passed that increased the amount of monies to the bridge program. And I'll talk a little bit about that. The board at that point took very proactive action. Within about a month of that bill passing, we had a program to spend the IIJA money, the uplift to the bridge program, which is about $525 million, about $100 million a year. So we implemented that. You'll see how we're performing with that influx of funds. The state of good repair was updated by the Code of Virginia, formally added cusp bridges, but the legislation did not change the mins and maxes that are associated with the program. January of this year, we need to recognize that the National Bridge Inspection Standards have changed, and there's a potential impact that the bridge ratings may also change, and the cost to those will change as well. That changed how those ratings are calculated. More information goes into it. We may see some bridges come down in their rating to the point where they are now classified as poor. We're still working through what that data means. We'll be back in front of you at a future time. And then this blue dot off to the right-hand side is where we are today. Starting the maintenance and operations review rebaselining effort, our goal is really to bring back to you by December a full review and a set of comprehensive recommendations for pavements, bridges, routine maintenance, our emergency program, and highlighting the Special Structures Program 50-year report that's due to the General Assembly. So we have a lot of work to do between now and December.
Sellers?
The National Bridge Standards change, was that a congressional change or that was an administrative change?
That was a change by, I believe, AASHTO, the American Association of State Highway and Transportation Officials, and possibly Federal Highway Administration to update those standards.
Like in the CFR?
I could not, I'm going to have to phone a friend, and I'll get back with you.
They haven't passed the transportation budget in Congress, have they?
The reauthorization is still being debated, and so no reauthorization at this time. So let me start with pavements. All right, let me give you a perspective of our inventory as it stood in 2019 and where it stands today. You can certainly highlight and see that, as we've said over the last several years, we continue to add lane miles to our interstate primary and secondary systems. Overall, since 2019, we've added just almost 1,700 lane miles to our inventory, which is about a little more than 1%, 1.25%. Northern Virginia, by far, has led the Commonwealth in this, a little more than 2.5%. Our Richmond district, almost 2.6%, and then Fredericksburg district is third with about 2% as well. So we continue to add lane miles that will continue to affect how much money we will need for our paving program.
And just to highlight the commissioner's point, we are growing the maintenance budget at inflation, but we have two pressures on the maintenance budget: inflation and the size of the system. And the size of the system is growing. And currently, the way in which we grow the maintenance budget is only taking one of those factors into account. And so the department has been doing a lot of work in a system where only one of those two variables is accounted for. He'll get into some things from the IIJA that have helped us. through that time period, but just kind of to drive that point home as clearly as possible. Two things are changing our costs, and our costs are only being adjusted to account for one of those variables.
Mr. Secretary, if I might, I would add a third variable, age. Age of our system continues to be, will continue to be a major issue for us. And it'll be much more evident on the bridges as I get to that slide. I want to step back to this particular slide where we talk about lane miles. Lane miles is something that we recognize that the interstate system has multiple lanes. So if we have 3 lanes for 1 mile, that's 3 lane miles. So just for awareness, our interstate system total length is about 1,400 miles, a little more than 1,400 miles. Lane miles is 6,200. Our primary system, 8,000 miles in length, 22,000 miles, lane miles. And then our secondary system is 50,000, a little more than 50,000 miles, but our lane miles at that point is 100,000, 101,000 miles, lane miles. So combined, 59,000 miles roadway, over 130,000 lane miles that we're responsible for performing maintenance on. And that continues to grow as this slide is evident. So how do we conduct a review of our pavements? Every year, we drive our system, our interstate system, our primary system, and the secondary road system that has more than 3,500 vehicles a day on it. We drive that annually. We determine its performance every year. On the secondary system that is lower volumes, less than 3,500, we only assess 20% of that, and we make decisions based upon that. So every 5 years, we get 100% of a picture of our secondary road system. So some of this data, as you see, is going to be lagging. Our performance is a year behind. And in some cases, our secondary system is going to be significantly more behind because we're looking at it once every 5 years. So how do we rate our pavements? And this is a very important slide as we continue to move forward. Off to the left-hand side, you can see a rating scale, which is called our Critical Condition Index. It goes from 0, which is probably a gravel road at that point in time, to 100, suggesting it was repaved, and we're at 100%. Excellent to poor, to very poor. We have set the boundaries that suggest that we have to do major reconstruction or reconstructive efforts at the poor line, which is 60%. So I want to highlight this, that the board created a target of 82% sufficiency. So our sufficiency rating suggests not that the pavement is at 82 on the scale. It means 82% of our pavements are above 60, having a 60 CCI. So I want to stop there for a second and make sure that we're clear. We've set the target at 82% that our pavements on our interstate system will be above 60 CCI. And you can see where that line is drawn and a picture of what a 60 looks like versus something that's in the 90, something that is probably just repaved. What this means is 18% of our pavements on the interstate system are below 60, poor, very poor, down to a point of a CCI of 35. What that distribution is, I'll be bringing that back to you in subsequent meetings, probably in the July meeting is what I'm targeting for our pavements. So 18% of our pavements on the interstate system are considered poor to very poor. We will not let any part of our interstate segments go below a CCI of 35, which we consider at that point failure. So let's take it a step further. 1% is about 60 lane miles. So that's 18% is the equivalent of 1,080 lane miles that is below 60 today. So we'll put that back in a frame of reference. So what are some of the treatments that we have, Mr. Coleman?
Yes, thank you. When you speak of lane miles, are you talking about paved and unpaved?
This is strictly, for today's conversation, I'm going to reference everything that's paved. But yes, part of our secondary system does have unpaved roads. It is considered part of it. We'll talk a little bit more about it. Today's conversation is much more about what did we do in 2019 and what's the methodology that we use to be able to develop these performance metrics. Sorry.
Steve, do we have any data that helps us understand the condition of pavements in Virginia relative to other states?
When we brought this data together, we took a holistic review of what other states' performance measures were. So yes, sir, we do, and we'll be bringing that back to you as well in the July timeframe to be able to highlight what our performance metrics are versus other states' performance metrics. I would also highlight the good work that we have done and continue to be noted for on the national basis, that we continue to win awards, both CNBC, Best State for Business, but also the Reason Foundation's recent report for the efficiencies of our roadways. Sometimes a direct comparison to other states is not a direct comparison to one that we want to achieve. So, but we'll bring that back.
The total impression is that we do relatively well.
We do very well, yes, sir. Not the best, but not the worst.
And Commissioner, if I could just jump in, I probably should have said something. Guys, so this is, again, we're setting the stage here, as the Commissioner noted, for like, where do we want to be in the future? Your role as the board is you approve these pavement targets and these bridge targets. The reason that matters is we fund, by law, maintenance needs first. And so where we set that target influences everything else that's available for the system. I think some of the other things the Commissioner's going to get to later is we need to make sure we're taking into account all of the system. So we've done a really, really good job on a number of items. I think there's some things we'll be talking about in the spring, later in the spring and the summer, that aren't yet baked into this system. And I'll just highlight one: sound walls. Anybody who lives in Northern Virginia or Hampton Roads, I think, knows the condition of our sound walls, and it's not hard to guess that that's not yet baked into the system, but that is a cost, and they are old, and they have to be replaced. And so there's a number of things there, and so where we set this target also influences whether we need additional resources to take care of some of these other items here. And so this is all kind of one balloon, and where we place our priorities and squeeze affects what's available in other types of places. And so this is a really important kind of discussion and has implications across, the board there. So what's available for SMARTSCALE, what's available for the Interstate Operations and Enhancement Program, and what is the overall kind of condition that we have there. So that's why I think it's really important that we have this level setting here of what did we do in 19, what has happened since, and as part of our kind of accountability, what did we say was going to happen, and what did happen, and where it's different, why is it different, and does that relate to any changes as we move forward. And then again, obviously later this year, we're going to be asking you to say, what do we think the right target is for the future? And then clearly, we're going to create a whole set of budget numbers based on that, looking out over the life cycle of these assets, which will then influence what we have available for other enhancements and changes to the system. Commissioner.
Thank you. So I want to highlight this slide. This goes hand in hand with the preceding slide on the sufficiency ratings that we have. And as they reduce the cost that it takes to be able to rehabilitate, reconstruct our system. Starting on the left-hand side, preventative maintenance activities, which is for relatively good pavements. Those are pavements roughly in the 80 to 90 CCI range. And it's really minor patching, crack sealing, surface treatment, and latex applications that we have. As we start degrading and this is CCI from 55 to 65, we have to take some corrective actions that we're calling it. This is typically a moderate patching or an overlay, and the mill and overlay is anywhere between 1.5 inches to 2 inches. As you can see, the cost that we have down at the bottom that's highlighted in the orange text, when we go from a preventative maintenance activity to one that is corrective, it is 4 times the cost. So as I go to a CCI of 45 to 55, now I'm going to start taking a restorative action, which looks at full depth patching and overlays, which are 4 inches or more. And that's twice the cost of a corrective action. So let me put that in perspective, that if I degrade a system from something that would have been a preventative action to one that's restorative, I'm now at 8 times the cost. When I head to the reconstruction, when I really let my pavements deteriorate to a point that's less than 30 CCI, I am now taking a look at my surface layer, my base layer, and my sub-base layer. This cost now, from a preventative maintenance activity to one that's reconstructive, I'm paying 16 times the cost that it would have been. So as we can see, that any time that we need to bring up a pavement from a lower CCI to one that's higher, that's above the pour line, the 60, we are paying a significant amount of money, either 4 times, 8 times, or 16 times the cost to get it back above that. This is why when we come back in July, we're going to have a distribution of where our pavements rest. When we say we're at 82%, that still means that we have 18% below that 60 line, and it's somewhere in this. And we need to have a better feel for where do those pavements really rest? Are they closer to the 60 line, or are they closer to the 35 line or the 30 line? Because if I'm closer to the corrective action, I'm only paying 4 times the cost. But if I'm closer to the reconstruction line or the 30 line, we're going to be investing 16 times the cost to be able to raise those pavements up to an acceptable level.
Why is that? Is it work? Is it material?
It's a combination of the labor intensity and the amount of work that it takes. So as I walk through this, Ms. Sellers, the corrective action, I'm only replacing the surface layer. As I go to restorative, I might be on the surface layer being replaced and might be in the intermediate layer. So I'm doing more of a reconstruction rehabilitation. When I get to reconstruction, I'm taking the entire cross-section of that pavement and having to get down to the sub-base and do a very hard reconstruction of that roadway itself.
And on a timeline, are some of these covered in either in-house services or
they're going to be
in-house
all, when I get,
contracted?
we're going to be contracting the vast majority of this out.
And is there a point at which it goes to now we're issuing an emergency contract?
Yes. We have those where we have pavement failures that we do that have to come back out and do an emergency contract to be able to fix them in real time.
And I imagine those come with,
Cost.
yeah, I would charge you for that as a contractor. Okay.
Let me get into what we did in 2019, looking at how to create long-term sustainability. I just presented a picture, and to Ms. Sellers' point, as I walk through some of those reconstruction activities that I just shared with you, the long-term sustainability over 20 years may be a cycle that looked at, I'm going to do a preventative maintenance activity on a particular road, then I had to come back, I don't know, I'm going to make this up, don't hold me to it, Mr. Clark, 10 years later, corrective action item, and then come back and do another preventative maintenance activity. We have modeled out all of our pavements associated with where we see degradation in the degradation curves that we have for our interstate pavements, primary and secondary. the volume of traffic that it carries, as well as the number of trucks that it carries. So this has been modeled over a 20-year time period that takes this into consideration and these types of treatments over that time period. So as I said, this slide just highlights what we did in 2019 to define a sustainable solution. We reviewed our historic performance. What was the cost? We determined what was the cost to achieve the performance targets that were at the time that the board technically did not approve or put into place, but we were working under that directive. 82% for the interstate, 82 for primary, and 65 for secondary. I'm going to show you that we were nowhere close to meeting the secondary targets whatsoever. Then we undertook what is the cost to maintain the current performance levels. While we had a directive at 82% for our interstate, we were at 90% in our performance on the interstate. We were higher by 3 percentage points for the primary system, and again, the average was 60% for our secondary system. We wanted to see what different levels of investment would achieve. Looking at what our current investment was in 2019 for our interstates was only $60 million. $165 million of our primaries and $200 million for our secondaries. What if we continued on that trend? Where would our pavements go? And then we wanted to see, also recognizing that probably there's not enough money to continue to maintain our systems to that level. What if we tiered based upon volume and traffic, maybe our primary and secondary systems? Recognizing that Northern Virginia has some secondary systems or roadways that carry equal to, if not more, traffic than some of our higher or moderate primary systems elsewhere in the state. So if I'm dry, why should we artificially be having pavements at 60% as a target on our secondary system that is carrying the same volume of traffic as someone that is driving in another part of the state as primary? They should have the same look and feel if they're carrying 10,000 vehicles.
Commissioner, what you're saying is we basically said we're going to look at how the roads are used and the importance they are to the traveling public, not the administrative classification that was created probably before I was born.
You said it much better than I did.
Yes, but volume is not the only measure.
It's not.
It is not.
It's the nature also of the traffic.
That's true.
That I assume would be considered.
We set it at volume at that point in time. At this point in time, there was a crossover, and I'll show you what some of those statistics are based upon the nature, I believe, that you're getting at of the mix of traffic. Okay. So we started with the interstate system, and this is the performance to date as we started that system. Please take a look at what the expenditures were in the given years from 2014 to 2019. As I said, sustainability is a key. Why were we investing $157 million and fluctuating it to $93 million or $82 million? This is important because we needed to create what was evident at that point in time. We need to create sustainability and allow business to understand how much we were going to invest in our pavements, particularly on the interstate, each of our systems. As a business, if you ran a business, how could you project 1 year you're going to go from $165 million and 2 years later be in the $90 million range? We, the department, have a responsibility to industry to be able to tell them where we see our business going to be and what our investment should be so that it's a predictable amount of investment that they too can make in their employment. Personally, if I was still in the private sector and I went from 165 million to 93 million, we may be looking at, am I over employing people? And do I need to be rethinking about my business strategy? So this comes into, one, we need to be making sustainable business decisions for our infrastructure, but also, two, allowing industry to be sustainable in making sure that they're right-sized to be able to deliver what Virginia needs. So we looked at, as I said, what would be our planned investments. I said 60 million was what we had set aside at that point in time for our investment strategy. Again, this is 2019 dollars. It has not been indexed to CPI. I understand that if I had it to do over again, I would have indexed it, but 2020 came along, rate of inflation, we would not have predicted it, what we truly have today. We'll be back with that in the future. So if we made that investment, where do we see our pavements going? We took the investment, and this shows the degradation that would occur. And so in 10 years, we would see the system degrade from where it was, about 91% sufficiency, to 27 to 34% being poor or worse. In 20 years, if we kept that same investment strategy, we would see the pavements degrade even more, anywhere to 38 to 47% poor. That is not sustainable, and that does not represent good investment to our traveling public. So we came back and said, what would happen if we used the targets that we had at 82% that the board was operating under at that point in time? And what would be the investment needed to get there, but with a gentle degradation over a 10-year period to degrade it to 82%? Let's just not stop the work on the interstate, but let's let it gently degrade. Not severely, but gently have it degrade to the target that was set by the board, and what's that investment that's going to be needed.
Well, and Commissioner, I just want to hit a point here. So like members of the board, we were exceeding the established and publicly stated target, but we were not looking out into the future about where with us exceeding it, where that was going to put us into the future. And the commissioner, this was the first time, to my knowledge, that the state had said, okay, with what we're doing, where are we going to be with the resources we have available? And the answer was not in a good place. And just as a quick reminder, what we're now saying is if we did this, when we get out into the future, you're going to have anywhere from 50 to 40% of the pavements now being in that not preventative, but kind of corrective or restorative situation. So 4 to 8 times greater to take care of that pavement because of the decisions we were making to beat the targets that we had at that time and the resources that we had available. So said differently, we were not in a sustainable place because that curve just gets worse when you go further out, because it's costing you more and more for each mile of pavement that we have to take care of because we were not able to sustain the performance that we had been achieving. And so this was really important. This is the first time we had ever done this. We had always reported where we were, or maybe a year or two into the future, but we had never taken a look out over the life cycle of the assets. And this is the first time we did it, and it was sobering.
What this slide shows, again, the Secretary's point, a sobering indicator that our investment strategy at $60 million a year was not going to be acceptable. And what would it take to be able to get to our target? And again, 2019 dollars, not adjusted annually, 88 million for the first 6 years, and from 7 through the next 13 years, 111 million to be able to meet that target and sustain it.
Chairman, did we know that at the time that this was created that it actually would cost $88 million to hit these targets? And just accepted that we were $28 million annually in the hole?
So, Ms. Sutton, I think we have a few more flips to this deck here on the the work that happened there. But yes, I think what we accepted at that time is with the current investment strategy, if we did everything that way, we needed additional funds, and we needed $28 million more a year in 2019 dollars. So again, it's more than 28 once you got to 2020. It was more than that in 2021 to be able to meet a lower standard of performance than we were currently achieving. So said differently, we needed more money to have lower performance, but to be having more sustainable performance long-term of the system.
Compounding problems. So we had every year we had a deficit that we knew about, which grew every year, and compounding problems.
There's a story at the end where we fund this. I'll just jump to that end point there. So the end of this isn't we didn't come up with the 28 million. There's some other things I think the commissioner is going to get at, but I see where your head was going, so just let me address that up front here. It didn't end up with we stayed at 60.
Absolutely not.
But you could. Sorry.
Could not stand up here, or the chief of maintenance and operations stand up here on an annual basis and show you the performance that we did with an investment of 60. So on the interstate system, we also took a look at what a 90% sufficiency is versus an 82%, and what that long-term need would be, and put that into a net present value. That if we had a system at 90%, net present value of the investment over this 20-year period would be about $1.4 billion in value. 82%, about $1.4 billion. Nominal differences between them, and at this point in time, said probably 82% is the appropriate target that we should be using moving forward. Now, getting to Dr. Smoot's point, this slide represents what we did for the primary and secondary system, and recognizing the fact that we, the department, at that point in time, needed to look at our systems differently rather than just arbitrarily saying all of our primary systems going to be at 82% and all of our secondary system be at 60 or 65%. And this is where the tiered approach came in. We looked at two different tiers. I'll start with the primary system on the left-hand corner in blue, where we looked at volumes above roadways having an average annual daily traffic above 3,500 vehicles or above 5,000. And what you can see is what the sufficiency rating was for those two. They were identical at 85%. How much of the network that we were going to be investigating, whether it's above 3,500 or 5,000, and you can see the percentage of network above 3,500 was 68% of the network. It carried 94% of the trucks and 95% of our vehicle miles traveled. Now, we did the same thing moving to the secondary system, 3,500 and 5,000, what the sufficiency was at that point in time. Nowhere near meeting the target. Again, anywhere between almost 5-6% off target for our performance. The percent of the network that above 35 represents. So 3,500 only represented 5% of the network. This means 95% of the network carries less than 3,500 vehicles. But that 5% of the network carries 75% of the trucks and 59% of the vehicle miles traveled. So that's where we set the threshold at that point in time. And you can see in the bottom two boxes what the investment was going to be, and I'll share this the next several slides. On average, $150 million for an investment. If we took a tiered approach for anything greater than 3,500 for primaries at 82%, and then less than 3,500, we set a target at 75%. That would take $150 million a year for the first 6 years on average. And then very similar strategy for the secondary system, 82% higher volume roadways, 60% for lower volume roadways, and what that investment strategy would need to be able to meet those targets. So I'm going to walk through the same analysis that you saw before for our primary system. It'll be all on one slide this time. Our investment strategy clearly indicated that we were not going to have a sustainable program if we were using the previous target of, I believe, $165 million per year out of this, even if we invested that amount of money. What we're able to do was identify that if we took this tiered approach at $165 million, I could take $15 million of what was planned and allow the system to meet these performance targets for the first 6 years, and then I'd have to raise my investment to maintain those levels for the remaining 10 years of those programs, or 14 years. Now, that savings of $15 million, we knew that the secondary system was in poor shape, and we could use part of that money to help offset the cost and increase the performance, 82% and 60%. This line, it's a little bit hard to see in this, but you can see the investments that we were making prior to, and by no means in 2014 it was $140 million going to be acceptable to be able to meet those targets, even to be able to reach the 60%. Significant impacts to our secondary system. But what we found was that our current directive that was supposed to be being used for our interstate primary and secondary systems at the investment levels of $425 million, we needed $486 million to meet those targets for the first 6 years and $507 million to meet, again, that current directive. We were short already. However, if we took the proposed targets that are down at the bottom, highlighted in the green box, we still were short, but not to the same magnitude, and we're able to achieve levels sufficient. So the delta between $425 million and $463 million in the first 6 years was only a $38 million delta, but it also allowed us to increase our performance, especially on our secondary system. So this is just the revisit of what I showed you up front, was that this is what the board adopted in December of 2019 for our performance targets. Now, I need to highlight that just because the board adopted these targets in 2019, December of 2019, we had already let the contracts for the 2020 paving cycle, or we're in the middle. So we had a year behind to be able to get ready to implement this. So technically, the first year that we started implementing this was 2021's pavement cycle. So how did we do? And as I highlighted in a previous slide, the Chief of Maintenance and Operations reports on our performance annually. And this is the culmination that you see and saw back in October last year, October 14th to be exact. We started in earnest, I said, in 2021 with our paving cycle. One thing that I do want to note in this is the curve that you see on our performance takes into consideration what is included in our 6-year improvement plan. So things that were in the plan in 2019 when we started this, on where we saw the targets, the performance target at 82 being, took into consideration a host of our construction projects on the interstate and incorporated that into the analysis. So we already had an idea of what the board had program for 6 years, when that would come into effect, what the pavements would do. Now, one thing that I'm going to highlight out of this is you can see the jump from 88% to 91%. If the secretary was still in here, I think he would say, are we over investing in our pavements? And have we made an overinvestment in our pavements? Well, I'm going to say no. This is indicative of some of the things that we did not or and were not aware of in 2019. I'll give you the highlight. In 2019, we didn't have the Interstate Operations Enhancement Program. We didn't have the Interstate 81 IOEP and the investments that we're starting to see out on 81. We didn't have the I-64 gap that's 30 miles in length that's adding a whole new lane in each direction. This also is taking into account the success of our P3s. I-66 outside the Beltway, 23 miles, one direction, added a whole nother set of lanes and reconstructed our infrastructure. So what I'm trying to highlight is there's a need for a balanced approach to how we do our business. One, on our interstate system through the construction program, but also through our maintenance program and what we can affect change. Now this, I want to highlight, this is not an overinvestment in the system. There's some things that we didn't take into account. This is one of the reasons why we're before you to re-baseline where we are today. I will highlight that the investments that you see in the blue hatched box are actual expenditures and year of expenditure. So if you see that those numbers are going up above what our investment strategy was at 88 million, it's because of that's what it's taking to be able to meet that target in real time.
Secretary, you mentioned 66 and the P3. Are not some of those improvements taken care of by others, by the private sector?
The private sector completely reconstructed our infrastructure, yes. So yes, it's taken care of by others. What I'm trying to highlight in that, Mr. Lawson, is the fact that when we came back to do the evaluation of that pavement, it's now reflective of in that curve that it has gone up.
And the maintenance, ongoing maintenance during the term of the financing, that's also their responsibility and not ours?
No, ours was responsibility for the maintenance of the facility.
Commissioner, Mr. Lawson, I think you're both saying something that is true because you're talking about slightly different things.
Okay.
So I think what the commissioner's point is the general purpose lanes on I-66 were reconstructed during the construction of the express lanes. And so that's part of why you see, again, this uptick in performance above kind of the expected curve there. Long-term, though, the general purpose lane maintenance does still derive as a department. There were 2 new express lanes in each direction that were also added in, which do also push up the system because they're new lanes and they're brand new. That is going to be maintained by the private partner over the term of the concession agreement. So what you were both saying was correct. You were just kind of...
Did we do a similar cutting up of or allocating of resources on the bridges and flyovers and things like that? So the ones that feed the toll lanes, they're on the private side and we don't take care of those? Okay, thank you.
Correct. So I just want to again highlight the fact that I'm not suggesting that we're over-investing in our pavements on the interstate system. This is just reflective of some of the work that has come into place that were not considered in the original baseline of our work, and obviously the need to re-baseline our program. So again, you saw this slide in October. We're right on target with this. Again, we're slightly above where we said we were going to be, but we're doing what we said we would do. I think this is the most significant slide, at least out of the pavements, showing the significant work that the agency has done to be able to meet those targets and improve a secondary system that was below 60 and raising those high volume roadways to that target of 82%. We beat it a little bit by 83% this past year. We'll see what the updated numbers look like in October moving forward. Again, The board adopted the targets in 2019. We've made the investment strategies to be able to meet these targets, and I think the good news story is we've done exactly what we said that we would do. Now it's time to go back and revisit what we did. With that being said, we're halfway through. Let me start on the structures program for you. Very similar set of slides. You know, we had nominal additions to our structures program. You can see that Northern Virginia added another almost 6% to its inventory. But you can also see Bristol had a number of bridges that came out, and those are simply because some of the culverts were replaced and relined and resulted in them not meeting the definition anymore of what defines a structure associated with the National Bridge Inventory System. So just as a highlight, we did have a couple bridges that were impacted negatively due to Hurricane Helene, predominantly in Buchanan, and some of those have been taken out of service on a permanent basis as well. So not as many additions that you have, but as what was said before, we continue to add to our inventory across the Commonwealth. And I'll get to the age thing here in a minute. Similar to pavements, we do an assessment of our bridges. We inspect the bridges on a 2-year cycle that are above the poor line. Anything that is below poor, or you may have heard before, structurally deficient, would be inspected on an annual basis. But I think it's important to note and be very clear with you. If at any point in time a bridge is identified as being unsafe, we will close it. So just because a bridge is poor or lower than poor in its rating, we inspect it, and if at any point in time we determine it to be unsafe, we will close it out of abundance of caution. Let me talk to you a little bit about how we rate the bridges. We rate them through a general condition rating that looks at 3 elements primarily. Our substructure, which is our piers and abutments, our superstructure, our girders, and then our deck, everything above the superstructure. We rate each of those 3 components off to the scale that you see to the left. The 7 through 9 is considered good. 5 to 6 is in fair condition, and then we can see 4 and below is considered poor. If Mr. Stan.
Is this inspection done by VDOT personnel as opposed to an outside agency or an outside consultant or engineering firm?
It's going to be both. We do hire the outside consultants to do our bridge inspections, and we do have trained bridge inspection staff. So if any part of the structure, for example, a substructure might be poor, then the bridge is considered poor. Now, there's an average condition rating, as I'll talk to you a little bit, that we average all 3 of those components to generate an average condition rating. As I said, cuss bridges, those bridges that are in the fair condition that are 1 inspection away from reaching the poor, those are the ones that we're most concerned, that shouldn't say most concerned with, but we're concerned with. So let me give you an example of some of our structures, certainly metal culverts to concrete girder bridges that you see, slab bridges to steel girder bridges, and we inventory this by type. So what constitutes good, fair, and poor? I think each of these pictures would demonstrate both the structure and the riding surface that you have. The picture on the lower right-hand corner certainly shows that we have a poor superstructure where we have tendons, the rebar outside of the concrete. That's down on the Hampton Roads Bridge Tunnel, and certainly something that is being rectified with the new project. So how have we done? I'm going to say that we've made some significant improvements and had a large impact on the Commonwealth's assets over this almost 15-year time period. What you see here is 9 years worth of structures that have been replaced or improved, 2,100 of them to date, or during that 9 years. From 2019 to 2026, you can see that we've made some significant improvements through the structures that we have as well. For pavements, we took a similar analysis, again, to define a sustainable solution. Reviewed our historical performance, what was the cost to maintain bridges in good or fair condition, what those performance targets were. We reviewed the overall condition of each of the structures based upon what was in our inventory, and we took, rather than a 5-year time horizon, looked at a 20 and 50 years. I should also note that the State of Good Repair program only allows us to use that money to replace or reconstruct, at that point in time, our assets. And so that's an important part to this overall program, because we're looking at only reconstructing bridges that were in very serious need of repair. That was the worst first approach. So in 2019, what was our investment? As I said before, our maintenance and operations and State of Good Repair program need to be looked at holistically. $215 million was being allocated to the bridges, State of Good Repair, $225 million, $440 million to be able to address it. So we needed to take off the top what our inspection costs were at the time, what our routine maintenance, and maybe some emergencies that we had in the given year. In earnest, we had $384 million to spend. And I'm going to highlight again that State of Good Repair was only used for reconstruction activities, the worst first. This meant out of that money, we were addressing probably 10 bridges a year for $225 million. Let me give you an idea of where we were going to be on our interstate network if our investment at $113 million was made and sustainable. As I showed you with pavements, our investment strategy was not going to make it, and when our bridges on our interstate were going to suffer. Anywhere between 94 and 96% in 10 years, down to something less than 90% in 20 years out. So this currently highlights a delta of $48 million that we needed to be able to maintain what we have out there. Similar approach, looking at our primary network. This created a delta with our investment strategy at $64 million. And then our secondary system, about $10 million a year. As I said, the focus at that point in time was worst first. In 2019, we changed that approach. We identified an opportunity to preserve our assets rather than reconstructing a full bridge. There's opportunity that those bridges that are on the cusp, that we could make minor improvements and extend the useful life out quite significantly. So worst first costs more than a proactive preservation approach. We could achieve preservation and achieve long-term acceptable levels of service by using industry best practices. We also made sure that we were going to continue to maintain our bridges that were considered in poor, in a safe condition. And at that point in time, we recommended to the board that we add cusp bridges to the State of Good Repair program. So what does preservation first approach mean? Some of the activities that we would be doing are deck repair, superstructure repairs, our beam ends. Some of our bearings may be needing replaced, substructure repair, culverts being lined, and we would dedicate 75% of our money to this initiative. We also recognize that some structures are beyond the poor condition and need to be reconstructed and replaced. So we would still dedicate some form or portion of the monies to replace those structures, just 25%. So this gives you an idea of where we had been and how far we have come since 2010. Significantly improved our non-poor bridge performance, but we also have to recognize that our general condition rating is going to be impacted, and I'll show you here in a minute why that is, and that's because of our continuing aging structures. But first, let me show you what we were looking at, what our performance was predicted now over a 50-year time frame rather than something in a 5-year horizon. You can see that the top line represents the percent that are, at that time we called it structurally deficient, those bridges that are poor. And we would take a preservation approach first, or the bottom dashed yellow or orange line highlights the worst first approach. So if we continue to only invest in our structurally deficient bridges and replace them, we would continue to see a large percentage of our interstate system degrade over a period of time. You can see the general condition rating also going below what we would consider industry acceptable best practices of a GCR or average general condition rating of 5.6. This has a serious impact on where we were approaching it if we did not take a different approach to our asset. Very similar, primary network painted the same picture. You can see in this case, 27% of our inventory at a little more, almost 6,000 structures are on our primary system. And then the same picture that we presented for the secondary system. You need to highlight the fact that 61% of our bridges remain on the secondary system. You can see that we needed a significant number of those bridges replaced to be able to continue to meet these targets. So again, by looking at what our investment strategy was under the current directive, we would have needed to invest $122 million each year to be able to meet those performance targets there. What we were able to do with the preservation approach, and again, extending the useful life of our assets at a fraction of the cost, we were able to hold steady at what the current investment strategy was and continue to have our general condition rating meet industry targets and the acceptable levels of sufficient bridges. Again, this is just the performance targets that the board passed in 2019. So how are we doing today? This is a picture of all three networks combined. We continue to perform very well. Percentages are slightly higher than what we had predicted, both for the GCR, or general condition rating, but also for the sufficiency of bridges not in poor condition. Now, we've also highlighted the fact that IIJA came in here. That was not part of our analysis in 2019, And it certainly, we are putting those dollars to work, and I think this is indicative of those monies being spent on preservation activities. Again, 75% of that money, $500 million, went to preservation. And the other approach, 25%, went to reconstructive activities. Same picture for the interstate outlook. I would say that we're right on target and continue to perform well. Again, highlighting the need to re-baseline and see where we are over another 50-year time horizon. Primary network, similar showcase, secondary system as well. Now, I think this is an important slide as we start the re-baselining conversation. You can see from the bracket at the top, we built almost 12,000 structures were built before 1976 that would represent about 57, almost 60% of the structures that we have in place today. Their anticipated useful life was 50 years. We have exceeded their useful life today. Again, I'm going to highlight they're safe or they would be closed. But as I said before, we have an aging infrastructure that impacts what it takes to be able to maintain our system. And I'm going to say this again, age is a critical and important factor. So when I come back in June with these updated numbers, you're going to see how that's reflective. You can also see the 1950s, 60s, and 70s being reflective of the interstate era. And you can see that the bump, those bridges are reaching their useful life. So our average life today is 55 years. Continuing the challenge as we enter this discussion, we have about 5,200 bridges or structures on the cusp of becoming poor. That's an additional 726 more than what was in 2019. Again, simple indication of the age of our infrastructure continuing to grow. Most can be rehabilitated and preserved at a fraction of the cost. You know, if we're paying 15% rather than 100% of reconstruction, this is money well spent to be able to extend the useful life of those structures. Take a look at the last bullet on this. Cusp average age structures are 67 years. That's what we have today. So I may have a different picture come June of what our performance over the 50 years is going to look like now that we've got some operational history with it. So our current challenges, we're going to be looking at an aging infrastructure, 55 years versus 50. Number of poor bridges are continuing to increase, but they're continuing to increase as we predicted. The use of modern technology, we added 621 new bridges to our inventory that have been built with more durable materials. We've experienced significant cost changes. And more importantly, the department's continuing to seek opportunities to deliver the program more efficiently. So with some good news, this is the update cycle that we're going to be giving to the board predicted for the next several months. In May, we're going to come back and take a look at the remaining two aspects of the program, our routine maintenance and emergency program, but also identify the tensions that have been felt since the 2019 program or review was started. In other words, inflation, commodity prices, so on and so forth. I intend to bring back the bridge rebaseline in the June meeting. Pavement rebaseline is going to take a little bit longer. We're making good strides there, but July. Routine maintenance at the September meeting, since we're off in August. We'll be revisiting special structures, and then we're going to sum it all up with hopefully an approval in December. So Our team is running hard. We've got a number of people from the districts involved in a work group. We meet at least once a week, if not twice a week, on all of these aspects. So we're running hard to be able to deliver what the performance targets should be, but more important, what the investment levels are going to be needed today, tomorrow, and in the very near future. So with that being said, Mr. Secretary, that concludes this riveting conversation on pavements and bridges. And if there's any questions, I'd be happy to take them.
Thank you, Commissioner. Are there any questions? Mr. Minshew?
I think, Mr. Secretary, a great presentation, Mr. Commissioner. Thank you very much. I was looking at the target CTB approval date of December. Should the board give a thumbs up on that and say that's an investment that we need, how would that get translated into the, I guess you'd call, policy implementation phase through budgeting or issuance of debt? Would that be rolled into the governor's budget for the second half of the biennium or kicked over to the next biennium budget?
So Mr. Minshew, I think what will really happen is we are going to be living within the structure of the Commonwealth Transportation Fund. And so we would probably be having debits and credits, if you will, within the CTF. On that discussion there, I do think depending on what comes out of this, other things could happen or there could be discussions at the General Assembly. I will say in 2019, when we did this, there were debits and credits within the CTF, but then we also did in 2020 advance then Governor Northam's Omnibus Transportation Bill, which did increase funding for pavement, which is part of how we actually met that increased need that we saw on the pavement side there. And so, I think it all depends on what comes out of this as to whether or not there's any follow-on legislative action. But I would just advise everyone here, I think the assumption at the moment should be that we are living within our trust fund and that is kind of the resources that we have available there. And that also, again, let's be very clear, the rebaselining may say that 82 is great, but maybe it's not affordable. Or it may say that doing something, changing the investment strategy means we can maintain 82 or we can do something else. Again, I don't want to predict where we'll be there, but I expect that when we see some of these rebaselines, we're just as we saw in 2019, we're going to see different trade-offs and outcomes and what the cost of those might be. Because at the end of the day, we have to pick where we want to try and end up, and then that will certainly be reflected in the CTF budget development that we'll bring back to you all in this time period in 2027. There and the implications of that. But again, if we put more into maintenance, that is less into construction. I am not saying that is bad. We have the legal authority to do that. We're one of the few states where that authority is very clear and set out in law. And so, for example, when I talked to the secretary, I think it was from Missouri, or former secretary, Patrick McKenna, he had to ask the legislature to increase the maintenance budget because they said, no, we're not going to give you more. And they didn't have the authority administratively to do that. And the net effect is their system was falling apart because they were being told to build certain projects by the legislature, because also in that state, the legislature picked the project. So again, this is I think a real benefit of us having this body, because the legislature has, by virtue of how that you all are set up, granted a fair amount of discretion and authority in terms of selecting projects and determining what the appropriate maintenance targets are, and in turn, what the appropriate level of resources for maintenance is. That is not how that works in a lot of other states where that is legislatively controlled. And so that's why I think it's really important we have these discussions, demonstrate kind of the due diligence that we are doing so that we maintain the autonomy that we have in that decision making, because no matter what we decide, someone somewhere is probably going to not be happy with us. Hopefully more people are. But at the end of the day, it's very rare that everyone agrees with a particular decision. And so I think we have to kind of put some of these things out there. And so what I can say, Mr. Mitchell, just again to be very direct, let's assume we're operating in the CTF. Depending on what's is said, there may be other things that happen, but I think for the moment, we'll be living within that budget that Ms. Pryor previously presented to us, and we'll just be understanding the implications of different decisions we make within that budget.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I couldn't agree more. The budget is what the budget is. We live within those parameters and go forward.
Mr. Secretary, if I might add, the recognition of getting these rebaseline numbers for June and July allow us to have those discussions in earnest. We're not going to wait until the December time period to be able to recognize what that investment strategy would be. So those numbers become available in June and July to be able to address what we think, if we need to live within our means, then we can certainly take a look at what the degradation of the system would do and what those investment strategies would be, as we have done in previous studies.
Other questions? Ms. Sellers?
Yes, sir.
Oh, and then Mr. Smoot.
This was a great presentation, thank you. And I don't know why Ms. Pryor took this job as CEO or CFO, but we're not paying you enough apparently, because looking at this. And then this was a great presentation, and it's a little scary to think that we're under budgeting and maintenance, but you see it across government, right, and everything. And I can tell you some very unfortunate stories from DOD time. So thank you for that. And whoever created those Excel spreadsheets is a whiz. Did you do that?
We've got a great team of people, a great team of 8,000 people that represent the agency every day.
You do not want the commissioner playing with the Excel spreadsheets.
Those spreadsheets were fantastic. And then
They
to
took
get
my
them in-
calculator away.
Yeah,
So just
I
trust
would've
me on
too.
that.
Yeah, somebody's great. So thank you.
Mr. Smoot, or Dr. Smoot?
Secretary, I also want to express appreciation to the commissioner for leading this very sobering study. As we all know, we went to a distillery last evening for dinner, and my mother would be proud of such a sobering event the morning following that. Thank you. Over the years, listening to related discussions, it seemed that we were going to come to the day when new construction money was likely going to be reduced in order to fund the appropriate maintenance of what we already have, including the great growth in what we have already had, and also including the fact that many of these maintenance costs are probably at an all-time high. Most of you, not all of you, but most of you will recall the action we had to take. I think it was about a year and a half ago. In the middle of the year, we had to come up with another $100 million, as I recall, or close to it, to fund existing maintenance expense and some weather-related expense within that year. So I think the Commonwealth is looking at a situation, and the legislature certainly, I suspect, will weigh into this, where new construction funds are going to be reduced unless dramatic additional resources are found. And fortunately, we don't have to solely deal with that as the CTB, but we will be in that discussion. And I appreciate very much the commissioner seeing that the work is being done to bring us to some realization of what we're going to have to do, whatever that may be. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Smoot. And again, we'll get into the discussion in June and July, as the commissioner noted, about what the impacts would be. And again, there's a number of decisions we can make. I'm sure we'll look at scenarios that live within the existing resources we have. I'm sure we'll look at some that may require more. And so we'll talk about what those implications are. I do want to say, I think the Assembly has done a lot of work over the last 10, 13 years to put us in a better place than where we were before. So I was here for the blueprint. I was here when this body voted to close half the rest areas in the state because of the amount of funding we had available. We're in a very different place in terms of transportation funding. We have a gas tax that's indexed to inflation. And so, that means it's keeping up to a certain extent with growth. We have a highway use fee and a VMT fee program to help take into account fuel efficiency in the system, which was a huge risk we were being exposed to as well in 2019. That was one of the other fun, sobering presentations we had, was looking at the impact of fuel-efficient vehicles on our protected gas tax collections, and that was actually more terrifying than this presentation was at that time. And so luckily, we have put in place a hedge there, and so I do think we're in a good place for the moment. That doesn't mean there aren't going to be some of these, really tough conversations, Dr. Smoot, but I did want to recognize that without what the Assembly has done, I think some of the things you're talking about, Dr. Smoot, we might be experiencing today. And so I do just want to recognize a lot of the work that they've done over the last decade to kind of put us in a healthier position. Not to say we don't have headwinds and challenges coming at us. Mr. Stamp?
Just a quick comment. I think we need to bring the localities in on this discussion as well. We hear everything about affordable housing. We want to create jobs. We want economic opportunity. But all that comes with a cost. And that cost is now being reflected in increased lane miles, which is more maintenance. So eventually, the localities are going to have to understand that every time they create a subdivision or every time they rezone land for a shopping center or whatever they're doing, it is going to cut in it's going to increase construction costs, more maintenance, more construction. So localities have got to understand that what they do in their own locality is affecting this board and our way of having to do business. So,
Mr. Secretary,
Lawson?
Further to that point, and not intending to be sarcastic, but we ought to bring VDOT into this conversation that gives comments to the localities and also to the development community, because we're following a manual that I believe, or I know, is very outdated and factors in exponential growth, which dictates and requires the development and installation of multi-lanes, improvements on the roads that I would argue in my day job line of work are very much unnecessary, not used, and we don't get to those levels, or I won't live to see those. But here we are. We're adding to the maintenance. We get a gift. The state gets a gift. We can't afford that gift. And if we could be a little more critical on the front end, I don't think we're going to shrink. I think we're going to keep growing. But maybe we right-size our growth. And
Rate of growth is very important.
I've learned a lot that you can, with limited intersections, just a two-lane road can move a lot of trips and very, very efficiently. Whereas the manual may say we need a four-lane divided thing. We can't afford to take care of that. We may get the private sector to build it, but as I say, we can't afford that gift. So we, VDOT, need to be cognizant of that when we make comments to the local community, to the local board, so that they won't demand those gifts that we can't afford.
And for those of you who may not know what Mr. Lawson is specifically referencing, he's talking about the traffic impact analysis regulations that I think it's a VDOT, it's not a CTB regulation. I did just want to note that Governor Spanberger has asked my office, working with VDOT, to take a look at those regulations, since that's something that is underway. The Commissioner, Ms. Schul, and myself have had a number of discussions with folks looking at opportunities to kind of streamline that process and also make certain updates. And so we'll have more to say in the future on that, but I think it's something that we are looking into, and we'll be considering some modifications coming up, both administrative as well as from a regulatory standpoint.
In the local discussion, this doesn't even take into account the private roads. And we have counties that have more privately owned roads than they have VDOT maintained roads. And especially when you get into some of these rural communities where this concept of primary, secondary, interstate came after these roads were built, and they're still used at some of these high standards. And you come out into like King George County is one of them, where they have quite a few private roads that carry a significant number of vehicles every day, and getting into the state system is very complicated. And that doesn't even take this into account, like who's paying for that? Really, it's nobody. That's why they just become very almost impassable in some cases. So that's something to think about too. And I know I have two counties that do have quite a few of the privately owned and maintained roads. So if we're going to look at stuff, could we look at that? And helping them out, because it creates a significant strain on local government's budgets, just like your budget, so.
Other questions or comments for the commissioner? Mr. Minshew?
Did I hear you say, Ms. Sellers, privately owned, publicly maintained roads?
They're,
No such unicorn in the Commonwealth.
That's what I thought.
yeah,
Okay.
they're like not VDOT owned. They're not VDOT maintained, so they're like locality maintained, I guess is the best way to say it.
And I think typically, actually, they're maintained by the homeowners association. And so
you have
these
homeowners,
are instances where, for whatever reason, personal preference, maybe a desire not to meet VDOT standards, some developers do move forward with developments where they knowingly are creating roads that are not going to then be taken into the state system. Typically, again, I'm expressing generality, so I'm certain there are exceptions, the local governments require that some sort of HOA be established to undertake that maintenance liability on long-term so that they can ensure emergency services can serve those communities. There are times where those associations, for reasons I'm not going to seek to guess at, reach a place of financial insolvency when they need to be undertaking that work, and then that creates a whole host of kind of unfortunate situations where you have a road that is not in the public system, was designed to not be in it, but is now in a place where the private maintenance provider cannot deliver on their kind of responsibilities, and you have residents who are kind of there and often through no fault of their own find themselves in a situation that is, untenable.
Those are the newer ones. We do have roads that were built and used that predate some of the newer terms. And so, especially in rural parts of the Commonwealth. And so it's not necessarily an HOA, but it's become a cut through. And there's a couple I can take you on. Some of them are very narrow, very limited shoulders, but there's limited access to funding to help those local governments either bring them into the state system. Because they're so rural, they're not getting the developers who want to come out and build a neighborhood. So they're just kind of waiting. And we do have some counties that have significantly more of those, I guess, non-public roads, but publicly utilized roads that are creating some serious challenges for them, especially as populations in rural areas are growing, as people are leaving cities. So that's something to talk about too, but the HOA is a totally different conversation that they knew they bought into, in my opinion, but a little different.
I'll have someone from my office follow up with you, Ms. Ellis, and we'll look into that circumstance. Any other questions for Mr. Minshew?
At one time, Mr. Secretary, I thought there were some counties, and I'm not talking about Arlington or Enrico, that had the county system. I think Fairfax County has a small number of linear miles of roads, but I'm curious, do we still see any public but county-owned and maintained road systems that are not in the VDOT secondary system in some of our counties?
The only two that I'm aware of, Mr. Minshew, is Arlington and Henrico. I do know at one point Fairfax, I think, considered briefly, I'll stress, taking over the secondary system. I think that would have created some significant impacts for us, and I also think they were concerned with whether they could deliver the maintenance with the available funding there. But, VDOT on a lane mile basis spends less than the localities that maintain their systems. There's a variety of reasons for that: age, complexity, utilities, economies of scale, et cetera. And so I think there's a lot of benefits from kind of the system that we have in this state. There's downsides too, I'm certain people could identify, but I think there's a lot of upsides that we've been able to kind of deliver on there. And so at the moment, no one has reached out to us to express any interest of exploring any kind of further devolution, that's the word, of the system. That was a big discussion back in the 2007, 2011 kind of time frame there, but it seems to have kind of stalled, and I place no value judgment on that term. I'm just saying the interest seems to have gone away. Thank you, Commissioner. Next, we have Ms. Schul and Ms. Ray. And folks, we have a very short action agenda and just some very brief updates from Director Zimmerman and Commissioner Britch here. So we hopefully will be getting out at a reasonable hour.
Do my best.
I wasn't foreshadowing anything.
All right. So, you know me. This is Margie Ray. She will be jumping in midway to help me out, and will introduce herself then. But what she and I are going to be talking about are before and after studies, also called post-implementation evaluations. So the purpose of this presentation is to give you background and context. We're not going to ask for any actions on this. We're going to ask for feedback today, live, or as your mind works over the coming weeks, anything you wish to share with us. So I'm going to go over the background on this. It's been, I think, since 2021 since this board dealt with this issue of before and after studies. Ms. Ray is going to share some results and some examples, and then we're going to talk about next steps. All right, so in 2021, this board directed the Secretariat to study the impacts of projects from key funding programs, and they said to start with SMARTSCALE. So in this presentation, we're going to talk about this concept of post-implementation evaluations. We're going to update you on national industry trends for such studies. We're going to share the progress made since this directive in 2021 and talk about next steps, and of course, answer your questions. This is a hard thing. I'm going to come back to this often throughout the presentation. This is a hard and complicated thing that is a shift in the culture of how we do project financing. And it's the start of a long body of work. So we're not going to stand up here and tell you, we have now concluded that this type of project works and this type of project doesn't work. We're not there. We're going to give you incremental learnings and talk about how we're going to move forward. And again, our goal is not to trigger an action today, but to inform you, to inform the public, and to get input. And of course, you can interrupt me at any time with questions, even though I said questions at the end. All right, so the overarching goal is continuous progress and improvement and accountability. All processes have the potential to improve. What we are doing is understanding past performance to understand precisely where those improvements are needing and to continuously get better. We are not doing this to criticize past judgments that the board made. We're not doing this to criticize past projects, and we're definitely not doing this to criticize past work that planners or evaluators may have done. We are doing this to learn from the past, and we hope you all enter into it with that spirit with us. One of the things that often, I think, takes folks maybe by surprise when they learn about transportation and how many billions of dollars we spend is how incredibly rare evaluation of the effectiveness of projects is. So we, this body, identified that in 2021. That was the motivation for asking us to start doing these before and after studies. And in 2023, AASHTO, which is our state Transportation Highway Association, set forth a problem statement that says it is rare for ex post analyses of large infrastructure projects to be conducted. It has been not well researched and has not been understood not only if these things work, but even how to do a good post-implementation evaluation, right? This is not the culture in the industry. So AASHTO with NCHRP, which is the National Cooperative Highway Research Program, has a study going that we are a part of that is trying to provide a clear and actionable framework for evaluations and some guidelines. We are very active. Several Virginia agencies are very active in this study with other state partners, as well as the federal and consultative groups that have been brought into this. All of which is to say we are taking a leadership position by doing this work. I would not say we're at the bleeding edge, but we are definitely at the forward edge with several other states and federal partners and pushing this forward. Now, what does it mean to do these sorts of evaluations, and why haven't they been done in the past? One reason they haven't been done in the long ago past was sort of data availability, but that problem is mostly mitigated. When the NCHRP team went out and interviewed tons of agencies about why don't you do these things, 3 fundamental concerns were raised, and this is taken from the preliminary report. First, resource and staffing limitations to do the work. Second, fear of exposing poor results. And third, the complexity of the analysis. So I am going to sort of talk through at a high level right now how we are trying to mitigate these concerns, and we will return to those mitigations throughout the presentation. So first, resource and staffing. I think you guys are aware that the staff at our state agencies is very busy, and we have limitations on our budget and the number of people we can hire. And it is hard, I think, to say to some people, take a step out, reserve these people just to look backwards instead of tackling that huge log of work we have in front of us. So we have dealt with that by dedicating a team from various departments, and it's a similar team to what we are doing is when SMARTSCALE happens, it's a biannual thing, so we have a spike in work for evaluating SMARTSCALE. Our plan is to use the alternate years and sort of match that spike with the capacity to look backwards across multiple programs to do those before and after evaluations. We are also committing resources to this. CTB started this by requiring us to do it in 2021, and we are sending a message that this is valuable, and when we come back to you and talk about budgets, we hope that you will continue to send the message that this is important by providing and reserving resources for before and after work. I also think that it's important to send the message that if we're gonna, spend a couple $1 billion, it's worth a couple $1 million to not only plan those investments, but then to go check that they worked. But again, that's a value judgment that this body can consistently send. Next, and I think we can all imagine, having spent time in public bodies, how this develops, but there's a real fear of talking about bad results. So we do all of this work to plan our investments. We spend all of this money. In SMARTSCALE example, we tell 7/8 of the applicants that their projects aren't going to get funded, right? And then people spend years planning and developing and working and building this thing. To come back and then say, oh, but these two didn't work is hard, right? You can imagine why it's not a popular thing and a natural thing to do. So how do we mitigate this concern? The first, and this is where it comes back to this body, is we say we are changing the culture around this, and we are saying it is important and okay to talk about what things worked and didn't work, and it will not trigger an overreaction, right? And so again, I'm looking to you to set the example of how we do this cultural shift and how we talk about these things. And also we as leaders demonstrate taking calm accountability for decisions we may have supported that didn't work as planned. So this is my informal ask to all of you. But this is a cultural change, and cultural change is difficult. And I don't just mean this about Virginia. Virginia, again, as a leader, this is hard for the national culture of our industry. And lastly, and we'll spend most of the time talking about this, it's just complex and hard to do a before and after study, right? We're talking about a variety of different types of projects. We're talking about an incredibly complex transportation network, and we're talking about decades of time where all sorts of different externalities and things happen. It's just a complex thing to do. And so one of the great things about this NCHRP project is it's going to set at least some agreed upon frameworks on how you deal with this complexity, and the way we are tackling it is working along with that NCHRP framework. Though it is not formally published yet, we know where it's going. All right, so what is our vision? We have sort of 5 stages of this type of performance accountability framework. The first is when we do scoring or decision making. Keeping it to a SMARTSCALE example, we predict using the best available methods, and the question we're trying to answer is, what do we expect the impact of this project to be? Another thing we do that's really important, and I'll come back to, is we then keep the information about what we predicted and store it in a public place. I'm gonna come back to this. That's what we've done for years. What we're showing you today is the initial post-evaluation work. We are coming back a couple of years after completion, and we're doing a before and after study on certain factors, like in particular, we're going to talk today about safety, congestion, and accessibility that manifest in a couple year time frame. We're trying to answer the question today, do we see directionally the impact we expected? If we said safety will get better, will it get better? Did it get better? And in general, are we seeing this directional alignment for most of our projects? The next phase, which we'll get into starting this summer, is control studies. So this is developing a systemic approach to understand other variables that might be affecting our results. As a very simple example, if we had done before and after studies on congestion, and the after period was in 2020 and 2021, all of the projects would have exceeded their congestion goals, and we would have said, hey, we're so successful. But actually, the context was there was no congestion anywhere because of the pandemic. So this is a very extreme example, but you see why it's important to do these sorts of controls as we move forward. And so there, the question we're asking is, okay, so is the way the project got better the same as or different to the general context it's in, because then maybe we can attribute the project the credit for that. And lastly, we need to do long-term updates. We need to repeat the after study multiple times, because one of the things we know about transportation is a benefit we experience in the first 2 years might degrade 2 years later, or vice versa. It might take longer for it to manifest. So we want to see if these benefits are sustained and change. And then also some of the things we're looking to do, like economic development, they just take longer to unfold than 2 years. And lastly, we want to be doing this consistently across multiple funding programs. And there we're looking to understand if there are differences between programs because they have different decision processes. We're not saying necessarily, oh, one program is bad or one program is good. They all have different purposes, but we want to understand the differences. And through all of this, our goal is to say, what have we learned that we can use to make our process better the next time? Again, our goal is not to say, which program should we cut, who should we fire, what should we never do again necessarily. It's to say, how can we get better? Now I'm going to come back to that keeping the data thing. One of the big challenges that the NCHRP found when they surveyed multiple states about doing before and after studies is that many places have lost or have a hard time finding the prediction they made all those years ago that justified the giant investment project.
Lost it.
And if they can find it, it's in a report and they don't have all the details of the methodology, or the spreadsheet was saved on somebody's computer who retired, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's not done the same way. One of the extraordinary things about SMARTSCALE, and I know it's about our IOP programs in particular, is the coherent, consistent way we store all those predictions that were done at the same time with the same methods on the same data. And that is actually, it turns out, one of the really extraordinary benefits of the way we do things here in Virginia. So that was exciting in comparison to other places we've learned. All right. This is the big caveat on complexity. And this is me putting on my data science PhD hat. We are not going to be able to attribute direct isolated causation to any of these projects. It's just not feasible in the type of statistical world we're in. We're not going to be able to say this project definitely caused this exact % change in congestion, because it's just not the way these systems work and the way our knowledge works. So how do we mitigate that to still be able to work with certainty? The first thing we do is we analyze a lot of projects, right? We look for trends across projects. A high sample size can enable these trend analysis, and that's a much stronger indication of correlation, which can make us comfortable thinking we're edging towards causation. So I want you to remember the presentation Mr. Cole gave yesterday. I'm going to use the examples of rumble strips. He had thousands of miles of rumble strips, and he could show the change in crash rates across those thousands of miles. What he had in his hands was a fairly controlled set of projects. They were all more or less the same type of intervention, and thousands of miles. Because of that, he can say, and we can say, yeah, these rumble strips are clearly associated with an improvement in safety. But, and I followed up with him yesterday, if you look at each individual corridor they did it on, or each individual mile, it is not the exact same, and in some places, safety got worse in places where they did rumble strips, right? But because we looked at a trend, we are still comfortable saying, yes, rumble strips are the way, right? Does that make sense, why we want to get as many as possible? In SMARTSCALE, we don't have that luxury. There are too many different types of projects to be that clean, but it's still why we want to do a lot of these analyses. The next thing we do to deal with this causation issue is, again, look at the context and look at the controls. We do that by looking at what's generally happening, and we also are going to look at some control pairs, so looking at other projects or other roads that are very similar that did not have an intervention to do sort of pair controls. That work is starting, and we are going to develop a culture, and this is where I'm looking to you, of working with imperfect knowledge and doing that responsibly. We will never have all the knowledge we want, but incremental knowledge is useful, but because it is incremental and because it has uncertainty, we make incremental reactions, and we act very transparently the whole time. So one of the hardest questions, if we're saying, hey, are these projects performing well enough, is to know what we mean when we say a good outcome. There is no national standard on what is a good outcome, and we are hoping that this NCHRP can start to set some goals, but nobody knows what % of projects you should expect to perform as predicted. We know we should not expect 100%. We know we should not expect 0%, right? So we have to decide collectively what we think good enough is.
So our team has made a preliminary definition of success. On a per-project basis, it's directional alignment. If we said our primary goal was to improve congestion a lot, did it improve congestion at least more than a little, right? So directional. And if not, then we do a fallback position and we say, is congestion at least better than it would have been? Now that's more complicated analysis, so this is where we get to the graph on the right. So if we have an area that's getting more and more congested each year, and we do an intervention, and congestion is the same as it was before after the intervention, you can imagine saying, hey, that was a good result, because otherwise it was going totally downhill. But that projected benefit, which you see in the red, like predicting how much worse it would have gotten, gets you into a lot more assumptions and complexity. So that's not what we do as our default, that's what we do as our backup if we don't see actual empirical improvement. For the cohort of projects, we are looking at defining success as are more than a certain percent of projects achieving what they said their primary intent was. We don't have that percent number yet. That's something we need to talk about with you and with other stakeholders. Next, and that's just saying sort of, is the sign of the direction correct? If it got better, good. Next, did we get the magnitude of the projection right? If we said congestion was going to get a ton better, but it only got 2% better, that's something worth noting. And third, can we have confidence that these projects did not have a negative impact? So those are the frameworks we're looking at. Any questions about this? Lots of caveat, lots of asking for your grace and talking about the difficult topic of before and after studies before I hand it over to Ms. Ray to talk about some of our actual results.
So guys, I just want to stress here, we're getting ready to get into the projects. These were all things picked in rounds 1 and 2. The whole goal here is we created one of the first outcome-based product prioritization processes, and we said, we think projects are going to do this. We're one of the only states I'm aware of that's now actually going back and saying, did it do it? And so that's really important, right, in terms of like transparency and accountability, and these types of things over time will start to inform maybe decisions we make as we look at round 8 of SMARTSCALE, or maybe even round 10. Like, let's just go down the road because this is going to take some time, but I really want to give like the team credit. I know Ms. Schul said there are a few other folks who are doing this. I'm sure there are, but there's very, very few people.
I'd say one.
One, okay. So we are one of, there's 50 states. We are one of 2 who are doing this type of work, but this is really, really important work. And once we start to do more of this in SMARTSCALE, we're going to start doing this in other programs too, because we're spending taxpayer dollars. And so if we are picking things because we think it's going to do X, it's incumbent upon us, in my opinion, to figure out, did it do X, or did it do something close to X, or did it do a lot more than X, or did it do nothing relative to that? And that's kind of what we're moving towards here, but this is an iterative process, as Ms. Schul was kind of indicating. So I'm really excited to hear this, but this is things we're going to keep bringing back to you over time, over the next several years, and we'll be getting better and better as we kind of move forward with this.
I have a question based on that.
Ms. Sellers.
So when you're looking at the negative effects or the different effects that it had, are we capturing those so that we can look and see? Because to me, that would indicate we had the wrong variable, or there's something else in play here.
Ms. Ray will give one example of this. I think here's an example of something we might find as a negative effect, right? Let's say we pick a certain type of, I don't know, intersection change that we've done several of, and we find that while the crashes it's meant to mitigate, which let's say our head-on crashes get a lot better, every time our side impact crashes get worse. If we start to see that, we say, hey, this is an intervention we didn't understand well enough because it has the positive impact we expected, but it also had this unintended negative impact. Let's adjust the way we think about it. So that's an example of what I mean. And that requires usually looking at the few that got worse and doing individual looks at what was going on until we start to see a trend.
Thank you, Deputy Secretary Schul. Mr. Secretary, members of the board, very happy to be here today and share a little bit more of what we've been doing. So I am going to focus on giving you all some of the outcomes that we've observed through this analysis, digging into and providing a few project examples for your, so you can see the information that we're producing and how we're looking at these things. And then some of these things where maybe it's not working so well, our deeper dive into some of those types of projects to understand maybe what is influencing them, very similar to what Deputy Secretary Schul just said. So just let's understand, first of all, that through round 6 of SMARTSCALE, we've had almost 2,400 applications submitted, almost 2,200 that have been scored, resulting in 829 that have actually been selected for funding. That's an investment of $7.6 billion of SMARTSCALE funding. And you'll see in the next row it says $15.7 billion. That's the total cost of that portfolio of projects. Sorry, that didn't update that number correctly. But that bottom row shows here are the number of projects that we have that have been completed. We selected a date of September of 2023. That gives us 1 year of post-construction analysis and data because we went through 2024. We selected that September date because that gives us a 3-month shoulder to allow kind of an adjustment to any kind of new travel patterns that may have resulted from a new project. And so right there we can see that the majority of the projects are round 1. That represents about 72% of all round 1 projects that have been completed to date. Round 2 there is 29% of all the projects, and then only a few of the round 3 projects have been completed so far. That 175 projects represents 22% of all the funded projects to date. One of the things, too, is just to understand is that the majority of these projects are highway projects. Of course, I think you all are quite well aware that that's typically what we're funding. This cohort represents about 85% of highway projects, but we do have a mix of some bus, transit, along with park and ride and bicycle and pedestrian type projects. Kind of the reminder, too, that sometimes our highway projects also include other components like maybe a bus shelter or a bicycle and pedestrian project. We did see good representation across the various area types. Area type D, though, tends to have a little bit more representation the more those projects have been completed within this cohort. So as we looked at and how we did this analysis, there are some terms that I'm going to use throughout the rest of the presentation that I just want to introduce you to. Analysis metric. And so we use the term measures frequently. Well, measures really just represent a single value, like the current cash flow on a balance sheet. The metrics are something that we look at the measures and can assess change through time. And so it was important for us to look at what metrics make best sense to look at that through time. Anticipated benefits. So for each of our proposed projects, when they're scored in SMARTSCALE, they forecast those benefits, and those are using measures that are associated with the 6 factor areas that you all are familiar with. And so what is the outcome from that is what we're referring to as the anticipated benefit. Next are the factors. Just very quickly, obviously you all are fully aware that Code of Virginia specified exactly what factor areas we had to use within the SMARTSCALE process. And within each of those factors areas, there may be 2 to 3 different measures that are also utilized. Then the last one, and that's really important and goes back a little bit to what Deputy Secretary Schewel said, was intent. And so this is helping to define the problem that the project is intended to solve. And so this was determined through a review of the project scope, the justification of the project that we use for the VTrans need, and then what the VTrans need may have resulted in. And a project could have had more than one intent, maybe to improve safety and improve congestion. But this helps us answer that question of, did the project do what it was intended to do? So now, what measures did we utilize? Metrics. Didn't say that well. So as we evaluated and tested, and then back in 21, we presented a few measures and metrics back then, but we wanted to consider those metrics that really related back to those factor areas in SMARTSCALE. And today we're mostly focused on safety, congestion, and accessibility. But we also needed to have data, and data availability was very important. This program dates back to 2016, and historical data is very limited in some cases, and not everybody had that data available. But we also wanted to understand direct observation data. What is it that the user is experiencing when they're using that facility? So that was really important in selecting the appropriate metrics. As a reminder, as we've advanced through multiple rounds of SMARTSCALE, we have made changes to our measures, metrics, methodologies. And in selecting our metrics for this analysis, we also wanted to consider the application of methodologies that could apply to any round of a project. So it didn't matter which round it was selected in, we could still analyze it and compare it across the board. So that was important to us. We have to understand, though, that we couldn't necessarily or didn't identify measures and metrics that worked for every single type of project. So how we analyze something in SMARTSCALE didn't necessarily translate to the type of project in the real world. So even a bicycle and pedestrian project, we needed to look at those a little differently, and I'll speak a little bit more about that. We do continue to explore and test other metrics, but some are going to be difficult to identify either a data source, especially that reflects change at the project level versus at that geography. And then some of the performance areas, as was referenced before, may take a significant amount of time to observe change. So for example, changes in land use don't happen within a couple of years of an investment typically. Might take 5, 10 years to really see that change. So just what we looked at when we analyzed each of these projects is a simple before-after, and where we compared those conditions before the project was constructed and then thereafter, and using those metrics that I've already presented. But we also identified certain types of projects that we couldn't really, they don't lend themselves to the measures and the methodology that we utilize for the highway-type projects. And these are typically classified as projects that are designed to reduce non-single occupancy vehicles. So our bike ped, our park and ride lots, transit usage. And so what we did at the time is we worked with VDOT, who went out and collected some count data for us at several of the bicycle and pedestrian locations, so we have some count data. The hard part about bike ped is we don't have pre-construction data because that facility didn't exist. But so we have some count data to understand utilization. VDOT also has an annual count program for its park and ride lots where they go out and they count both the number of spaces available and the utilization. So we can track that change through time as well. We worked with DRPT to develop transit surveys. Again, data wasn't necessarily readily available for all transit providers to understand utilization. So we had a qualitative and quantitative survey that was provided to many of the transit providers to give us some feedback on their view of the investment that was made. So with these results, we've been able to assess the observed performance and that it was consistent with the anticipated benefits from the SMARTSCALE evaluation and if the intent was achieved or not, and did we help solve the identified problems. We've also aggregated these results to just try to understand and assess trends and glean any other insights. The point that was made about the small sample size or the need for a greater sample size is really important there. It's difficult to draw strong conclusions from where we are right now. Before I get into some actual results, I really wanted to highlight some of the reminder of that contextual trends that we've observed during our performance period. 2016 to 2024 is what our data reflects, and the COVID impacts can't be understated. It's very visible within these graphics. There's the analogy earlier that if we looked at the performance of a project that was completed in 2020, 2021, we would say that congestion really got better, right? And yet we know that actually with both vehicle miles traveled and vehicle hours of delay, the two charts on the right, that we have exceeded pre-COVID conditions now. The bottom right chart is limited to the interstate system. But if we also compare to 2019, we can see that the recovery was a little slow in those areas for those measures. For the safety side, we can see that we have through that time period had an overall reduction in all of our injury crashes except for fatalities. But we can still see that there has been a decline and improved performance. Maybe that relates back to some of the work that Mr. Cole presented yesterday. It's hard to make that causation. So it's really important as we look at some of the outcomes, we understand that there's context. We know that not every area of the Commonwealth recovered at the same rate. Our projects are very spread out across the Commonwealth. We also saw different changes in travel patterns. Sometimes we had flips between our peak performance, maybe from an AM peak to a PM peak. So those sorts of things are observed in the data that we can look at. So one thing about addressing COVID in our analysis for our safety and congestion measures and metrics, we did take out the COVID years to avoid that within the framework of the data. This is a little foreshadowing. I know you'll all have the questions about why things might not have performed well. This is out of order, so I'm going to jump into our actual outcomes. And I'll come back to that other slide. So here is our safety measure. It's based on the weighted crashes. Even in SMARTSCALE, we weight fatalities, serious injuries, and all other injuries at a different level to help understand big picture how those things perform and understanding our influences. So when we started looking at how we would analyze this body of projects that had a safety benefit, or we measured a project whether we anticipated a benefit or not. So we have it for all projects where we had the data. But we tried to look at, okay, what should be the threshold of what is good or bad? And so we looked at those things that is something that tells us something that's really meaningfully safer. And so we use a threshold of something that would have prevented one fatal or serious injury. Well, we can see that 91% of the projects were about the same. So not that great, didn't really give us that much information that these things are meaningfully safer. We do obviously have a few that are very good. We have a few that did much worse, and I'll speak a little bit more to that as well. We did look into a lot of these to understand why. So then we revisited that threshold and said, okay, well, what if we look at instead that it's a minor injury crash, say, that we prevented? And so with that, we can see that 42% have exceeded that level and done quite well. And the majority of the projects are either the same or better. And when we think about those contexts and the changes that are occurring in the networks throughout time, especially over that time period, same might still be a good thing. We don't see a lot of, most of the projects did have the intent, of course, to improve safety. So we don't see a lot of difference between those that said that they wanted to improve safety versus those that don't. We don't have a big population. Well, our cohort round one projects are 80% of the projects that we've looked at. So we don't really see any differences between round one and round two. That's mostly just because we don't have all the data that would tell us something more. But we can see that this is still kind of information that's very useful to us. We only had 2 projects that even were predicted to get worse, and I think that's an important topic of conversation too, because we got to understand sometimes there may be trade-offs, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. So moving to congestion. So again, looking at thresholds, we ended up using a threshold that was a change in delay of plus or minus 1.5 seconds per vehicle, and that's how long it might take you to traverse the length of the project. With this, we can see that 90% of the projects were same or better, where the intent was to improve congestion. So that seems to me to be a pretty positive outcome. When we look at those projects that didn't have an intent to improve congestion, we still performed quite well. Clearly, where it was intended, did better than where it wasn't intended. So this is really something that we can revisit through time and see how these projects are changing through time. But we also need to understand that, especially in those early rounds, round 1 and 2, and I can't remember if it was round 3 or 4 where we made the change, we did our predictions 10 years into the future. And that was the 2025 horizon. So our data only went through 2024. So as we reanalyze these, we might be able to start giving some feedback into that long-term projection and see how that played out. All right, for accessibility, we used a threshold there of the plus or minus 5%. And so this is really looking at a change in the proportion of jobs that a worker can use within a 45-minute travel shed. And it's evaluating that travel time within which people and goods can reach their desired destinations using that network. By looking at these changes through time, we can understand how the project's impact on their ability to access those jobs, but it also looks at the change in the jobs and workers, that proportion, knowing that both of those are changing through time. And so, again, we had a pretty good outcome from the perspective that 62% of the projects have gotten better. with 22% still reflecting same. All right, I want to switch back to that slide where we talked about, that I skipped in the beginning here, about why some may not have achieved their intent. And we really did want to understand why projects may not have performed as well as anticipated. So we did a deeper dive into many projects, a very robust approach for about 10% of the projects, and then just some one-offs on some other occasions. And we identified some key observations that may help us to explain why a project may not have performed as well. And I'm going to go through by safety, congestion, and accessibility. So with our safety projects, first of all, sometimes they weren't even intended to improve safety. So that may be why we didn't see that it performed well. It was designed to be more of a congestion project, or maybe we've added some other features that are the different improvement types. Sometimes we have crashes within the footprint of the project that aren't related to the type of improvement that was made. And so, for example, maybe we had a crash that occurred because a distracted driver didn't yield appropriately, or it was a weather-related crash. So those are included in our numbers, but again, it's not something that the project improvement could have solved for. We also have where what we observed in the data, and it's something that we'll need to look at again, is that if you didn't have a lot of fatalities and serious injuries before the project was constructed, and you had some after, it really kind of skewed our results. So it made it look like it was much worse maybe than it really is. And in some of these cases, we didn't have a lot of crash numbers to begin with, so you kind of have this challenge of having a small number of crashes and trying to make some conclusions with that. An item that's not on the bullet list here that should have been is that, and Mr. Cole referenced this yesterday, that ideally we have at least 3 years of post-construction data to assess. There are projects where we only have 1 to 2 years of data, and as we go through time and reassess these projects, we'll be able to add to that. So some of our results might be preliminary where the safety factor area is concerned. So for where congestion worsened, again, maybe it wasn't intended to improve congestion. And so you have a trade-off a lot of times. And so my simple example that I use is if we have a roundabout, we're probably trying to improve safety. But the legs that are coming into that roundabout, one of those may experience some delay. Now we're measuring these things in seconds, so typically it's not a large amount of delay, but now it might make it look like the congestion's gotten a little worse, when in fact we were really trying to improve safety. And so did we improve safety and maybe resulted in a little extra delay? It's a trade-off that we have to consider and understand. You know, again, kind of just like we talked about safety, if there wasn't congestion in the beginning and then there's a little bit afterwards, it makes it look a lot worse potentially. Land use changes, other construction projects that may be in the project vicinity that are impacting it in the years of data that we're looking at. And then clearly, volume growth. We see that, the macro level, that we have increases in VMT and delay statewide, and that could have impacted our project. For accessibility, typically it's where we've seen a reflection in job loss. We had a lot with that during the pandemic, and our data that we use for that has a 2-year lag to it. So the jobs data that's in our measure right now is from 2022, and so that's just probably a reflection more of that methodology and something that we would look to improve on. So these observations help us understand and make process improvements, whether it's a methodology change that's needed, identification of other data that might be helpful, and then just conducting additional analysis to understand those confounding factors. So now I'm going to move to some actual project examples to share with you the types of information we have available. So I have 4 project examples. Mr. King, I'm sorry, 3 of them come from Salem District, but that's not all bad. The first 3 are ones that have definitely performed very well, and then we have one that is just a poor performer to show you kind of what the types of information we have available. So I-64, this was segment 3 in Hampton Roads. It was widening the roadway from 4 to 6 lanes. It was about 8 miles in length, a very large project, over $200 million, half of which came from SMARTSCALE funding, and was designed to improve congestion. Well, when it was scored in round 1 of SMARTSCALE, it was the highest performing project for congestion and safety if you take out Transform I-66. So it performed very well in the scoring methodology. When we look at it for its performance in this cohort of 175 projects, it was also our highest benefit project for before and after for both congestion and safety. So it's done quite well and done what we would have expected. Through 2023, it eliminated delay by 100%. Addition of a lane, reliability, capacity that really benefited us. So it did also improve reliability. But we also saw a very good impact on safety. We had anticipated a 10% reduction when we scored the project, and that was its anticipated benefits. We observed a 55% reduction, so it performed very well. So our next project is I-81 southbound. This was a project that's about 2 miles long, and it was a pretty low-cost safety improvement, putting in some high-friction surface treatments, adding some signage and improving the shoulders, and also the removal of a ramp to improve our safety. And so with this, we, again, it was a big footprint for a project, but it's also pretty low cost. We saw through 2024, a 100% reduction in fatal and serious injury crashes. And then what we had anticipated was an 11% reduction. We observed a 90% reduction in our weighted crashes. So again, a very good performer and really meeting the intent of this project. I will say that a good portion of the safety benefit came from removal of that exit ramp. So now reducing in scale even a little bit more, this is another Salem District project where they installed adaptive signal control on 11 different intersections, but the network that's impacted is about 9 miles, so it's a pretty large impact of a project for a very low cost. And so this project was supposed to improve congestion, but we also saw some very good benefits for safety as well. So we did reduce delay by about 65% and improved our reliability. But we also saw a reduction of 42% for our fatal and serious injury crashes. We had only anticipated a 2% reduction, and we observed almost 30% reduction through 2024. All right. The last project example I have is 10th Street reconstruction, located also in Salem District. I think it's in the city of Roanoke. It was about almost a mile-long project. And so kind of a corridor that really had several different improvements, but focusing on addition of bike lanes, adding curb and gutter, and then a few intersection improvements with either some turn lanes or some signalization. So really focused on, as it says for the intent, multimodal access. And here we've included a couple of photos. So you can see the before photo up there in the right-hand corner of what it looked like before, and you can see what it looks like now. So this project didn't perform as well as we would have expected. So when we looked into it, what we found is, well, hypothesis is that we've made this a much more attractive facility. It looks wider, it looks safer, that maybe we have some induced demand. So we did see some increases in congestion and delay on this facility. It wasn't a huge amount to begin with, but it did increase. And then we also did see that safety declined. We did not perform as well as we expected. We expected a 20% reduction. We had a 146% increase. Now, some of those crashes are unrelated to the improvement. For example, a head-on crash in an unsignalized unsignalized intersection. That's also where all we did was add some bicycle and pedestrian facilities. A distracted driver that didn't yield properly, something like that. So these are the types of crashes that are occurring that the project couldn't have solved for. So this was one where you just have to dig in and understand why it may not have performed as well. So I'm going to turn it back over to Ms. Schul to run us through the last few slides. Any questions? Thank you.
One quick question. not that I'm trying to get anybody additional work, but actually there's 6 smart scale factors, and we left out 3 of them. Economic, environmental, and land use. I assume, why were they left out? Are they immeasurable? Are they?
So we started because this was hard and new with the easiest and quickest to observe change in. So we will measure them as more time has elapsed and as we talk with our colleagues about the right way to measure them. But because we were starting with something hard, we started with the more quicker to develop and measure factors first.
I agree. I think economic development and environmental will be relatively easy to scope out and see what the project did. I'm not so sure about land use, because I'm not so sure about land use anyway, as you know. Thank you.
Mr. Stan, I'm aware of some of the discussions that you've had and we've had on that topic. I think what Ms. Schul is getting at is when we're looking at population changes and also some of the economic development aspects, a longer horizon than like 2 years post, I think we're saying is what we probably need. And so the question is that 5 years or is that 10 years? And when do we start to measure and how do we start to measure? So what I hope you take away is you have a commitment from us that we're going to work to find ways to do that. But I also think it's just what is also the right time horizon, particularly for the economic development and the population growth aspects in the land use measure to observe whether or not those were realized.
I will also say that certain elements of what we score and what we value when we make decisions may ultimately not be measurable. That doesn't necessarily mean they're less important or less worth considering. It just means they have to be evaluated using a slightly different framework. All right, so next steps from this result. Incorporate feedback from this presentation, if you have it now, if you have it afterwards, if folks listening online have it. We also have a draft project performance report card. So we're going to be taking that out to members of the community to say, hey, if you got this about your project, does it have the information you need? What might it be lacking? So we make sure we have the right formats before we start sharing these report cards. Once we have that feedback, then we will then share the report cards with the community, and we will continue analysis of data from this round as more years develop and continue sharing our findings with all of you. Sorry, these 2 rounds.
Chairman, so what are we doing with that report card?
Our plan is to share it with the localities.
And then what? Is there going to be an expectation that comes from it, or is it just here you go, here's how you're doing?
So to me, this is all a learning experience, right? And so I think from my perspective, what we are doing is we are creating information that as we create more of it, we can use to inform our decision-making and policy setting at this body. I don't think we are asking anybody to go back in and change a project if for some reason we evaluated it and it didn't achieve those results. I think what I would ask us to think about and consider is that the expectation should be that if we start to see that certain things just aren't working in terms of what we anticipate and what actually happens, I think that calls into question that we may need to challenge the team to look at different ways of measuring something, for example.
It's going to be internal, or we're going to use this in future rounds to kind of say, hey, the projects they put forward are just not, well,
No.
projects.
We're not holding this against the locality. These are things we did. So we scored these projects and we measured them. And so let me be very clear to our friends listening online or who may be in the room. If for some reason a project in a given locality does not perform on a given outcome, that is no fault of that jurisdiction, and it is not my intent, and I would not ask this body to hold that against that locality for future submissions. Where the responsibility lies is, since as we are the ones doing the evaluations, that then creates a responsibility back to us to understand how we're doing them and whether or not we need to look at different ways of doing that evaluation, or if there's things that we weren't taking into account that we need to take into account as we do the evaluation. So to me, there's no impact back to the locality, I guess, to be extremely direct. It is an impact back to the team internally as it thinks about how we do the evaluations and the recommendations we would make to this body about how we do future evaluations.
And I'll give you an example in just a minute of some of the changes we're going to make. But it also might be that I imagine that if a locality gets a report card and one of their projects isn't performing as planned, we looked at each one that wasn't to try to understand. They probably understand better than we do if something happened locally, right? So in some places where we might see congestion got worse, maybe it's because a new Walmart opened and we didn't know that Walmart was opening in 2016 when we planned it, but presumably they're excited because that's a really good economic development outcome. So it may be that the explanation is something that we're all very comfortable with.
My only concern is when you give somebody a report card and you say, this is how we've judged it, which is different than evaluating the overall program. But when we get to the step of presenting a report card, it can be taken in various ways. It's the same concerns that I expressed with the performance reviews on, I don't even know what they're called, but the local stuff. So that's the concern, is that we can say it's not going to be used to change behavior or to make decisions. But when we get there, that could be different. So just to consider that from a locality's perspective, or we have MPOs and PDCs that are putting in transit agencies, see something and then to say, oh, it had a low performing, that could be really tough.
Yeah, you can, and that's definitely part of the cultural change we're looking to shift in the Commonwealth, is to be comfortable, more comfortable. No one's going to be fully comfortable with that, and to make sure it is dealt with the right type of reaction. So one of the things I'm hearing from this in your feedback is the term report card probably needs to not be in the title, right? So maybe it's a trend analysis, right? So this is why we want to take like a blank draft out to say, hey, imagine you got this and a project didn't look well. What would you need to know? So for another example, one of the things I saw is, what if we say, okay, congestion here got 6% worse? What if we say, but congestion in this neighborhood got 30% worse? So, like if that information is right next to the 6% worse, that's really much more, that's probably more impactful, right, than just saying you got 6% worse. So that's why we want to start to have those conversations with these draft report cards that aren't talking about a specific project yet, before we roll these out fully, to try to talk about what ways of presenting the information would trigger a productive conversation versus an unproductive blaming conversation.
And the caution out there, as kids, we didn't like getting report cards. The good report cards are great. Those are excellent.
I think you're not going to hear the term report card the next time we come back
that is
to
some
talk
good
to you about
feedback.
this. Like, that's a fair flag. Mr. Davis.
The projects come to us, they are on a report card, are they not? When they come to us, that's probably how we got there, would be my suggestion. But maybe it's a performance outcome report.
Yeah.
Yes,
We're
going to workshop that framing.
Yes.
I got it. Good feedback. All right. So our other next steps are to continue down this path that we showed you before. Next, starting this summer, working into the control studies, both the contextual control and then the paired control studies, to try to understand further what is going on and how these projects compare to how the system is performing generally. And then again, to repeat these studies in out years to understand if benefits are sustained or if they change, for better or for worse, and to look at some of, as Mr. Stant indicated, the longer to unfold metrics, and then to expand this to other Virginia programs. But we have some modest incremental, per my initial statement, changes that we're already ready to make based on these preliminary results. So, and I don't know what happened to my font, but we have a few improvements we're going to make. We don't need action. This is stuff we can make at the staff level, but we just want to show you what we're doing. So one thing is we had to sort of infer primary intent from the narrative of each project. Everybody threw in the word safety. We don't know if that really meant it was their primary intent or not. So we're going to try to make it more explicit in the application process to say, what are your top 1 or 2 goals for this project? Why do you think this is worth funding? That helps us evaluate if it did what it was meant to do. And we also had a few sort of numbers that we put into our flows that we're going to change. So Ms. Ray mentioned the park and ride occupancy. We use a standard default assumption for park and ride occupancy rate that is used by other bodies in Virginia. In our before and after studies, it was too high. So we're going to lower it in future evaluations. We're sharing that information with the other Virginia agencies, and maybe they will take that into account as well. Some other assumptions like that, bike ped factors, There was a particular type of turn lane extension that didn't have a safety benefit. And in fact, consistently, we saw a safety benefit. So there's some modest improvements we're able to make already because we're more empirical, and that's great. We also found out in doing them what we really, which part of the complexities really need to be dealt with next. For example, our data sources are empirical, but they are still samples. So there's uncertainty associated with our before and after data. We need to deal with that statistically. Looking at the additional measures, as Mr. Stanton mentioned, talking about measuring effectiveness per dollar, because that's the way SMARTSCALE is set up. That's the way we saw the BCAs that Mr. Cole presented yesterday. And then also, the Labor Department is very slow on issuing comprehensive jobs data. So how do we deal with some of our sources being out of sync? I think the main thing this work taught us is this is hard, but it is possible to get meaningful results, and it is important. And we need to continue doing it. We need to continue consistent data capture, because that is what makes it doable. And we need to continue to collaborate with other state agencies, federal researchers, private and academic researchers who are all working in this cultural shift in transportation, and that this is a great start.
Thank you, Ms. Schul. Any questions? Mr. Minshew?
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Ms. Schul, I note that I like this program that you're doing because it shows there's a hole. There is and was a hole in the original 2014 SMARTSCALE legislation that set these priorities, the ones that Mr. Stanton mentioned, but didn't bake into the statute any testing methodology to figure out if these prioritization protocols would actually get the job done. Mm-hmm. The statute's quiet on that. And I've often thought that you put a mandate on VDOT and this board to do these things, not just because it's fun to do these priority testing, because you're trying to actually improve something. But there was never any measurement methodology set up on how you measure whether or not you're giving rise to those improvements. It's not in the code.
That's right. I do want to say, to Virginia's credit, it's not in anybody's code. So I sort of made a casual remark that I only know of one other state that's trying to do this systemically. It happens in other contexts. The only other context where it happens systemically is when there's a financial prediction. So if you're predicting ticket sales on transit or toll revenue from a toll road. And so I almost don't want to call it a hole in 2014 because it would have been unthinkable at the time to demand that an agency actually do this. But I do want to say that to the extent there was a hole or a divot, something less extreme, the board has pushed us to fill it, and we continue as SMARTSCALE is a leading program to even say that we want to systemically decide how we spend money, and that the goal is not spend money in this district versus this district just to spend money, but to improve congestion or improve safety. It is also pushing the edge to now say, and we're going to hold ourselves accountable to it. So yes, there's a hole, but we are still way ahead of the other and I've worked with most of the states in America on this in my previous role, and I know how far advanced we are here.
And again, there's nothing wrong with saying there's a hole in a statute. Every statute's got a hole in it, pretty much. You can't cover everything. And I think there was kind of a belief that if we set up this prioritizations and apply it fairly, we're going to get a good result, even though we didn't know how to measure that. So this is kind of the next logical step in doing that. And if the General Assembly had tried to bake this in the statute, I can only imagine how complicated the language would have been. It would have had a statute looking like Ms. Schul's presentation.
It's very fair. Any other questions or comments for Ms. Schul or Ms. Ray? Well, thank you both.
Thank you.
Also, members of the board, I really appreciate you working with us today and yesterday. I know we're running a little bit long. We have 3 quick updates, and then we'll have an action agenda with a consent agenda that's the bulk of the items, and so we're almost there. So thank you. Director Zimmerman?
All righty, I will be very quick. Folks have the full director's report in your packet, so I do encourage you to take a look at that. There's a lot of good stuff. We are also making the director's report available to the various boards and commissions that DRPT sits on so that we can share the good news and kind of be very transparent with what's happening. So I will I did want to call out a couple of things. Oops, let's see. Okay, let me go back one. The Virginia Breeze. So hopefully folks know with state funding and federal funding from FTA, we do fund intercity bus service here in Virginia, and yesterday we opened up the 5th route, on Monday. It seems like only a day we've been here together. Monday we opened up a 5th route that is our first east-west connection, and it's sort of a precursor to the study we're also doing right now on a potential Commonwealth rail corridor. But this intercity bus service is connecting Virginia Beach into the Shenandoah Valley. We're very excited about that. Encourage folks to check it out. Hoping a lot of UVA students will think about taking the bus to go to the beach for spring break next year. So just wanted to let folks know about that and other work that's underway as we're continuing to see really strong and growing ridership on the Virginia Breeze. We've also been doing some discounted passes for the Virginia Breeze, including to provide some additional supplemental service between Richmond and Washington, D.C. as the all the various track work is happening there that VPRA is leading. I also did just want to call out a few of our partners. Hopefully folks are aware. 50 years ago, WMATA opened up service, so there was some celebration earlier in March around that 50th anniversary. I actually remember coming to Virginia for my very first time as a child from Minnesota and seeing the big hole that the Red Line was being built in, and so amazing that was 50 years ago. Also wanted to note we did a groundbreaking ceremony last week in Norfolk for the Evelyn Butts Transfer Relocation Center, which is a great project that we're able to support with some TRIP funding and then also some additional funding that HRT has to make that happen. And then since we were talking about SMARTSCALE, from round 5, there was a SMARTSCALE project for Suffolk Transit that they are now going to be running 2 new regional routes, which are my favorites. We've got the Peanut Express and the Seaport Express, but that will be providing service connecting Windsor and Portsmouth and Suffolk. So always exciting to see some new service happening and appreciate the SMARTSCALE funding for that and look forward to that evaluation result. And then I also, since it is on the consent agenda, the last item I just wanted to flag for folks here, we do have a project for hopefully the board approval that would be investing in another rail industrial access grant. And so just wanted to highlight again for folks, this is a small program that I think punches above its weight. We have since 2018 have invested a little under $11 million as a state into 29 grants. Those grants collectively, not including the one you'll vote on today, have brought over 3,300 jobs to Virginia and have leveraged $1.4 billion in capital investments that they're supporting. So we do have a dashboard, DRPT's open data portal. If folks want to see any of our grants where we're really tracking what are the impacts and the metrics that we're following with those. And so looking at the impacts, especially on the freight side. And so for this project that's in the Hampton Roads area, the Annandale Millwork Company, it's a Winchester-based company. They do roof trusses and prefabricated materials. They are wanting to open up and are opening up a new facility that will be in the Newport News area. And that new facility, they as a private company are putting in over $11 million in investment. And we love the idea that they want to connect that facility to nearby rail. And so to do that, they are putting in their own private investments as well to match our $625,000 proposed RIA grant. This new facility will create 150 new jobs down there in the Newport News area and will help to divert 680 truckloads per year, moving 200 new rail car loads of goods. So we think it's a really exciting project. We hope that the board agrees as it moves to the consent agenda. And I will turn it over to the commissioner.
Mr. Secretary, I've got a brief set of comments. I've got another 60 slides to go through. So. Now, in all seriousness, in your package, you have the commissioner's report for the spring. We're changing the content a little bit rather than a look back over the last quarter. We're going to have it updated to each of the seasons that are there to be in real time. The cover page simply highlights the good work that we're doing along the 81 corridor. Last week we broke ground on about another 7 miles in the Harrisonburg area that marks the continuing efforts along that corridor. Inside the package, you can see everything from our work zone awareness week announcement in this year's theme being Safe Lives, or Safe Actions Save Lives. Resiliency potholes that we filled during this harsh winter, about 125,000. And then on the back page, a couple of the items that we're still recovering from Hurricane Helene down in Bristol District, and then a number of awards and honors that we've continued to receive in real time. With that being said, Mr. Secretary, I conclude my remarks.
Thank you. And I just have one quick piece of news to share. It's with sadness, I want to note that we did lose about 11 days ago a former leader in Transportation Virginia. The former director of the Port Authority, John Reinhardt, passed on April 11th. He ran the port from 2014 to 2021, and I served with him during that entire time period. I just want to say, he was a real leader. He helped restore, I think, financial soundness and brought back, cargo growth to that port. It was in a kind of a tough place when he came in 2014, and so, I just wanted to pass that news along to members of the board who may have known John, and then others who may not have been aware of his passing. He really was a great servant to Virginia and had a long and very successful history and career in the maritime industry. And so I just wanted to note that. With that, we conclude the workshop meeting. I'm going to bring back to order the action meeting of the Commonwealth Transportation Board. The first item we have is approval of minutes from the February meeting. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Do I have a second? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, we have 6 items on the consent agenda. Just want to check that no one wants to remove any of those before we move those. All right, do I have a motion on the consent agenda? Thank you. A second? Second. All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
All right, next we have Any opposed? Thank you. Next, we have agenda item 7. Andrew?
Move approval. Oh,
No,
7 or 6?
7. 6 was part of the consent agenda.
6 was moved to the consent agenda yesterday.
I move approval.
Mr. Secretary, members of the board, we have one commemorative naming for this month for your consideration. Commemorative naming at the request of Giles County of the bridge on Route 778, Apache Road, over Sinking Creek, Giles County, as the Atkins Maybrook Boys Memorial Bridge. The Giles County Board of Supervisors enacted a resolution on January 8, 2026 to honor the lives and services to their community and country of Harry B. Atkins, John Atkins, Curtis Atkins, David Atkins, Warren June Atkins Jr., and Billy Atkins. According to the resolution, Harry B. Atkins, John Atkins, Curtis Atkins, David Atkins, and Warren June Atkins Jr. served their country with honor during World War II. Billy Atkins served his country with honor in Korean War. These brothers would collectively become known as the Maybrook Boys in honor of their families' service to the country in times of conflict. We recommend approval of the board.
Motion?
Mr. Secretary, I'm pleased to move the approval of this resolution. I've discussed it with the county administrator, and there's unanimous request from the Board of Supervisors to do this. And I think it's a bit unusual that you would have 6 brothers, all of whom served in the military and were honorably discharged, and move approval.
Second? Second. Thank you. I ask all those in favor to please stand. Next, we have Ms. Pryor, who has 3 agenda items, 8, 9, and 10.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, members of the board. The first item I have, I believe, is the addition of projects to the program. I don't have the agenda in front of me.
Number 8 is action on the revised FY26 transfers.
Oh, Monthly transfers, they are included in your packet. There are no SMARTSCALE district grant program transfers in excess of the threshold, so these are just all standard transfers, and I recommend your approval.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? All right, number 9.
I have the proposed addition of 2 projects to the 6-year improvement program. One project is in Northern Virginia. It's funded with local funds, and it's an oversight project. The second project is in Richmond District. It's a safety project for a traffic signal contract, and I recommend your approval.
Questions? Do I have a motion?
So move, Mr. Chairman.
A second? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, number 10.
Thank you. You'll recall in March, I briefed the board on a proposed Garvey refunding and new money sale. I'll remind you that Garveys have been allocated to projects in the 6-year improvement program since about 2012. So this refunding and new money sale supports project activity associated with existing projects in the program. We anticipate a new money negotiated sale to result in a deposit of $67.5 million. Regarding the refunding, we anticipate, as I presented to you in March, a savings of $8.6 million, which is a 6.49% savings. As of rates today, we expect a net present value savings of $8.28 million, which is a 6.2% savings. So we are still well within the range to move forward. Pending your approval of this action today, I will go to the Treasury Board for their approval, and we anticipate a sale in June. And with that, I would be happy to answer any questions.
Just one quick question. I mean, with the volatility that's now going on in the markets, who has the final decision on whether to pull the trigger on this thing?
All right.
Sure. We would work in concert with the Treasury Board. I would offer that at the present time, we have about 140 basis point cushion. The minimum threshold for the refunding would be 2% savings, and we're well over 6% right now.
The issue is if the savings goes away, who makes the call whether to proceed with the offering or not?
We would not advance it if it's not profitable to.
So, Ms. Pryor, to Mr. Stan's thing, in concert with the Treasury Board, we would make the decision to not move forward if the savings were not greater than 2%.
Yes, and your resolution specifies that a minimum of 2% savings. So if we don't meet that threshold, we cannot advance.
Just to say that again, the board's approval only applies if at the time of the sale, those are the savings we expect. So we will not move forward if costs are greater or there's not savings to be realized in excess of 2%. Have a motion? Thank you. Thank you. All
Aye.
opposed? Thank you, Ms. Pryor.
Thank you.
Mr. Hessenlaw?
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, members of the board. Last month, I briefed you on a short FOIA policy to formalize the current practices regarding charges in FOIA. A copy of that policy is in your packet along with the resolution, same one you saw last month.
Reminder, this is a legally required policy for the board to have in place on the Freedom of Information Act. So if we have any issues today, we'll be coming back to discuss this issue again as it's a requirement. Are there any questions? A second? Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Director Zimmerman?
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. As VPRA Executive Director DJ Statler presented to the CTB last month, there are small changes to VPRA's proposed $5.1 billion capital budget for FY27. In total, it's a $25 million increase in the overall $5 billion program of projects. These are covered by VPRA sources and are largely due to further refinement as projects have moved into or through the 30% design phase. The major projects such as Long Bridge have no budget changes since the final FY26 budget, and there have been no changes since this was presented last month by Mr. Statler. Therefore, I recommend the board approve VPRA's FY27 capital budget.
Thank you. Any questions? Do we have a motion?
Second.
Thought that was about. Move approval.
Okay. Do I have a second? Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, Ms. Schul?
Item 13, we are recommending the addition of the project type innovative intersections to the list of project features that can make a project eligible for HPP funding in SMARTSCALE.
Mr. Secretary, with the caveat that we're going to look at the guidelines for
Yes, we will have a
innovative
presentation on
intersections,
guidelines and discussion
I
on
will move
feedback.
for approval.
Thank you, Mr. Lawson.
Thank
Do we
you.
have a second? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you, Mitchell. And next, we do not have Mr. Coker. We actually have Mr. Bates here to discuss bids with us today. And I think we have a short presentation. 2 bids.
Good afternoon, Mr. Secretary, members of the board. Kerry Bates, State Construction Engineer, filling in for Ben Coker. I have 2 projects to present to you today for action. This will be very quick. First off, order number 567, the Hampton Roads District. This is an interstate concrete repair project in Chesapeake County and the cities of Norfolk and Virginia Beach. There are 2 bids on this project. The low bid, $6,220,822 to Richard Height Concrete. Mr. Secretary, this project is within range and I recommend award.
Moved.
Second? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed?
All right, the next project, order number DB 138, is a design build project in the Salem District. This project is the Ironto Widening Segment N project as part of the 81 Corridor Improvement Program in the city of Salem and the Roanoke County. VDOT received 3 bids on this project. The best value bid for this project is $237,750,000 from Triton Construction Incorporated of Virginia. Mr. Secretary, this project is within range and I recommend award.
Mr. Bates, this is from 130, mile marker 137 to
133.8 to 136.8. Yes, sir.
Just wanted to look. It's one of the larger ones. Do you have any questions? Do you have a motion?
Secretary, I move approval. I've discussed this with the district engineers and staff, and this is the low bid, high as it is, but it is within the range, and hope we can approve it.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you, Mr. Bates.
Thank you, sir.
Before we conclude, I just wanted to see if there was any new business that any members of the board had. All right. Well, thank you very much, members of the board. This concludes today's action meeting.